I'd like to thank you for listening to Torn Canvas. This book actually wasn't supposed to ever happen. It's truly a companion novel to A Change of Plans and begins about 75 pages into the story. Jori was a secondary character in that first book, but he was so broken and he needed so much work to become the good man that he could be. And Torn Canvas is very much a story of redemption and about how he finds himself after the trauma that he experienced and then later created. So enjoy.
Torn Canvas, Safe Harbors Book 2. Written by Donna K. Weaver. Narrated by Tristan Hunt. Prologue. Olivia leaned against the corner of the office wall, her forehead pressed against the window. She had to get a grip before the meeting with the general manager. The view of the Manhattan buildings from her office, so different from anything she had experienced as a child, usually soothed her. Far below, the light changed and the crowd that had gathered at the corner crossed the street. People scurrying along in their busy lives. Real people with real problems. Certainly not the kinds of problems Olivia had been facing lately. In the beginning, she had thought giving up a normal life to be at the top of her field worth the sacrifice. Now she wasn't so sure. Her new celebrity status was actually getting in the way of her doing her job the way she wanted to. Even a simple visit to the grocery store meant camouflage, unless she wanted a 15-minute excursion to turn into a 2-hour autographing session. How was she supposed to connect with people who were starstruck? People recognizing her in public, an email stalker sending threatening messages, and no personal life. Not what she had imagined and not anything the network manager cared about. Closing her eyes, Olivia relaxed her fingers and took a deep breath. She straightened, smoothed her skirt, and returned to her desk. Spread out on it were the photos of 6 up-and-coming models, 3 men and 3 women. Frivolous lightweights if her staff's research was to be believed. Olivia took another calming breath and picked up one of the photos. Was she being unfair? Judgmental? The man was definitely hot with his blonde, almost white hair and light gray eyes. Add his nicely sculpted body and he was the most physically attractive of the group of beautiful models. His reputation was also the worst of them all. From the report, a man who used his looks to take advantage of women. Despicable. Beauty with no substance. How cliché. And they wanted her to interview the lot. Gag. Then why did she keep coming back to his picture? Olivia tilted the photo for better light and leaned in for a closer look. There was something more behind his smiling face. Something in his eyes. It teased her, made her think there was more to him than the stories of his escapades. That something was the story Olivia wanted to do. She was sure of it. The general manager kept insisting on more trending stories, more sensational topics. Why? He had known the kinds of stories Olivia did when he had offered her the contract last year. Surrendering now to his brain fluff would turn her show into just another trash tabloid talk show like a dozen others. Shows that catered to some of the worst aspects of human nature. Selfishness, envy, greed, domination. Olivia shuddered. She would walk away from her contract first. "Give me something, please." A groan rose from her chest. Rather than crush the picture, she dropped it. An older woman popped her head in the door. "Did you call, Miss Howard?" "No." Olivia dropped into her chair. How had her entire career come to rest on this pathetic group? "Miss Howard, Jose's here. I know you've got a meeting in 15 minutes. Send him in." His job title might be fact-checker, but his experience as a private investigator had made him much more. This might be just what she needed. The wiry Hispanic man tipped his head, brushing aside a strand of graying hair. At his grin, her pulse quickened. He had something for her. Please let it be about one of the models. Olivia's eyes flicked to the blond man's picture. Let her instincts about him be right. "What have you got?" she asked. I think you're going to like this. Just tell me. The man had an aggravating tendency to tease, especially when it was information he knew Olivia wanted. Jose set a neat folder in front of her and took a seat in the chair on the other side of the desk. Olivia opened the file and hesitated at the newspaper headline. Some kind of accident? She glanced up. Just read on, Miss Howard. I've got something else for you before you're done. Olivia checked her watch. 10 minutes until her meeting. She began skimming the page. Driver fell asleep, crashed her car into train barriers. Car stuck on tracks. Driver crawled out broken window. Olivia straightened. A set of twins had been trapped in the car seats in the back. Look at these before you read any further. Jose placed a stack of printed papers on her desk, keeping one back. Jose, I'm running out of time. He pointed at the pictures. If he wasn't so good at what he did. Olivia quickly shifted to the grainy photos that showed a man trying to open the car's doors. She vaguely remembered the story from late last summer. In spite of the approaching train, the stranger had crawled inside the car and pulled out the children, one at a time. The mother had reported that he and one of her children had almost been struck by flying debris as the train hit the car. The man had checked the child in his arms, made sure the mother and other child were fine, and jogged away. This is my kind of story. Olivia shook her head, her frustration increasing. But there's no one to interview. And I'd also like to know what that idiot with the camera was doing, taking pictures instead of helping. She stood, her heart sick. I have to go. Maybe you do have an interview. Grinning, Jose handed her a final picture. Her hands shook a little as she stared at the photo of a man with pale blonde hair, holding a child and looking over his shoulder. She picked up the model shot. It was him. Why didn't this come out before? My source wouldn't say. My guess is that when he showed it to other people, they asked the same thing you did. Jose shrugged. By the way, I already called this Jori Virtanen's agency. Jori? She checked the name at the bottom of the picture again. He's Finnish, so it's a soft J, not a cool Spanish H like mine. Virtanen's on a long cruise. Won't be back for a few weeks. Perfect. This would give Olivia an excuse to put off the fluff show while she did research about this unlikely hero. To the network, it was all about ratings. She straightened her suit and with a hint of a smile, headed to her meeting with the general manager. Chapter 1. Jori was getting really tired of people pointing guns at him. He staggered a little, struggling to keep his balance on the small catamaran. The swells had to be at least 10 feet high. They were lucky no one had fallen from the rope ladder hanging from the larger vessel. The rough seas made his stomach knot, almost as much as their captors did. He kept expecting to wake up, or for someone to jump out with a camera and tell him it was all a gag, a sick joke. Crew members on snorkeling excursions weren't supposed to kill their captain and kidnap 20 passengers. Trying not to dwell on the image of the captain being shot right in front of him and Elle, Jori glanced at the petite blonde. Elle would be next in line to climb the ladder, after the pirates made her strip off her bikini top like they had the other girls. Their captors had only taunted and leered at them, so far. Jori rubbed his face. 3 weeks ago at the beginning of the cruise, he hadn't known Elle. Now she was like a sister to him, and his desire to protect her was as powerful as it was unexpected. Swaying to keep his balance, the pirate by the ladder looked at Elle. Jori tensed, a rush of adrenaline making his body shake. "Don't you dare get yourself shot," she hissed, pinching his hand. "Ow." Jori scowled at her. She was right, but it only made him madder. Both of their captors on the catamaran sported AK-47s, and 3 more armed pirates watched from above on the larger boat. Jori looked at the hole in the deck where a bullet had already gotten everyone's attention. If he did something stupid, he could get shot, or maybe even get someone else shot. He just had to be patient. Lynn had signaled earlier, indicating some kind of plan to do something once the captives were distributed among the pirates. Scanning the remaining passengers on the catamaran, Jori swallowed a lump in his throat. Many of these people had come to mean a lot to him. His eyes met Lynn's blazing ones from across the boat. Elle's best friend looked ready to jump one of their captors. The pirate by the rope signaled Elle. She dropped her arms and straightened. Never had Jori felt so helpless as he watched her, all attitude now, stomp up to the man. She didn't even give him a chance to tell her to strip, but tugged the strings at her back and ripped her bikini top off, throwing it at his feet while she held him with a venomous glare. Large drops of rain began to fall, and Elle's red face didn't even flinch as they struck her cheeks. Jori thought she was amazing. If they lived through this, he would tell her so. As soon as she was halfway up the swaying ladder, he dashed past the pirate and up behind Elle. All bravado gone, she cradled her arms to her bare chest, crying. He hit the larger vessel's deck, ripped off his t-shirt, and handed it to her.
"Take it off!"
One of the new pirates strode over, his rifle menacing. All Jori's pent-up frustration poured out. No way was that pig getting Elle. He pushed her behind him and held up his hands, keeping them at a good defensive height and shifting his feet slightly for a better Hapkido fighting stance. The wet decks would be a problem. Of course, getting shot with the rifle would too. Jori took a cleansing breath. The Chinese man ranted something unintelligible, holding the rifle level with Jori's chest. Standing his ground, Jori kept his eyes centered on the pirate's chest, counting on the guy's body to signal his intent. A shout came from the catamaran below, and the pirate snapped his head in that direction. Jori lunged for the wet muzzle of the rifle, jerking it down. He couldn't get a decent hold. A spray of bullets ripped up the deck, but he didn't let go. They struggled in a horrible game of tug-of-war. His fingers slipped, and the pirate pulled the warm, wet barrel free from Jori's hands. He jumped back, but he couldn't avoid the vicious upswing of the butt. It smashed into his cheek. Searing pain threatened to take him from his feet. Stunned, he couldn't open his eyes at first, even when he heard Elle shriek. He shook his head, warm moisture mixing with the cool rain that ran down his cheek. Jori concentrated on forcing open his eyes, but only one worked right. Elle screeched something. He forced his eyes to focus and froze, unable to believe what he was seeing. The strong wind whipped Elle's wet hair as she clung to the pirate's back, clawing at his throat while screaming obscenities. The man, his breath ragged, struggled to hang on to the rifle and get Elle's hands off his throat. Jori grabbed his rifle butt, his grip weak and shaky. The pirate let go of Elle's hand and pushed at Jori's fingers. He could sense his strength slipping. Squeezing until his fingers went numb, Jori dug under the pirate's grip away from the trigger. Elle still had the guy by the throat, and his eyes bulged. She was going to kill him in a minute. Roaring to give power to his move, Jori ripped the rifle free. The pirate dropped to his knees, Elle still choking him. "Let him go, Elle." Jori's shout came out weak. She didn't. "Elle, back off." Jori tried to pull her back and still keep up the rifle, staggering when the motion made his head swim. She stumbled back and pressed her hands to her mouth. The man sucked in a deep breath and coughed. "Come by me, Elle, please." Jori fixed his grip and jerked his head. Something moved in his cheek, sending a stab of pain through his face. Elle edged around the pirate, keeping her eyes on him. The man had his breath back and glared up at them, his eyes dark and threatening, body tensing. Jori raised the muzzle a little higher and pointed it at the man's forehead. "Go ahead." Jori's mind immediately flashed to the famous Clint Eastwood line. "Make my day," Jori said, surprised at how much he meant the words, barely keeping his finger from pulling the trigger. The pirate's body drooped, and he dropped his hands to his side. "Where are Lynn and the others?" Jori's left eye had swollen shut, messing with his depth perception. Was it the deck swaying so much, or was he? Elle shifted her attention from the pirate and glanced around the ship. The other captives had the rest of the pirates under control. Giving a small cry, she squeezed his arm. "We did it!" She looked up at his face and gasped, her already pale face going whiter. "We need to get you to a doctor." The pirate lunged forward, grabbing for the lowered rifle. Jori swore and pushed Elle out of the way. He managed to snap a kick to the man's chin, sending the guy over on his back. Jori stumbled too, and Elle grabbed him to keep him upright.
We need to get these guys all in one place.
The rifle seemed to get heavier and heavier, and Jori could hardly keep it level.
And bring the others up from the catamaran.
Her eyes darted to him, not quite reaching his cheek. She hurried away. Jori shifted his position to keep the worst of the biting rain off his hurting face. He would have to sit down pretty soon, or he would fall. Elle quickly returned with Wes, his chin swollen from the blow one of their captors had given him earlier. As the man approached, it struck Jori how ironic the whole situation was. No one could have imagined when Lynn had invited Wes and Ryan to her early morning karate workouts on the ship that any of them would have to use their skills for real. Wes ruthlessly prodded 2 other pirates toward the one sitting on the deck. A pair of newly freed captives went to work binding the 3. Wes backed up, keeping his rifle in position. He took one look at Jori and cursed.
You're gonna need some serious stitching for that, dude.
Wes's voice came out like he was trying not to hurl. Shivering in the rain, the adrenaline rush from the fight ebbing, Jori found the pain harder to ignore. It took all his effort to keep from lying on the wet deck and curling up. He nodded toward the bridge.
Anybody know how to use a marine radio?
Jori's words slurred, and his legs felt rubbery.
Ryan's on it now. His dad was career Navy. Elle.
Jori managed to get out before his knees buckled, the rifle dropping from his hands.
Jori!
She clutched his arm but couldn't keep his body upright. He fell back hard, his head smashing into the deck. More pain and blinding light. He must have blacked out, because the next thing he knew, Elle knelt with his head cradled in her lap, shielding his face from the rain.
You got him, Elle?
Wes had his rifle pointed at the 3 tied men, Jori's rifle shielded by his feet.
Yes.
She brushed Jori's bangs from his forehead, her focus on his shoulder rather than his face.
We'll get Braden up here to look at you as soon as we can.
Elle shook his shoulder.
Please don't sleep. Wes says you shouldn't sleep. The Coast Guard's on the way,
Ryan whooped as if from a distance. He moved into Jori's blurred vision and picked up the dropped rifle. Ryan's almost black eyes widened when he looked at Jori. Ryan swore, his throat convulsing. He faced the pirates and growled.
Is the rope tight enough? Maybe we should add one around their necks. Stay with me.
Elle shook Jori's shoulder, her voice scared.
Where are they?
It took all his energy to fight past the pain so he could speak.
Say again.
She leaned in closer, tilting her ear near his mouth.
Catamaran. What's he asking?
Wes said, coming closer.
Are Lynn and the others coming up from the catamaran? These guys were shooting at them.
Ryan kicked at one of the pirates.
They had to sail away.
Everyone kept talking, but Jori couldn't make sense of what they said anymore. His eyelids grew heavier. It took too much energy to keep them open. Elle shook him again.
Stop it,
Jori groaned.
You have to stay awake.
Elle said something to someone else. Her voice choked. Was she crying? Elle shouldn't cry. Shivering, Jori tried to lift a hand, but he didn't have the strength. What was wrong with him? Could he be drunk and have a hangover? He wanted the agony in his head to stop. If they would just let him sleep. With a jolt, the stabbing pain returned, worse than before. Jori tried to open his eyes, but only the right lid would work. Immediately, a shaft of bright light forced him to close it. Was that a helicopter? He tried to move, but found he had been strapped to some kind of board. Even his head was tied in place. His heart began to race, and it was difficult to breathe. Jori struggled against what held him, pausing when a warm hand brushed his forehead.
It's okay.
Elle sounded scared. He jerked against the restraint harder.
Please don't move,
she said over his face, her red, puffy eyes filled with tears.
Why am I tied up?
Jori breathed out. He closed his eye and forced his rigid muscles to relax. Hadn't they just fought the pirates? Opening his eye again, Jori pulled against the binding on his wrists.
Shh, you're hurt. She stroked his hair again, a tear dropping to the side of his forehead and running into his hair. The Coast Guard is here to fly you to the hospital in Pongo Pongo.
Sir,
said a man in a military jumpsuit and helmet, stepping into view.
we're going to lift you now. Please don't move.
The man gave a signal. With the motion, Jori's heart beat even harder, making the pounding in his head worse. There was something he needed to remember. Wait, Elle. They're sailing us back. The wind blew away the rest of her words as the swaying ropes pulled him toward the helicopter. With the motion, Jori closed his eyes and clenched his fingers on the board beneath him. He refused to think about what the weaving back and forth meant. He was at Disneyland and not about to smash into the ship or the helicopter. The sound of the blades was now deafening. Forcing a convulsive swallow, Jori took a deep breath. Motion sickness tore through his stomach and he gagged. What if he threw up and couldn't turn over? What if he choked to death on it?
Shit.
The board bumped something and Jori's eyes snapped open, his heart skipping a beat. We have you, sir, said a woman's voice. Two uniformed people guided his board inside the door. Jori relaxed his hands only when they had closed it. Something nagged at the edge of his memory. Wait. He jerked against the restraints.
You need to be still, sir.
A third man wearing a medical insignia held a syringe. Jori tried to focus on his thoughts. What about the others?
They'll be transported to Pongo Pongo on the cutter.
The medic shone a light in Jori's eyes. It hurt. No, the people on the catamaran. We've got an alert out for them, the woman said. There's been no word yet. Dread filled Jori at her somber tone.
I'm going to give you something for the pain, but it might make you sleepy. You'll have to fight against that until we get you to the hospital. All right, sir?
The medic swabbed Jori's arm and stabbed in the needle. Blessed relief flooded through him. It seemed a long time before they landed at the hospital. Many talking heads popped in and out of his blurry vision, shaking him when he started to doze. At some point, they ran him through cold machinery that had to be a CT scanner. Jori kept trying to ask the faceless people about the catamaran, but he wasn't sure the words that came out of his mouth made any sense. The dread that had been building during the helicopter ride pressed on him. He had to make these people understand, to get them to send out searchers. When they continued to ignore him, anger exploded through his body. Jori flailed his arms wildly, knocking things over and striking someone. "Sedate him!" a man yelled. There was a prick in his arm and everything went black. Chapter 2. Olivia tightened her grip on the handbag hanging from her shoulder. She would not take her frustration out on the poor man beside her. It wasn't his fault he was a giant hulk of a man who drew attention to her. What were they thinking, assigning her such an obvious bodyguard? She sighed. His name was Nate. No matter how irritated she was by the situation, he was still a person. Olivia must not forget that, ever. She had spent enough years being seen as things that were only a small part of who she was. Native American, Indian, just a woman, a news reader. Now, the more her job pushed her away from real people, the more she feared losing her ability to connect with them, to be one of them. The elevator doors opened and Nate, in a swift and graceful move, surprising for someone his size, stepped out and checked both directions. He indicated she could exit the car. It all seemed so overdramatic. If the stalker hadn't already gotten this far once before, Olivia might have been tempted to let the doors close and leave the bodyguard behind. She sighed again, not very mature. Used to the routine of the past 3 days, Olivia handed over her apartment keys. While Nate verified that the alarm system was on, she checked the door for signs of any more disgusting and frightening graffiti. She shivered thinking about what she assumed it was a man, had spray-painted on her door. Graphic images in red paint. How could she have elicited such hate in someone? The apartment management had promised increased security and had replaced the door. She wondered if it had been discarded or if the police had kept it as evidence. Nate gave her the okay to enter the apartment. Tired, Olivia tossed her purse on the entryway table. She inputted the code to change the alarm setting before the monitoring company sent a cop over. While Nate went to check the rest of the rooms, she headed to the kitchen and pulled out 2 frozen dinners. After pausing to consider the big man who had returned to the living room, she removed a 3rd box. She would have to order more.
Miss Howard, do you mind if I put on the news?
Go right ahead. She turned on the microwave, trying not to seethe. What was wrong with her? Yes, she resented having another person in her personal space, but Nate was quiet and clean. If she had to have a bodyguard, he was a good choice. While the food heated, Olivia set up her laptop on the dining table. The general manager and her producer had been as intrigued as she about the model being a furtive hero. Jori Virtanen's convenient cruise had given her the time she needed. She could keep doing shows of her choice while she did research, and they wouldn't push other topics she didn't want to do. It was possible to find out a lot about people through public records, especially with Jose helping to ferret out things.
I hope you're not cooking anything for me,
Nate sniffed.
I thought we established that you're not supposed to do that. I'll order a pizza or something.
Right. A guest in her house would not have to order his own food. The microwave dinged. As she was setting 2 plates on the table, her cell rang. She grabbed it and saw Jose's name. Your food's ready, Nate. Olivia waved the big man over to the counter where his 2 meals steamed and said into the phone, What have you got for me?
You have the news on?
Jose sounded excited. Olivia hurried to the coffee table where Nate had left the remote. She turned up the volume, her network, of course, and listened until she realized what the story was about. Looks like the Coast Guard got back the people from that cruise, she said into the phone.
That cruise.
She blinked. No. Yes. Olivia's mind went in several directions at once as she considered the implications. She sank to the couch, watching as footage played of a Coast Guard helicopter landing. Were people hurt?
Just 1, seriously, but 4 are missing at sea.
Those poor people. Her heart sank. Do you have the list?
I do,
he said, his voice teasing.
Jose?
She was going to kill him.
They're sailing everyone in but 1.
For the first time, Jose's voice became somber.
My sources report that your guy's the one on the helicopter.
Jose had sources in American Samoa? Nate came to stand beside her, holding 2 plates. Olivia pointed at the coffee table. He set hers down. Was Jori shot? She muted the TV.
All I know is it's a head injury. Something about his face.
Keep me up to date. Olivia hung up and leaned back, unable to explain the sharp sense of concern that filled her. Nate appeared at her side, the folder she'd had next to her computer in his hands, his uneaten food growing cold on the coffee table. Olivia looked up, grateful that he knew already which folder she would need. She took it, opened it, and stared at the photo. Jori's face. That would change everything. Jori dreamed a mishmash of pokes and pain, swimming in a haze. He cried out for help, but everyone ignored his pleas. He was alone, as always. All he had was an empty life filled with empty people. Sometimes he rose close enough to the surface that strange images flashed through his mind. Blood pouring from the back of a man's head, a man being struck with a rifle, half-naked girls needing protection. Jori couldn't save them. He wasn't good enough. He would never be good enough. His pathetic life swirled around the images of violence. Fear weaved through his veins like reverse morphine, sharpening his pain. Then bright sunlight was warming his face. Jori shifted his head toward it, stopping when he hit a tender spot on the back of his scalp. The room swam. Where was he? He moved his hand and paused, staring at the IV line that ran to his arm. What was wrong with him? He frowned and something moved against his skin. What was stuck to his face? No, you don't want to pull out your stitches. A pretty Polynesian woman in hospital scrubs pushed his hands from his face. It took the surgeon a long time to put all that back together again. You've just been moved from the ICU, so let me get everything hooked up. The surgeon put all of what together? He had been in intensive care? Jori took a deep breath. He opened his mouth to speak and stopped as the bandaging pulled at the corners of his mouth. It went clear up to his left eye. A surge of nausea made him gag. The surgeon had to put his freaking face back together? He shifted his head to the side to avoid the tender spot in the back. Keeping watch on the nurse, he twisted his mouth to the side, causing the bandaging to pull again. Where am I? His dry throat made it difficult to form the words.
The LBJ Tropical Medical Center on American Samoa.
Why can't I remember? She paused.
Do you know your name?
Jori Virtanen.
Where are you from?
Finland, originally. My family immigrated to the States 9 years ago, and I live in Seattle.
It's not uncommon to have some memory loss after a head injury. 2 injuries in your case.
She typed something in the room's computer.
The bleeding in your brain has stopped, and you've stabilized. Now, on a scale of 0 to 10, with 0 being no pain and 10 being the worst pain imaginable, what would you score your pain right now?
Bleeding in his brain? He shivered.
Number, please, Mr. Virtanen.
Maybe a 3. He accepted the lightweight blanket she handed to him. And my name's Jori. The nurse chattered on while typing in his stats, and he tried to remember what had happened. What had he been doing? A cruise. He glanced at the young woman. She had said American Samoa. He remembered the sailing party after the last Hawaii stop. Everyone had gathered on the sky deck afterward to plan. What? The next stop had been Pongo Pongo. They had planned an excursion together. Jori bolted upright. The room spun and his stomach heaved. Son of a... He lay back, groaning.
Mr. Virtanen, you can't get up yet.
The nurse hurried to his bed. There were pirates. He wished he could remember more.
Yes, there were.
She handed him a big hospital mug with a straw.
That's how you got hurt. They haven't found the missing people yet.
Her expression brightened.
But they're still searching.
Missing people. The catamaran. A terrible sense of loss filled him. Some of the dream images returned. Were they real? When he didn't immediately take a sip, the nurse nudged the mug closer to his mouth. He took a drink, trying to remember but finding only bits and pieces.
I understand they were your friends.
The nurse patted the edge of the bed, her eyes soft with sympathy. Don't talk about them like they're dead. Heat flushed through his body, making his head hurt more.
Would you like me to have a counselor come and talk with you?
Her sympathetic expression made him feel worse. No. Who besides Lynn and Braden had still been on the catamaran? Jimmy and Maria for sure. Jori thought about the young Texas rancher and his shy girlfriend. Was anyone else hospitalized?
No, I think they all returned to your cruise ship.
The nurse placed a white remote in his hand and showed him the button to push to adjust the bed. Is the ship still here? His breathing quickened. Had they left him?
I can check if you like.
Yes, I'd like. Jori fought back his anger, barely keeping his tone civil. The nurse turned disapproving eyes on him, her arms crossed. Sorry. Jori let out a deep breath. It wasn't her fault. I shouldn't have snapped at you.
Much better. The doctor will be in to see you.
She checked her watch.
It could be late this afternoon.
You said I was in the ICU. How long have I been here?
Nearly 3 days.
3 days and they still hadn't found the catamaran? When can I get out of here? She had opened the door but turned to look at him.
Who do you think will make that decision?
The doctor, Jori grunted.
You win the prize.
She winked and left the room. Alone, Jori fought a sense of abandonment. For years he had pretended to have friends, to be a friend. Finally, on the cruise, he had stopped pretending, and look what had happened. People he had let himself care about had been hurt, or were dead. Typical. And what would happen to him now? If the ship had already departed, could he rejoin it? Jori closed his eyes. Did it even matter? He wouldn't leave until Lynn and Braden were found. The pain in his head continued to increase, his cheek becoming the focus point for fiery daggers. He needed more medication. The phone by his bedside rang, making him jump. News? Jori lunged for it, knocking off the receiver and fumbling as it tumbled toward the floor. He was still swearing when he got it to the unbandaged side of his face.
"Watch your mouth,"
the man's familiar voice spoke in Finnish. Jori's temporary rush of energy drained away. Profanity was never the best way to begin a conversation with his male parental figure. Of course, there never was a good way to begin an exchange with the man. Jori resisted the temptation to hang up. "Father?" His voice was flat.
"So?"
the man said, shifting to English.
"You're hospitalized. I find out about it from some cruise ship flunky."
"You must know I was in the ICU and sedated, right?" "How could I call you?" Like he would have anyway. Jori was sick of making excuses to his father.
"What foolishness have you been up to now?"
A clear image came to Jori's mind of a man putting a rifle to the catamaran captain's head and firing. Jori's hand shook, and he almost dropped the phone. It hadn't been just a nightmare. It had really happened. His throat closed, and when he tried to mumble something, it came out as a cough instead.
"What was that you said?"
His father's voice was sharp.
"You do speak English, don't you?"
"Have you seen the news?" Jori managed to croak.
"Are you crying?"
Always the disgust and disappointment. Jori wiped his good eye. His father was never a comfortable man to be around, but Jori had once been the recipient of some of his father's approval, but not for 10 long years. Memories of the excursion were flooding back. The pirates had been after the women. Flashes of the girls' terrified faces imprinted on his mind, like the afterimage of a strobe light. He had been forced to stand and watch, helpless. Wes had been hit by a rifle too, and Braden and Jimmy, the compassionate surgeon and the wannabe power metal star, were still missing. Jori's first real friends, and his father was mocking Jori's honest emotion. Some people were just poisonous. Jori slammed the phone on the cradle. Leaning his head back, he closed his eyes and took some slow breaths. It took a while, but his hands relaxed, and his heartbeat slowed. He couldn't remember everything, but at least some of his dream images had been memories. The phone rang again. He jerked the handset to his face. "What do you want?"
"Oh, I'm sorry."
"Elle, don't hang up."
"Is everything all right?"
Her voice was tentative. "It is now. How are you?"
"Oh, Jori."
She broke into sobs.
"Have they found them?"
Please don't let it be bad news. Everything she said at first was unintelligible. He let her rant, not knowing what he could say to make it better. Once her crying eased, her words started making sense. "So the ship's gone, and there's no word on the catamaran?" Jori asked when she finally paused.
"Yes and no,"
Elle said and sniffed. The note of desperation in her voice fueled his own. "How long will they keep searching?"
"The Coast Guard said it would depend on the weather."
Elle blew her nose.
"Sorry I couldn't get through sooner. I called the hospital, but no one would tell me anything about you."
Jori rubbed his throat, the sense of abandonment lifting a little. "I haven't seen the doctor yet. All I know is that the bleeding in my brain stopped." He shuddered again, wondering if that had caused his memory loss. Elle was silent for a moment.
"That sounds awful."
In the background, a deep voice called to her.
"I have to go,"
she said.
"I'm coming to see you later."
She disconnected. Jori put the receiver back on the cradle. He wished he could do something, even if it was just being with Elle. She sounded like she had taken on too much. His whole body ached. The mild discomfort in his cheek had grown. As he reached for the device to call the nurse about more pain medication, his door opened.
"Hey, dude,"
Wes said, peeking around the corner.
"Good to see you awake."
The tall man scrutinized him.
"You look like crap, though. You're such an idiot, Wes."
Brushing by, Ryan entered the room and tied some colorful balloons to the end of the bed.
"Remind me not to let you break sensitive news to me." "Sorry, dude."
Wes frowned, flipping his dreadlocks over his shoulder. "Looks like you'll end up with a scar, too." Jori pointed to the 2 butterfly bandages holding together the ends of the cut on Wes's jaw.
War wounds. I've got a cracked rib, too.
Wes chuckled and then winced, giving his side a gentle touch before easing into one of the chairs.
You know, we're kind of famous now. Ryan and I were on TV this morning. How you feeling?
I've been better. How long did it take the Coast Guard to sail you back?
We got back day before yesterday.
Ryan tugged on one of the balloons, batting it with a finger.
Just in time to get our stuff off the ship.
What happened to my stuff? Jori asked.
Elle signed for it,
Ryan said, the corner of his mouth twitching.
You should have seen her. She was really ticked off at the paperwork they made her fill out.
Why was the cruise line in such a hurry? Jori pushed a button on the remote and the head of his bed rose.
There were only 20 of us.
Wes stared out the window.
Couldn't disrupt nearly 1,500 people just for us. It hasn't been so bad,
Ryan said.
The cruise line's care team has been helping with things like accommodations and getting flights home. And counseling,
Wes added, rubbing his face. Jori thought he looked older than he had a few days ago. Both men seemed preoccupied, and Ryan also had dark shadows under his eyes. Neither man looked like he'd been sleeping well. Considering his own nightmares, Jori could sympathize.
They gave us all the choice of moving on with the cruise or going home,
Ryan said.
No one on the catamaran is going on to New Zealand. You got a call from that Olivia Howard yet?
Wes couldn't hide his smile.
Is she from the cruise line?
The name sounded familiar, but Jori couldn't think of where he had heard it. The 2 men burst out laughing, and Wes carefully leaned forward in his seat.
You don't know who Olivia Howard is? Don't you watch TV?
You mean that new queen of daytime TV?
Jori said when a striking Native American woman came to mind.
None other.
Ryan sat taller in his chair.
Can you believe it? We're going to be on national television.
Just you 2?
Wes rose.
She wants everyone who was on the excursion.
He stopped, his throat working.
Everyone who made it back.
The nurse opened the door and hesitated at the uncomfortable silence. When no one spoke, she went to Jori's chart and checked his vitals.
You know the drill, Mr. Virtanen. What is your pain number?
About a 5, but edging to a 6. More like a 7, edging to an 8.
I'll get the doctor's order. He should be in to see you in a little while.
She typed something into the computer and left the room.
Sorry you're hurting so bad.
Wes moved to the bed and they bumped knuckles. At the sound of the door opening, the 3 men turned. A tall Samoan man in a white lab coat reached out a hand to Wes and then Ryan.
I'm Dr. Letoa. I saw your interview on the news this morning, gentlemen. That was an amazing thing you did. Amazing and Valea.
The doctor gave them a pointed look.
Stupid.
You had to have been there.
Ryan shrugged, running a hand through his short black hair.
As you say.
Dr. Letoa turned his attention to Jori. His pain spiked suddenly, and the irritating blood pressure cuff did its automatic test. It beeped an unacceptable result.
You're really hurting now, aren't you?
The doctor peered at the reading. You think? Jori couldn't keep the edge from his voice. He hated having so little self-control.
Irritability is a common symptom of a concussion.
The corner of the doctor's mouth twitched, but he kept his tone professional. Jori opened and closed his fists in tune with the pulsing in his head, giving the doctor a flat look. So is the pain.
The nurse will be right in with your medication.
Dr. Letoa glanced at Wes and Ryan and then the door. Wes nodded.
Yeah, Jori, we should be leaving.
When are you going home? Jori managed to get out, barely keeping it from turning into a groan.
Not until they find the catamaran. Or the cruise line stops paying for our hotel room.
Wes shoved his hands in his shorts pockets.
You'll give the interview, won't you?
His foot twitching, Jori groaned.
I can't even think about it right now.
Wes and Ryan exchanged glances. When the door opened and a male nurse came in, they slipped out before the door closed.
I need to talk to you about something else.
Dr. Letoa put a hand on Jori's shoulder.
The medication will make you sleepy, so can you put it off a minute?
Jori swore.
I can't even think right now. Just give it to me.
A nod from the doctor and the nurse shot the drug into the drip line. The pain receded, and Jori sighed.
"Sorry to be a jerk,"
he muttered, his eyes drooping.
"Remember,"
Dr. Letoa said, shaking Jori's shoulder,
"I need to talk to you before you fall asleep."
Now that he could think of something besides how much he hurt, Jori caught an edge in the doctor's voice. A weight pressed on Jori's chest like someone was sitting on it.
"How bad is it?"
he asked.
"I know you're anxious to be released, but there's a small amount of bleeding in your brain."
Didn't the bleeding stop? Jori grabbed the doctor's wrist where it rested against the metal bed railing.
"We need to observe you to make sure it doesn't start up again."
With gentle firmness, Dr. Letoa moved Jori's hand from his arm.
"We'll need to keep you in the hospital for a few days to make sure you're stable."
Am I going to start acting all crazy?
"Because of your concussion, no. This is only a precaution. The most serious injury was the one to your cheek."
Jori took a deep breath, fighting against the drowsiness.
"I understand you were a model before the cruise."
Were?
"Yes."
Jori struggled to get his lips to move.
"Besides the broken cheekbone, there was damage to the skin and muscles."
Jori nodded, his blurry brain trying to understand what the doctor wasn't saying outright.
"The bone structure is sound, but I'm not sure even a gifted plastic surgeon could remove enough scarring for you to model again. You should get a second opinion from a specialist, though."
Dr. Letoa gave him a nod and left the room. In the drugged haze lying in a quiet room, Pongo Pongo seemed so far away from Seattle. Had he imagined all this? Jori's mind drifted, as it had so often that day, to the catamaran. His friendship with Braden, Lynn, Elle, and Jimmy couldn't be part of some sick, twisted nightmare. Jori reached to touch the thick bandaging on his cheek. In spite of the wound, he wanted the friendships to be real. So, what the doctor had said must be true. Chapter 3. Are you all clear on your assignments? Olivia glanced around the conference table, making eye contact with each of her staff members. She turned off her tablet. Let's do some good today, people. Waiting until everyone had left, Olivia turned toward the man leaning against the jamb of the room's other door. Jose watched her, his arms crossed. Can't you just use a phone? Olivia leaned back in her chair.
I was in the area and decided to stop by.
Jose took the seat across the table.
I see you've still got the big guy around.
It was supposed to be short-term, but the police don't have any more leads on the stalker. The guy wore gloves and from the video a hooded cape of all things. Nate's actually been really handy to have around. Olivia rubbed her eyes. She hated to admit she was getting used to Nate's quiet, intuitive assistance.
Did your stalker hit again?
Jose straightened, frowning. My stalker? That makes it sound like... She couldn't stop her shiver.
More emails?
Even worse than before. The police say the guy must be using a proxy, whatever that means, to hide his email accounts from their searches. He's also changing his IP address, whether online or actually changing his physical location. It's gotten to where I don't dare open emails unless I know the sender. My personal assistant even quit over it. Her husband didn't want her working here if I was the target of a wacko.
Want me to look into it?
Olivia brightened. Do you think you can find something they haven't?
Probably not. You're kind of a high-profile case. I'm sure they have good people working on it.
Olivia sighed. She just wanted it all to stop. Your people contact the survivors yet?
Most of them.
She put her elbows on the table, thinking back on some of the early footage of the survivors. Maybe it was because she had done research about the model, but she was already invested in the story. What do you know?
This one hits close to home for me. I found out my niece in Texas went to school with one of the missing girls.
Jose ran his hands through his hair, making it stick out at crazy angles. Maria Sandoval?
Yep. My niece says Maria was engaged to the Texan kid, Jimmy.
The other missing man. What a nightmare. Olivia sighed.
Your staff call your model guy yet?
No, I kept back his number. Jose shot her a surprised look.
You going to call him yourself?
I haven't decided. What must he be feeling right now? How do I call someone for an interview who's fresh out of the ICU and been through so much? Olivia looked at her watch and pushed back from the conference table. Has your niece been interviewed yet?
Are you kidding?
Grinning, Jose opened the door for her.
She's holding out for you.
For Jori, the next day passed in a cloud of pain and worry. Elle had dropped by the first night he was awake, but her timing had been bad, coming not long after he'd been medicated. She hadn't stayed long. On Elle's second visit, Jori was lucid. His excitement at seeing her disappeared as he watched her pull a chair close to his bed. Her eyes brimming, she reached for his hand. His breathing turned quick and shallow. He braced himself for bad news. I'm so sorry about your face. It's all my fault. Jori relaxed. Then he frowned, still unable to remember. You did this to me? I thought it was one of the pirates. Oh, don't be stupid. Her laugh turned into a sob. But you got hurt helping me. Jori tightened his grip on her hand. He might not remember the blow, but he would never forget what happened before. To have someone, especially a woman, look at him with so much love and concern was a new experience for him. Elle's regard wasn't the lusty kind he had always looked for and taken advantage of in women. That kind he had been able to find everywhere. His chest tightened. You listen to me. He jiggled her hand until she met his gaze. I would do it for you again in a second. And for Lynn, not wanting to think of the others, he pulled a tissue from a box and handed it to Elle. What are you not telling me? She asked and wiped her cheeks, pinning him with one of her looks that dared him to try not answering. Jori closed his eyes. It had to be the meds because moisture worked its way down the side of his cheek. When he felt the press of Elle's lips on his forehead, he popped open his eyes. Fine, little brother. Elle straightened, giving him a weak smile. You can tell me when you're ready. Promise? Some things he would never tell her. He didn't want to risk destroying the love in her eyes. The knot in his throat prevented speech. Stupid drugs. Elle paused at the door. You know, I always wanted a brother. She turned and left. Little brother. He hadn't been called that in 10 years. A police officer came by the next day and asked some questions about the kidnapping, showing Jori pictures of a dozen men. He easily identified their 5 captors and pointed out the one who had killed the captain. You're sure? You know, Jori growled, leaning forward. I wish I could get that memory out of my head. I understand, Mr. Virtanen. I had to ask. The officer heaved a breath. He put his notepad under one arm and offered Jori his hand. I'll get your statement printed and bring it back for your signature. You could be called back to testify at their trial. I'm never coming here again. You're willing to let these guys get off? The cop's body had stiffened. Look, there were 20 of us. There are 15 other people who can testify. I'll bet Wes and Ryan would. You bet Wes and Ryan would what, dude? Wes stood in the open doorway. You talking about coming back for the trial? Ryan asked, pushing past his friend and into the room. Ryan dipped his head at the officer. We'll be here for sure. See, Jori said. I hope you'll change your mind. The officer left the room. Did you guys bring my clothes? Jori asked. Ah, dude. We didn't even think of it. Wes sat in a chair. Elle's keeping your stuff in her hotel room. The cruise line rep said we don't have a reason to stick around anymore. So we're here to say goodbye. Wes stared out the window. Our flight leaves tonight. I guess you'll be here a little longer. Ryan handed Jori a piece of paper with phone numbers and email addresses. You might hear more than the press lets out. Can you keep us up to date? Is everyone exchanging emails? Jori read the list. Some, Wes said. Others just want to forget the whole thing. Thanks for this. Jori put the paper on the tray beside his bed. Let me know if you do any more interviews. I'd like to watch you this time. You going to do any? Ryan asked, working too hard not to look at the bandages.
And have this be a big deal? Jori snorted, pointing to his cheek.
No, thanks.
Now, if they wanted to talk about my art.
He tried to grin, but the painful skin pulled, and he thought it must look more like a grimace.
All right, dude, said Wes. Don't be a stranger.
After the two men left, Jori rose and went to the window, grateful the IV was gone. Yesterday he had craved the relief of the medication, but now he found the pain a welcome distraction when he was alone. He also had a nagging worry about getting hooked on the painkillers like a college roommate had. Jori brushed the bandage with his fingers. His messed up life didn't need addiction, too. From his window, Jori could see the parking lot but not the ocean, though he understood it wasn't too far from the medical center. A week ago they had all been on the ship, planning the snorkeling excursion in the morning. He had been playing matchmaker between Lynn and Braden, hoping to get the pair together again before the end of the cruise. Jori chuckled, musing at how ridiculous it was for him to have been playing Cupid. No one who knew him in Seattle, or had worked with him on modeling shoots, would believe any story where Jori spouted advice about forever love to a girl who had once been burned. Jori's laugh died. Lynn and Braden were together. He hoped they hadn't died together. He hated the waiting, the not knowing, for his own future, for theirs. Rocking a little, Jori rubbed his cold hands and watched the distant dark clouds of an incoming storm. A glare of light flashed off something in the parking lot and caught Jori in the eye. Shifting, he held the curtain up to block it. Something moved, and he was able to make out a person holding a camera. Jori's eye darted to the writing on the van. The press. He swore. He dashed into the bathroom and stared at his bandaged face. The white padding covered a quarter of his face and hid the worst of the damage. Between the pain and the worry about missing friends, Jori hadn't given any thought to being photographed. Would he have a job when he got back to the States? He touched the black and blue around his eye, the edges now turning yellow. The Norse gods of his ancestors must have been looking out for him that day. A knock on his room door was followed by Elle calling,
Jori? I'm in the bathroom,
he replied and hurried to give her a hug.
Did you bring my clothes?
Right here. Elle held up a bag. She still looked tired, her face drawn.
Sorry I didn't think of bringing this sooner.
It's all good. He took the bag from her and tossed it into the bathroom.
I was about ready to ditch this stupid hospital gown and do the nude thing.
Elle gave a mirthless laugh.
And give those nurses a thrill?
Her eyes flicked to his bandages and dropped to her feet.
Sorry.
Look, we don't know how bad it is. Her mouth twisted, but she didn't say anything or look at him.
Why aren't you saying anything?
Jori's stomach made a too familiar jump.
I saw it that night.
She shuddered. Her eyes glistened and a tear ran down her cheek. Her voice dropped to a whisper.
I don't want to scare you, but I don't want you to think you'll look like you did before.
Confirmation of his unspoken worries took Jori's breath away. His first impulse was to make a joke, but anger caught the words in his throat. Spinning, he smashed his fist into the door jamb. Ignoring her gasp of,
Jori,
he stormed back into the bathroom and slammed the door, gratified at the way the wall vibrated. His hands shook as he faced the mirror. For a decade he had hated his looks, hated the way women had thrown themselves at him, hated himself for taking them, for taking Katharina. With her, his youth could never excuse his responsibility. Yellow and green were mixing with the purple bruising that spread out from his swollen, tender skin. What was under the bandages? The lighting wasn't good enough to see much underneath. Would his new face reflect the monster inside? Jori wiped his mouth. Taking a deep breath, he loosened the bottom tape edge.
Jori, are you all right?
Elle tapped on the door.
What are you doing in there?
Tugging harder on the corner of the bandage sent a sharp jab of pain straight to his eye, making him reel. Jori's eyes watered, and he swore.
I know that's a Finnish swear word.
Elle rapped on the door harder.
Let me in.
Ignoring her, he lowered his head, waiting for the ache in his eye and the pounding of his heart to stop. Had he made it worse? Let me change, Elle. She rattled the locked door and he gripped the knob. You want me to come out naked? You sure you're okay? She asked softly. He paused at the worry in her voice. She had enough to deal with. Jori unlocked the door. As soon as he turned the knob, he heard her gasp and scuttle away. When he could see her, she stood with her back to him, her hands covering her face. You better not be naked, Jori. You're safe, Elle. He couldn't help a little chuckle. She turned. As soon as she saw the loose tape, her eyes flashed. What did you do? Elle rushed to him and with tender fingers pressed the tape against his cheek. She wiped at the tears, and he reached up to block her hand from getting too close to the bandage. Elle gasped. Look what you did to your hand. She examined the scrapes before pulling him back into the bathroom and turning on the water. She rinsed his knuckles. I swear, Jori, is this a guy thing? Is this a girl thing? He couldn't help the twitching of his mouth as he watched her through the mirror. What? Elle handed him a paper towel. Playing mother hen. She rolled her eyes. Get dressed. Yes, mother. When she shut the door behind her, Jori opened the bag and pulled out a pair of his shorts and an ugly flowered Hawaiian shirt. He stared at the monstrosity. What could she have been thinking? Glancing at his reflection, his ire faded. Unlike his polo or t-shirts, he could put on the hideous garment without disturbing the huge bandage. Elle was sitting in the wide chair by the bed, holding one of his sketch pads when he came out. Jori was glad she stayed. Lifting the shirt collar, he asked, You couldn't have found anything less... He couldn't even think of a proper adjective. Mal and I thought the uglier it was, the less likely the press would recognize you. Mal? He perked up at the way she said the name, and couldn't believe it when her cheeks flushed a bright red. Malcolm Armstrong. She closed the sketch pad and put it on the bed. He's Darcy's younger brother. So the brother of Braden's brother-in-law had come to American Samoa, and Elle liked him. Jori resisted the temptation to make a teasing comment. Her entire body language screamed fatigue. If she had met someone who was helping her through this rough time, she deserved it. Did your folks come? Jori asked. No, thank heavens. If I'd had to babysit them, and Lynn's parents, and Braden's father, you could have just shot me. His father is such a grouch. I can't believe Braden came from that man. And then you have to come and babysit me, too. Stop it, I didn't say that. Thank you for watching out for me. He sat beside her and took her hand. I'm glad I could do something. Her voice broke and she dropped her head into their clasped hands, her body shaking. Jori put his free arm around her. She must be worn out having to put up a brave front for everyone. It felt good to know she was comfortable enough with him to let it out. At the sound of the door opening, Jori and Elle looked up. The male nurse stood in the entrance. Sorry to interrupt. He began to back out, but Jori released Elle and waved him in. I'm so sorry. The nurse handed Jori 2 pills in a little plastic cup. It's not like that. You didn't interrupt anything, Jori said. I meant about them calling off the search. What? Both Elle and Jori jumped to their feet, the pills in his hand tumbling to the floor. Elle ripped the phone from her purse, but it rang before she could punch in a number. Jori made out the name of Braden's sister, Ashlyn, on the screen. How can they do this? Elle asked. I know there's another storm coming, but... No. Isn't there someone we can talk to? She had reached the door and paused, the handle in her other hand. I'll be right over. With her foot holding open the door, Elle thrust the phone in her purse. They've given up. She turned glistening eyes to Jori, and her voice shook. Running back, she threw herself into his arms. I wish you could come with me. Me too. Jori squeezed her tight. Don't worry about me, okay? Don't be an idiot. She kissed his good cheek and darted from the room. Idiot. Had it only been a week ago he had called Lynn an idiot for refusing to give Braden a chance? Jori went to the window and watched Elle dash through the sprinkling rain to her rental car. Turning around, he saw the sketch pad on the bed, full of drawings from the cruise. He didn't know if he could bear to look at them. I'm really sorry, the nurse said, handing the pills back to Jori.
I thought you knew.
The man slipped quietly out the door. Jori glanced at the little cup before tossing it into the trash. The growing ache would distract him from this deeper pain. Chapter 4.
Are you ready for this?
Dr. Leitoa asked later that day. He waited, his arms folded across his chest, the perky nurse standing nearby with a mirror. Rain continued to pound the roof, as it only could in the tropics. Jori took a calming breath. First they had called off the search, and then the doctor had decided it was time for Jori to see the wound. What a craptastic way to end a craptastic day. Jori eyed the mirror the nurse held. The staff had changed his bandages several times, but been careful never to let him see it. Did they have any idea how much they made the patient worry? Not for the first time since the doctor had suggested it, Jori wished Elle was beside him. "Do it," Jori said. The adhesive had irritated his bruised skin, so even if there hadn't been an ugly zombie-like half-circle of stitches surrounded by swollen black and blue, his skin would have been ugly. Jori forced himself to look at it. What had it looked like on the pirate ship? Peering more closely, Jori relaxed some. As a surgeon, Braden would have been able to speak to the quality of the stitching, but it looked to Jori like Dr. Leitoa had taken great care with the placement. Jori couldn't miss the irony of being grateful he wasn't quite a monster. He raised a finger to touch it but stopped. It looked awful but wasn't as horrible as he'd been imagining. Dr. Leitoa turned Jori toward him and made a swift snip.
The interior stitches will dissolve on their own.
The doctor pointed to the severely bruised area near Jori's eye and cut another stitch.
The zygomatic bone, which forms the floor of your eye socket, was fractured but without any displacement.
Snip, snip.
There shouldn't be any problems with your mobility in your eye. Seeing this now, you probably won't realize how fortunate you are.
He put his hand on Jori's shoulder.
If the blow had been much higher, you could have had serious consequences with the eye, including losing it.
Too bad. I could have worn a cool eye patch like Nick Fury. Jori considered how he looked now compared to 10 years before, doubting that Katarina would have troubled herself with him. The image of her sultry face as she had kissed him flashed through his mind. Even as the memory sickened him, it still had the power to arouse him. Jori squeezed his eyes shut, thrusting the woman from his mind. He shifted his mouth and winced at the tenderness, almost wishing he had taken the meds after all. I guess I'll have to settle for changing from beauty to a beast, Jori said. The doctor ignored the comment, but the nurse gave a disapproving gasp.
It takes a good year for scars to mature. You'll have to be careful of the sun, especially with your fair complexion.
Dr. Leitoa held a fresh bandage in position, and the nurse placed the tape in new locations.
Some dermabrasion followed by microdermabrasion to smooth out the tissue will help a lot. Your physician at home can advise you on that.
The crew's insurance rep said something about paying for it. Are you releasing me?
Do you have anyone on the island we can release you to?
The doctor considered him.
Any family?
Sometimes family isn't any help, Doc. Jori bent to pick up the bag Elle had brought.
What about the people who have visited you? The young lady? You shouldn't have to go through this alone.
When can I leave?
I'll sign the order now,
the doctor said, frowning his disapproval.
But you'll have to wait for the paperwork until tomorrow. The nurse will bring your instructions and a prescription.
Over the counter will be fine. Jori would be free. But to do what? He had gone on the cruise to work on his art. Was this the time to get serious about it?
I'll include a prescription in case you change your mind. You don't have to fill it.
Dr. Leitoa held out his hand.
I wish you well, Mr. Virtanen.
Thank you. Jori shook the man's hand. When his dinner arrived, Jori didn't feel much like eating. He needed to figure out what to do. The cruise line had provided him with hotel and airport vouchers, but he had to see Elle first, if only to get the rest of his stuff. His phone rang and he leapt from the chair to get it. Elle?
I'm afraid not,
said a beautiful and somewhat familiar female voice.
Is this Jori Virtanen?
Where had he heard that voice before? A name tickled the edges of his memory, but when he looked too closely it slipped away.
Am I speaking with Mr. Virtanen?
Her voice was more firm. Who wants to know?
Olivia Howard.
Jori swore and almost hung up the phone. The last thing he wanted to do was talk to the press.
Please don't hang up, she said in a rush. I want to offer my condolences for the loss of your friends.
Yeah, right. The anger and frustration Jori had been trying to keep at bay crashed in on him. You're only sorry because you have fewer people to interview for your show.
Have you ever seen my show?
Good, he had her on the defensive. Even as he thought it, he wondered why he should feel guilty for making her sound hurt. That doesn't change anything. You're all just a bunch of blood-sucking.
Mr. Virtanen, I am absolutely sincere.
The quiet dignity in her voice stole away his anger, leaving him feeling drained and a little vulnerable. He didn't like feeling that way. I'm not doing the interview with the others.
Yes, your friend Wes said as much to my staff.
Then why call? Olivia hesitated.
I was touched by your story. I want you to know there are many people here who care.
She was good. Jori believed she meant everything she said. Okay, so you told me. I'm still not doing an interview. Her sigh was deep and hinted at something Jori couldn't put his finger on. He hated trying to read people over the phone without the benefit of body language and facial expressions.
I am sorry about your friends,
Olivia said.
I won't trouble you further.
She cut the call. Jori hung up the receiver, unsettled. Olivia set down the phone. She hadn't blown a first interview request so phenomenally since her early days in college nearly a decade ago. Her growing reputation had spoiled her, made her cocky. Like everyone should be honored to be interviewed by the Olivia Howard. It served her right that he was such a jerk, but this was not the end.
I'm sorry about the news,
Nate said from her office doorway.
What news?
Olivia felt queasy with a sense of dread. While she had several stories going at once, Jori's was the only one she was taking home to work on every night. Nate knew how important it was right now.
The Coast Guard called off that search.
Olivia dropped her head to the back of the chair. That explained a lot. Poor guy. And she had walked right into it like a novice. She straightened and closed the Virtanen folder on her tablet before sliding it into her briefcase.
I thought you had plans for the night.
Olivia rose and headed toward the door.
Jankowski has the flu,
Nate said. She shot him a flat look and he shrugged.
Getting another bodyguard last minute on a Friday night is hard. My girlfriend understands. She's a fan of yours anyway.
Olivia was silent until they reached the car. It and the driver were contract perks. When Patrick opened her door, Olivia paused and turned to Nate.
Does your girlfriend, Michaela, right, like movies?
Yeah, that's what we were going to do.
He eyed her warily.
Why?
Invite her over tonight.
Can't do that.
The big man's body had gone stiff.
Do it or I'll fire you.
Nate gaped at her in disbelief until she pinned him with her don't mess with me expression.
I'm not a prisoner, Olivia said, and you're not a slave. I meant what I said. It's your choice.
Olivia slid into the car, clipped on her buckle, and pulled out Jori's file again. She should have listened to her instincts and waited to call him. One way or another, she was going to get through to him. When Nate slid in beside her and gave the driver an address in Queens, Olivia bit back a smile. The nurse brought Jori the paperwork after breakfast the next day. He signed it and accepted a bag with his belongings, swim shorts and shoes. His camera was still on the catamaran.
I should warn you, Mr. Virtanen. There are reporters outside. Someone must have mentioned you were being released today.
At his glare, she took a step back.
I didn't do it.
Sorry, he scowled. Is there any way to get out without them seeing me? Like borrow someone's scrubs? She blinked.
With all that bruising and a big bandage on your face?
He swore, running his hands through his short hair. The phone on the nightstand rang.
Do you want me to get it?
The nurse asked. Please.
It's someone named L,
the nurse said, covering the mouthpiece. Jori took the receiver, relief flooding him. Hey.
Your doctor called me and said I might want to come and see you right away. What's up?
I'm being released, but there are reporters outside. He tried to keep his voice neutral. In the past, he had always been a bit of a camera hog. Now, the thought of going out where people would photograph his face made him feel ill. Elle was silent. Having expected her to take right over and start bossing him around with a lot of practical instructions, Jori's stomach sank. What aren't you saying?
Mal said you're going to have to talk to them sometime. He knows all about communication stuff. That's why he's here. He's the family spokesman. It made things a lot easier.
Can you adopt me? Jori was only partly joking. He couldn't face the press alone. Elle murmured something to someone in the background and then said,
Here, talk to Mal.
When the man spoke, his slight New York accent reminded Jori of Braden's brother-in-law, Darcy.
Nice to finally talk with you, Jori. So Elle tells me you don't want to speak with the press. You do know, don't you, that if they're determined to get a picture of you, they will, and that it's better to do it when you're in control.
Makes sense. The muscles in Jori's neck relaxed a little.
Then let me ask you this. Is it better for them to photograph you now, with a bandage on, or later when the skin is exposed?
Now. Jori made a face at his blurred reflection in the window, hating the truth.
Then I suggest you order a cab and have hospital security escort you out to it. Let the press take your picture, but don't answer any questions. We've scheduled a press conference at noon, and you're welcome to come to the hotel and stand with the family. They won't be speaking either.
I'll be there. Jori unclenched his hand.
I'll alert security you're coming.
Mal gave the name of the hotel. Thank you. Jori hung up the phone and turned to the nurse. I need to order a cab.
I'll do that while you put your things together.
As she moved to leave, Jori reached out and grabbed her hand. Without thinking, he ran his thumb softly along the top, an automatic reflex from his flirting days. He dropped his hand. Thank you, Jori said. Her beautiful dark skin seemed to flush, and she dropped her eyes.
I'm happy to help a hero, Mr. Virtanen.
Him, a hero? Yeah, right. As soon as Jori saw the press gathered outside the hotel, he ducked down in the cab. At least he had thought to send his luggage ahead so he wouldn't have to stand around out front, waiting while the cabbie got it out of the car. They stopped outside the hotel's front entrance. After paying for the ride, Jori paused. His hand wouldn't move to open the door. He couldn't go out there where everyone would see him, take pictures of him. His breathing became so shallow he felt lightheaded. Jori leaned forward to tell the driver to pull away, but paused. Elle was expecting him. He took a deep breath, ignoring the strange look the driver was giving him. Jori opened the door and stepped out. The hotel doors opened at the same time one of the reporters noticed Jori and said something to her photographer. Caught between the opening doors and the cab, the crowd of reporters hesitated, giving two beefy-looking men time to get to Jori first.
Back off,
one of the security guards barked while the other one got between Jori and the press.
This way, sir.
He pointed to the door. Jori let them march him inside the hotel. Once the automatic doors closed behind them, he was able to breathe again. Thanks, guys.
Mr. Armstrong said he would be down shortly with the others,
the taller man said.
We have a conference room set aside for the family.
He pointed.
This way.
Jori was the first in the chilly room. He shivered in the ugly shirt Elle had given him. Why were hotels always so cold? It was only a few minutes before the others entered the room. At first, looking at their somber faces, Jori wondered if he should have come. Then Elle, eyes swollen and red, dashed over and threw her arms around him.
I'm so glad you came.
She looked up at him.
You okay?
I am now. He hugged Elle and let her go, surprised when she stayed close to him, her shoulder pressing against his arm. She must have been more nervous about the press conference than she had let on. Jori looked around for Mal, but he knew all the faces. Ashland's eyes were as red as Elle's, and he sympathized as Braden's sister tried to calm Kate. The little kid was usually happy and well-behaved. Jori couldn't remember seeing her throw a temper tantrum before. It made him wonder how much her parents had told her. What did missing mean to a 5-year-old? He could hardly get his own mind around it. Darcy came over and shook Jori's hand.
Sorry, we never made it to the hospital. We're glad you're all right.
Don't worry, you didn't miss anything. Where's your brother? Jori looked at the closed conference room door. I thought I'd get to meet him. Glancing at Elle, who kept her eyes straight ahead, Jori frowned. Had something gone wrong between them?
He's making last-minute arrangements.
Darcy checked his watch.
Should be here any minute, excuse me.
Darcy went over and spoke to his wife. Finally, the conference door opened and a tall man entered. The resemblance to Darcy was marked. Mal scanned the room, seeming to count heads. He acknowledged Jori with a nod.
Is everyone ready for this?
When they nodded, he turned and led the way out. Elle slipped her arm through Jori's, and they joined Ashlyn and Kate. Darcy caught up with his brother, the two talking quietly. For whatever reason, the hotel staff had decided to have the press conference in the lobby. The furniture had been pulled back to make room for the family, with a podium and a microphone in the center. Besides the reporters and camera crews, many of the hotel guests had gathered as well. Jori was grateful to have Elle beside him as the cameras turned on them. Him especially.
Remember what Mal said, she whispered. It's better to get it out of the way here.
She squeezed his arm, and it was only her silent strength that kept him from turning around and fleeing to the solitude of the meeting room. The camera flashes hurt his eyes, but he kept them up, staring at an arrangement of tropical flowers on a distant table. He didn't think about the words Mal was saying until Elle made a funny noise beside him. Tears leaked from her eyes in spite of how furiously she was blinking them.
We plead with sailors and passengers alike to be watchful,
Mal was saying.
We have not given up hope.
Thank you. He stepped back from the microphone and the reporters started shouting out questions. A man in a Coast Guard uniform moved to the mic and signaled for them to be quiet. Jori was glad he didn't have to say anything because the lump in his throat was about to choke him. Just what he needed, to lose control in front of a bunch of people with cameras. Finally, Mal gave the signal for them to leave. Jori was the first to turn away, nearly dragging Elle with him. When he headed toward the room they had gathered in, she pulled back.
No, there's a van in the back of the hotel with our luggage.
She wiped her eyes.
I'm glad you sent yours ahead. It's already loaded.
His sense of urgency eased, and Jori slowed down. When Elle nearly ran into a table, he stopped. The tissue she held to her face was a sodden mess. Here. He grabbed 2 new ones from a nearby table and handed them to her. Her shoulders shook, and he drew her into his arms. By the time the others reached them, Elle had gotten control of herself. Jori felt better for having been there for her. As a group, they walked to the van in silence. Jori couldn't shake the sense that everything was over. Even the good. Chapter 5. The red-eye flight from Pongo Pongo ended with a long layover in Honolulu, where the Armstrongs had arranged for a hotel suite. Jori's sleep there had been restless, so he was exhausted when they finally landed in Seattle, where they would go in different directions. It took all of his concentration not to panic. How could he have gone from relying on no one to being so dependent on these people? Jori took a deep breath, turned to say goodbye, and found them in a line facing him. It struck him then, as it hadn't before, how much he loved these people. He, the emotional cripple, had somehow bonded with them all. Faced with separating from them, especially Elle, his chest felt like his cheek had when he had first woken up in the hospital, like something was being ripped from him. Kate, so bright for a 5-year-old, ran to him for a hug and handed over a piece of paper.
Mommy said you should call.
Jori took the paper with a telephone number on it.
And she wants your number too,
Kate said. Ashlyn watched him, her expression expectant. Jori pulled a business card from his wallet and scratched out the number for his modeling agency. He added his cell number and handed it to Kate to give to her mother. I'm not sure what I'll be doing now.
Maybe go to school again.
Darcy gave Jori's shoulder a slight slug.
We'll let you know if we hear anything.
Thank you. After a final tearful hug from Elle, Jori forced himself to turn and leave them behind. Before leaving American Samoa, he had phoned his agent, Hillary, and arranged a ride. She waited for him by the baggage claim, her face grumpy. The tiny woman groaned as soon as she recognized him, letting loose a long stream of profanities. A memory of Elle leaping onto the back of the pirate flashed through his mind. The contrast between the two women made him pause, and he stared at Hillary as she descended upon him. He had once found her antics funny, but now she just seemed cheap.
What were you thinking?
Hillary grabbed his shoulders and pulled him down where she could see his face better, taking his chin in her hand to tilt his head toward the light.
What does it look like under the bandage?
She reached for the edge. Gentle, woman. Jori jerked his face away and out of reach. My cheekbone's fractured and there are a lot of stitches under there.
You've ruined yourself, you moron. Who told you to play hero?
Hillary planted her hands on her hips.
I ought to sue you.
At her loud threat, a small family nearby looked at them. The teenage daughter cried,
Mom, isn't that him? That guy who saved those people from pirates.
Go ahead and sue me. Jori's laugh was bitter. You said it, after all. I'm a hero. I'll get my own ride home. He jerked his 2 bags from the luggage conveyor and walked away. On the trip to his apartment, Jori's mind kept flashing back to unpleasant memories. The captain's body falling to the deck, Lynn shivering next to Braden, Elle being forced to strip. They were more real to him now than his old life was. As soon as he entered the apartment, the walls seemed to close in around him. He set down his luggage and headed straight to his wet bar and poured a drink. Taking a sip, he surveyed the room, with its eclectic combination of modern and antique furniture. The austere white of the carpet and furniture were softened by an 18th century Chinese screen hanging behind the couch, and the rosy needlepoint of 2 Queen Anne chairs. The interesting combination, the suggestion of a professional designer. The room felt like it belonged to a stranger. Jori tossed down the drink and headed out the door. A light rain still misted, and he pulled up his jacket collar. There were no people in the apartment parking lot. He headed to his car and drove to his favorite bar. He took a seat at the bar and ordered a double scotch. The bartender stared at Jori's bandage before turning to pour the drink. A couple having a drunken argument sat a few seats down. That suited Jori just fine. Anything that kept him out of his own head was good. His earlier drink had already gone to work on his empty stomach, easing some of the tension. By the time Jori had half his scotch down, the couple had become quite entertaining, especially when the woman threw the rest of her drink into the man's face. He swore at her and left. In the dim lighting, it was hard to tell how old the woman was. She stood rigid for a few seconds and collapsed into a chair, burying her face in her hands. It took a few minutes of watching her in the warmth of the alcohol, but Jori's old habits finally woke. A woman in need of comforting. This he knew how to use to his advantage. Send over whatever she was drinking, Jori told the bartender.
We close in 20 minutes.
The man's deft hands were already mixing a drink. He put it on a tray and headed over to her. The old Jori was in his comfort zone. He wouldn't have to sleep alone tonight. Chapter 6. Wes moved his leg and nudged Jori with his foot. On the other side of the catamaran, one of the pirates had planted himself in front of Lynn. The only thing Jori could see of her was one foot, pressing against Braden's leg. The pirate was saying something Jori couldn't make out. All at once, there were 2 other pirates there. Wait, there had only been 2, and now there were 4? Each of the new pirates pointed their rifles, one at Braden and one at Jimmy on Lynn's other side. Jori's heart flayed the inside of his chest. He tried to move, but his body was frozen in place. A yell caught in his throat. The first man moved closer to Lynn, leaned forward and did something to her Jori couldn't see. She cried out. Braden lunged to his feet, but the new pirate was ready. A red hole blossomed in the middle of Braden's face, blood spraying everywhere. Jori shot upright with a jerk, his body covered in sweat. He had to sit for a few seconds before he realized it had been another nightmare. When he reached up to feel the bandage on his face, his hand shook, his whole head hurt, and his stomach threatened to hurl. He peered around the unfamiliar shapes in the dark room. Where was he? The form beside him mumbled something. It all came back, and Jori swore softly. He slipped from the bed, careful not to jiggle the cheap mattress. Had he really told her how he had been hurt? What an idiot. What if she talked to the press? Still unnerved by the nightmare, Jori shook his head, as though that would throw out the image of Braden's face. Weren't the memories of the actual attack bad enough? Did Jori's stupid brain have to create new horrors? He tiptoed to a dark mound, pulled out his clothes, and dressed quietly. Sneaking out? The woman sat up and leaned on her elbows. Jori started. Moving faster, he silently shoved his feet into his shoes. By the time he found his wallet, he could feel her silent accusation like claws raking his back. He hurried to the door but hesitated there. For years he had made a habit of slipping away in the early morning, before the demands could begin. He couldn't do it. Jori turned to face the woman. She watched him, the light of the street lamp making her wet cheeks glisten. I couldn't face being alone last night. Thank you. Jori shut his mouth before saying any more. The woman watched him for a second, and her face softened. Before he could take a step back toward the bed, Jori opened the door and left the apartment. Down on the street, he leaned against the building for a second. What was wrong with him? The ache in his face finally got him moving. He had to get his meds. They were in his car. Jori paused. There it was, parked down the street. Had he been idiot enough to drive it while drunk? Could he get any stupider? His sour stomach rumbled. The apartment was empty of food, and he needed to eat something with the meds. With a sigh, he headed toward his car. When Jori adjusted the rearview mirror, he grimaced. The sickly green and yellow bruising added to the itchy, swollen skin under the tape. He loosened the edges, hoping not to make his irritated flesh bleed again. The doctor had suggested Jori leave it uncovered anyway. He had only ever looked closely at the wound once. It still made him slightly dizzy even to change the dressing. Tossing the bandage on the passenger seat, he grabbed an old baseball cap from the back and pulled the brim as low as he could. Traffic was still light that early. Jori searched out a small mom-and-pop market and ducked his head as he entered the store. It was busier than he expected. Keeping his head down, he grabbed one of the little baskets and headed for the freezer section. A woman with a young family was debating what kind of ice cream to buy as Jori passed. He started loading his basket with frozen burritos. Ice cream sounded good, too, so he shut the freezer door and turned. The entire family looked up and froze. The mother dropped her eyes and put out her hand to try to turn the children away from him. Likely before they could say things children were prone to say. Jori was used to admiring and frequently jealous looks from people. But this was different. The oldest child, maybe the same age as Braden's niece, Kate, stood rigid, watching him with eyes so round Jori thought they might pop out of her head. The woman shushed a toddler who had started to cry. A younger kid hid behind her legs, almost pulling the mother off balance as they tugged her away. From him. The scene ended when the middle toddler let out a high-pitched wail. The shrill sound drew the attention of other shoppers, and an old man glared at them from behind the meat counter, his huge cleaver frozen in mid-swing. Spinning around, Jori was glad he wasn't far from the end of the aisle. As soon as he was out of sight, he stopped, his hand shaking so bad he nearly dropped the basket. Jori almost left then, but his stomach rumbled. Pulling the brim of the hat down even more, he hurried to the checkout. The clerk rang up the food, his attention on the mother calming the child. Jori could still hear the screams in his mind as he jumped into his car. On the trip back to his apartment, Jori was still so distracted that he almost missed the news logo on a van outside his building. He parked the car a block beyond and put back on the nasty bandage. Walking back, he cut down a side street to his building's back entrance. Once in his apartment, he locked the door and leaned against it in relief. Jori glanced around the living room. He had once taken a lot of pride in the place. Like last night, he felt nothing. The sense that he was a stranger in his own house struck him again. Who was he anymore? The question followed him as he took a dose of pain medication and heated up a burrito. It stayed with him as he showered and followed him to his bed, driving his dreams. Later, Jori couldn't think when he'd made the decision. He simply rose from bed, went to his computer, and opened a browser. With no hesitation, he started listing his possessions for sale. Whenever he took a break, he would look out his window to see if anyone from the press was still there. The news van had gone, but he was pretty sure the guy hanging out in a car across the street was a photographer. For 3 days, Jori did nothing but sort through his stuff and box it to mail. It made him sick to think what he had paid for his belongings, compared with the gently used price he was selling them for. He could have used that money now. Leaning back in the Queen Anne chair, Jori scanned the chaotic room, littered with the remnants of his former life. He asked himself the same question he'd been asking for days. Why had he been spared when someone like Braden might be gone? Calm Braden, the gifted pianist, the surgeon. Why would someone who saved people's lives be taken and a shallow, hedonistic model be spared? Jori pinched the bridge of his nose. He had been given a second chance. He needed to find a way to make it count. Jori's phone rang for the first time in 3 days. After sitting frozen in place for a second, he scrambled to grab it with shaking hands. When they had all separated at the airport, he hadn't thought to ask who would call if the catamaran were found. He took a deep breath before squinting at the display. Colorado. Elle? Hey, Jori, how are you? I'm tired. Happiness filled him and he relaxed his grip on the phone. Her voice was too normal to mean she had news about the catamaran. How about you? Jori asked. How can you be tired after all that sleep in the hospital? That was drug-induced. It's not as restful. He went to his closed living room curtain. What have you been doing? Elle asked. When he explained, she asked, You're selling all your possessions? Remember all that drawing I was doing on the ship? Well, I've decided to do my art full-time while my face heals. I'm selling my stuff because I need money to live on. He pulled the curtain back from his window just a hair to peer outside. A shadow stood under the dripping light across the street. No umbrella. Stupid paparazzi. I'm avoiding the public right now anyway. What do you mean? Jori told her about barely evading the TV van. I'm pretty sure there's a photographer haunting my building. Aren't they stalking you? Some. I don't pose for them, but I let them take my picture. If they ask questions, I pull out my tears. When I get all choked up, they leave me alone. Tears? Jori chuckled, touching the bandage on his face and scratching at the rash. Not sure that would fit my style. Yeah, no tears from the hero. Don't call me that. He dropped back into the Queen Anne. Do you realize the cruise ship barely reached New Zealand yesterday? Are you still having nightmares? Elle's voice dropped to a whisper. Yes. Me too, she sniffed. I keep wondering why I'm alive and Lynn's. It's okay. I'm here. Jori wished he were there to hold her. She had done this a couple of times in the hospital, and it had made him feel less helpless to offer her a little support. Ashlyn and Mal keep telling me to quit thinking about it, and it'll be better. I've tried, but it doesn't help. If anything, my dreams get worse. What are they like? They spent the next few minutes talking about their nightmares. Jori was surprised to find the tightness in his chest easing some. So, do you and Ashlyn talk? He asked. I call her every day, or she calls me. We've gotten to be friends. What about Mal? Jori tried to keep his voice neutral. Mal had finally approached Elle at the airport in Pongo Pongo, and Jori hoped they had been in touch since. She hesitated. The same. An odd twitch in her voice made him think she must be blushing, and Elle didn't blush often. He seems like a good guy. The entire tone of the conversation had lightened. A very good guy, Elle sighed. Hey, you're not selling your laptop, are you? Why? Jori straightened. We've set up a group chat.
The first one was Sunday and it worked out great, so we want to include you in the next one.
He found it hard to swallow.
Jori?
I'm here, just surprised.
Surprised? If I was there, I'd hit you.
Elle sounded disgusted with him. Jori enjoyed the mental image of her standing with a hand on her hip, shaking a finger at him. His spirits rose.
Once you sign up, she said, get a username and let me know what it is. I'll add you. It'll be at 5 your time.
Her tone took on an I dare you to defy me edge.
Okay.
Okay. The last of his loneliness disappeared.
Good. What will you do once you've sold all your stuff?
Move to a cheaper apartment. A lot cheaper.
You should look for a room to rent. That costs less than renting a whole apartment. If you're making a clean break, why not look outside of Seattle? I bet you could find something that would give you space to paint.
Did I ever tell you that I love you, big sister? A world of possibilities opened before him.
Yes, I still like hearing it, but calling me big sister makes it sound like I'm big.
Jori could hear the smile in her voice.
See you Sunday. No excuses.
Elle hung up. Jori sat for a minute, not sure what to do. He was tired of working. Glancing around at the few items he had decided to keep, he settled on his laptop. He opened his browser with the intent to sign into BattleCloud, his favorite online gaming site. In high school, he had joined in on some group events where classmates would team up and play against each other. After Jori had graduated and gotten his first modeling contract, he had preferred the anonymous nature of a new username. Now, Hunkster Dude didn't seem appropriate anymore. Creating a new one meant he would lose points in his ranking, but Jori did it anyway. After a little thought, he settled on Zombeast13 as his username. He got a bitter kind of satisfaction from it. He checked the list of online users and found some familiar names. Master Zierg X and Sunrise Dancer were his favorites to team with, and Bentley Cruiser if they were teamed together on an 8-player map. None of them were currently in a game, so Jori chose a good map and sent the invitations to join his game. He wondered why he hadn't thought of doing this sooner. Master Zierg X.
Greetings, Earthlings. Thanks for the invite. Love this map. How's it going, SD?
Sunrise Dancer.
Long day.
Master Zierg X.
Been having a lot of those lately.
Sunrise Dancer.
You have no idea. Nice to meet you, Zombeast13. Noob?
Zombeast13. New username. Master Zierg X.
WTF, you'll lose your ranking.
Zombeast13. Get ready to play. The opposing team spots had been filled, so Jori clicked start to begin the game. He didn't want to tell them he used to be Hunkster Dude. New name, new person, new life. Jori relaxed and gave himself to the game. Chapter 7. Jori made a face at the burrito getting cold beside his laptop. He would have to face going out again, well bandaged this time. His attention had been taken up with selling his stuff and looking for a new place to stay. A message popped up on his screen. The email from Elle included detailed instructions for creating the chat account and a link to a page of rooms for rent in Redmond. Jori sat up with interest when he saw the photo on the last link. The huge 3-story shingle-style home looked familiar. After a quick online search, he examined a larger version of the photo and his heart pounded. He had no idea who owned the property now, but it had been built by one of Jori's artist heroes, James Lintner. It would be worth going outside just to visit the place. Looking at the empty plate by the keyboard, Jori grinned. Mother Elle must be sending positive karma his way if he had managed to choke down the burrito without noticing. He sent an email to the contact for the room and headed to take a shower for the first time since his first unfortunate outing. When he returned to his laptop, there was an email from a Michael Nosp. Along with a rental application came a form. Jori would have to agree to a background check. He did a picture search of the house and stared at the grainy black and white photo, comparing it to the newer color one in the ad. What better way to see if he had what it took to be an artist than walking on the grounds designed for and loved by James Lintner? Jori hadn't sold his car yet, so he didn't have to take the bus. The weather had cleared, the air finally warming. He had the convertible top down and cranked up some power metal. It made him think of Jimmy, the young Texas rancher who had wanted to sing with a metal band. A man in his late 30s or early 40s waited out front on the large grounds of the house.
Mr. Virtanen, I'm Michael Nosp.
He held out his hand and shook Jori's.
We spoke on the phone.
Call me Jori. He scanned the large expanse of lawn that ran level and then dropped in a slow slope to a small lake. Forest encircled the grounds, enclosing it like a giant fence and giving a sense of being much farther from the city of Redmond than it was.
I recognized your name.
The man hesitated.
I confess I'm curious.
Why I want to hide out in your attic? Jori pointed to his bandaged cheek. He examined the 3-story building, taking particular note of where a pair of dormer windows must have once been. Instead, the area had a covered balcony deck, affording a phenomenal view of the grounds and the lake, and was in a great position to catch the natural light. Jori itched to get up there.
Yes, well...
Mr. Nosp shifted his attention to the front door where a slightly younger woman tried to help an old woman from the house. When the older lady slapped her helper's hands away, Mr. Nosp choked back a chuckle.
Sorry, I shouldn't laugh at my sister. Grandma Anna's a character.
Jori watched the 2 women make their way to some lawn chairs in the shade of a huge oak tree. The thing had to be old, and he wondered if it was original to the house.
This is my grandmother's house, and she needs to be safe here.
She won't be in any danger from me. Jori turned to look at the man. Did the guy really think Jori would take advantage of an old lady? Why would you invite me here if you felt the need to say something like that?
Sorry, my sister's paranoia is getting to me this morning.
Michael's cheeks reddened and he pointed to Jori's bandage.
Knowing your history, I believe you. This house is already too much for Grandma Anna, and she should probably go into a retirement home.
How long can she stay here?
6 months to a year, maybe more. She hates admitting she needs help, so she won't have a live-in housekeeper or a nurse.
Mr. Nosp shoved his hands in his pockets. I'm no housekeeper and a worse cook. Jori brushed the shaggy hair from his eyes and chuckled. Definitely not a nurse.
No, she lets those people in during the day. The problem is at night when she's alone. We need someone close who could keep an ear out for her.
I can do that. I'm a homebody now myself. Jori scratched at the tape on his cheek.
Is a short-term contract a problem?
Since you know who I am, it's obvious why I need a new career. I'll be honest with you. I've only got enough money to support myself to the end of the year. Jori made a slow circle, examining the well-tended grounds. He grinned at Mr. Nosp and said, If I don't have some success by then, I'll have to get a real job.
What will you be doing?
I'm an artist. Jori's neck went warm at making such an arrogant declaration, but Mr. Nosp regarded him with interest.
I warn you, she's stubborn, demanding, and cranky.
The 2 men turned toward Anna, who sat in her lawn chair like it was a throne. Her granddaughter posed beside her as though expecting the old woman to do something unexpected. The elderly woman must have sensed they were looking at her, because she turned shrewd eyes to them.
Well, are you going to bring him over here or not, Michael? How can I decide if I want him in my home if you never let me meet him?
You ready for this?
Mr. Nosp mumbled with a chuckle. You bet. Something about Anna's determination to hang on to her independence appealed to Jori. The sister watched him with narrowed eyes. Jori wasn't sure if she disapproved of him in particular, or having a lodger in her grandmother's house in general. He approached Anna and gave her what had once been his customary bow. It was the first time he had thought to use it since the ship. It had once been second nature to do it. As soon as they exchanged looks, he knew she was the one who would make the final decision. Her eyes glittered as she examined him, and examine him she did, from head to foot. His self-consciousness about the bandage disappeared. Following his instincts and with a slight grin, Jori adopted the flirty approach he had used for 10 years. He held out his hand for hers. When she placed it in his, he took her gnarled hand with its parchment-like skin and raised it to his mouth, pressing it gently to his lips.
You'll have to mow the lawn once a week.
Her pale cheeks flushed and her face glowed.
You have gardeners come in once a week,
Mr. Nosp said, stepping closer.
I've always had a fondness for fair men.
Anna gave Jori another head-to-toe sweep, pointing a twisted but energetic finger at him.
I won't charge you for electricity if you take your shirt off when you mow the lawn.
Grandma,
Mr. Nope said as his sister gasped. You've got a deal. Jori grinned. He had a feeling he would like this old lady. Jori pulled off his holy t-shirt and used it to wipe his face, careful of the tender skin on his cheek. He stepped to the railing of the attic apartment, where the smell of the lawn he had just mowed wafted up to him. Redmond wasn't supposed to be this hot in late July, but the temperature was sure to break 100 again. Hoping for a breeze, he opened the French doors onto the deck. No such luck. The air on the usually breezy hillside was still. If the 100-year-old house had been a ship, it would be becalmed. Jori glanced around the apartment again. As soon as he had stepped into it, he had known this was the place for him. His instincts about Anna had proved right. Flirty she might be, but the old woman's eyes lacked the sense of predator that Katarina had had when she looked at him. Too bad his youth and naivete at the time hadn't recognized it for what it was. The house was close enough to Redmond for him to ride his bike there for supplies. Anna had insisted he take her car when he needed to buy larger items like canvases. Before Jori could get in the shower, his cell played Elle's ring. Hey, what's up? Jori put it on speaker and set it on the bathroom counter. Has your landlady installed Wi-Fi yet? Yesterday. Why didn't you email me, you idiot? Elle sighed. But I love you anyway. I haven't seen you in nearly a month. Kate asks about you all the time. We can't wait to see you again, even if it's only online. Elle, Shut up and be glad. We want you to be part of this. She paused, her voice suddenly hesitant. You are glad, right? He couldn't speak for a moment. Jori? Yes, I'm glad. Are you crying? Shut up. He wiped his face with his stinky t-shirt. That's what I thought. Smug Elle. So, have you mowed the lawn again? And made sure Anna was awake this time. Jori chuckled and tossed the shirt aside. Didn't appreciate you trying to sneak in an early morning mow, huh? She threatened to double my rent if I pulled that stunt again. He gave a snort and undid his shorts, letting them drop to the floor beside the shirt. Tell me she's just teasing you and not an icky, creepy old cougar. Elle's voice took on a worried tone. She's just giving me a hard time. I'll bet she was something else 60 years ago. Whenever I see her, she makes me turn my bandaged side away from her. Says she's paying to look at eye candy and not a hero with character. So she does know who you are. Jori turned on the water in the shower, and Elle's voice pitched up a notch. Are you talking to me in your bathroom again? Gross. 5 o'clock your time, Sunday night, bye. She ended the call. Grinning, he stepped into the shower. How can he have disappeared? Olivia set aside a novel and sat up in bed. He could be staying with friends, Jose said through the phone, going defensive. From your research, he doesn't have any real friends. That had been a big surprise to both of them, considering what a party boy Virtanen had been before the cruise. What else? Olivia pulled over her laptop. According to the online bids, the stuff he sold probably only brought in enough cash to support him for a few months. If he lives lean. If your guy's waiting for his face to heal, he'll have to come out of hiding eventually. No contact with his parents? No sign of any. His folks live their jobs. They hardly talk to each other. I would really love to have him on the show next week with the other survivors. Keep looking. Yes, ma'am. He hung up. Olivia opened her browser and spent a few minutes checking the old online bids. Everything Jori had listed had sold. Some nice stuff, too. She liked his taste. After Jose's bad news, Olivia's mind wouldn't settle down. Needing something she could do while thinking, she opened her BattleCloud account and signed in as Sunrise Dancer. She had first gotten involved with video games for the sake of a boyfriend in college. After their split, Olivia had kept playing. Someday she would love to have a show about female gamers and the nonsense they had to put up with from guys. She waited for the game to load. How could Jori have just vanished? While her father had been able to stay off the radar for years, it was because he hadn't trusted technology. For someone with such a huge digital footprint, it was unbelievable that Jori could have just fallen off the map. The regulars were on. Since the gaming site was worldwide, the players could be anywhere. Some might be night owls like her, or live in other parts of the world. The new guy seemed to be on about the same time every night. Zombeast 13. Clever name. He was good and had saved her neck a couple of times. She wondered sometimes what had happened to their old player, Hunkster Dude. Not that she missed him. He had chatted all the time, and the way he had come on to Mean Girl B had been irritating. It had been hilarious when Mean Girl B had told him she was really a 50-year-old guy. Zombeast 13 might even be a better player than Hunkster. In Olivia's mind, it was a good trade. Bentley Cruiser.
Waves.
Master Zirg X.
Hey, SD, wondered if you were coming tonight.
Sunrise Dancer.
Reading assignment.
Master Zirg X.
You're always reading something. Beast's got an 8-player game loading. We're gonna kick some Zirg ass tonight.
Sunrise Dancer.
Good. I need a good alien bloodbath to relax. How are you tonight, Beast?
Zombeast 13. Having trouble sleeping. Need a good game where I'm in control. Master Zirg X.
Charge!
Whenever Master Zirg X said that, and he said it often, it made Olivia think of the old 40s movie Arsenic and Old Lace. She had almost asked him a couple of times if he had seen the film. Sunrise Dancer.
Rolls eyes. Save it for the game, MX.
Bentley Cruiser.
I'm gonna fight a Zirg this game.
Master Zirg X.
Can you build your defenses fast enough?
Zombeast 13.
The opposing teams are ready. Let's do this.
When the 4 opposing teams combined in a Zirg rush, where they sent a large number of cheap low-level troops early in the game against Beast's base, Olivia was able to send her soldiers over in time to help. Bentley Cruiser proved he was not fast enough at building a Zirg defense and got wiped out a few minutes later. That game was the closest they had come to losing since Beast had joined their team. He wouldn't have to worry about his ranking on the forum if he kept playing that well. Master Zirg X.
Pwned. We'll have to be careful in the future. Don't want to get Bentley'd.
Olivia laughed to herself. Poor Bentley Cruiser was going to get razzed now every time they played together. Sunrise Dancer.
Dies.
Zombeast 13. Too funny. Got a team term now. Bentley'd. BC won't live this down. MX signed off, but Olivia's mind was still thinking about where Jori could be hiding. Sunrise Dancer.
I can't sleep yet. You?
Zombeast 13. Not ready to face my bed yet. Sunrise Dancer.
You have insomnia?
Zombeast 13. You could call it that. Recent problem. I've always stayed up late, though. My brain doesn't want to shut off. About killed me in high school and college. Sunrise Dancer.
What did you study?
Zombeast 13. Business. Sunrise Dancer.
Did you like it?
Zombeast 13. Hated it. Sunrise Dancer.
What do you do?
He didn't reply at first, and Olivia wondered if his connection had broken. She had begun a new message when his answer appeared. Zombeast 13. I'm in between jobs. Sunrise Dancer.
The economy's been hard on a lot of people.
Zombeast 13. What do you do? Olivia had dealt with this question before and had a pat answer prepared. It was true enough that she read lots of books and did scads of personal research for all her interviews. Sunrise Dancer.
Research.
Zombeast 13. Do you like it? Sunrise Dancer.
Sometimes. Most of the time. Except when I can't find what I'm looking for, and I know it has to be out there.
Olivia wished she could share her frustration over the Jori search, but after a close call early on, she had learned that discretion was critical for her. She could pretend to be a real person here, but if anyone cottoned to who she was, she would have to create a new user ID. Olivia didn't want to do that. The history and camaraderie with her fellow players was one of the few outlets she had that weren't related to work. Zombeast 13. Like now? She was surprised he had picked up on that. It almost seemed like Beast was getting to know her well enough to tell her moods. Sunrise Dancer. Yeah. What part of the world are you from? His response was fast. Zombies 13. U.S. Well, I'm finally getting tired. GG tonight. Sunrise Dancer. Yeah, good game. Pleasant dreams. Olivia yawned and shut down her computer. She loved the anonymity of the game chats, where she could just be a regular person again. She gave a soft laugh. With her upbringing, she had never been a regular person. She turned off the light and went back to bed. Chapter 8. Jori heard the front door open behind him. The slow, careful steps meant Anna was about to join him on the front lawn. A month here and he already loved the grounds, both the manicured lawns and the surrounding wild woods that threatened to overtake them. Since the weather had turned more seasonal, he took every chance to draw Anna's groundskeepers.
Get my chair,
Anna ordered her nurse. He glanced up to find his landlady staring at the sketch. Anna had looked at his work before. He had thought at first that she did it to get a rise out of him. After half a dozen times, though, he had come to believe her interest was genuine. When the nurse returned with the lawn chair, Anna instructed her to move it closer to Jori. The chair bumped him and Anna snapped,
"Don't jiggle an artist at work."
Jori picked up his soft eraser to remove the line that had gone astray, waiting for Anna to say more. She didn't. Without a word, he went back to work, trying to ignore the sound of her breathing. The gardener's subject finished his project and went with the others to gather their tools and load them in their truck.
You done?
Anna rapped his shoulder with the backs of her knuckles, her stiff fingers indicating he should hand her his sketch pad. Jori twisted on the stool and gave it to her. As she examined the picture, he reached into his supply bag and extracted a letter-sized rectangular magnifying glass in a frame. He had purchased it in Redmond on his last trip and been waiting for an opportunity to give it to her.
What's this?
Anna took it with a frown. Hold it over the picture. She did and gave a happy cry. Straightening a little, she moved it over the page, the corners of her mouth broadening to a grin. What do you think?
You'll always choose people with high cheekbones.
Anna's eyes darted to his before turning back to the sketch.
Do you have a fondness for Indians? You might try doing some Western art.
Jori grunted. I was talking about the magnifying glass.
I like it.
She lifted the rectangle and examined it.
Why didn't my idiot grandchildren think of this? The glasses they bought me don't work worth beans. Now I can read the newspaper.
Don't go taxing your eyes. He reached for it.
It's mine.
Anna leaned back, pulling the magnifier to her chest. Not for you to abuse.
I'll abuse you if you try to take it from me.
Choking back a laugh, Jori dropped his hand and stood, putting on a runway pose. If you don't take care of your eyes, you won't see my fine physique.
If you don't start working out, they'll have to do that airbrush thing they did to that sparkly vampire.
She sniffed, but the corner of her mouth twitched. Oh, Anna. Jori laughed so hard he had to grab his ribs. Where do you hear things like that?
Television. Now stop laughing at me.
You are a delight in my life. He planted a kiss on her forehead. Her cheeks went red, but she still clung to her magnifier. You won't strain your eyes with that, will you? He asked. Jutting out her chin, Anna narrowed her eyes. If you go blind, they'll put you in a home. Jori hated that he had to use the brutally honest card, but it was the one she responded to best.
You play dirty, boy.
She shoved the rectangle at him. Not dirty. Truthful.
It's not fair.
With a sigh that carried the weight of her long years, she leaned against the back of her chair, letting his sketch pad fall from her lap to the ground.
Getting old is humiliating. Can't even flirt with a man anymore without getting disapproving looks.
Jori smothered a laugh and added some lines to his last sketch.
I get so used to giving those grandkids of mine trouble, my manners go right down the toilet. You've been through hell, and sometimes I forget I'm not the only one in the bitchin' line.
Swallowing wrong, Jori choked.
Shut up.
Anna waved a hand at him.
Help me up, I'm tired of being out here.
He offered her both hands and held still as she pulled herself to her feet. The nurse stepped around and tried to get Anna to take her arm, but the old woman waved her off.
Boy, will you eat dinner with me? After all these people are gone.
She shot him an appraising look.
I've got some things you might find interesting.
Sure, Anna. Jori watched her make her way up the lawn to the house, batting away the nurse's hands whenever Anna stumbled. He wondered how long this nurse would last. Michael wouldn't be happy about having to replace another one. Once back in his apartment, Jori pulled out a canvas with some rough sketching of the lake and surrounding woods at sunrise. He had left the middle empty, waiting for the right people to populate it. The young Hispanic today, with his strong Native American features, was perfect. Glancing at his watch, Jori realized the Olivia Howard show had been on for 5 minutes. He turned on a small portable television, which had once resided in Anna's kitchen, so he could listen and sketch. The show's guests formed a reunion of sorts, from a news show Olivia had done when she was just starting out on a local news outlet. Her guests had survived a terrible tsunami. As he listened, Jori finished the rough sketch of the gardener and moved on to a new picture. Olivia introduced a guest therapist.
So, Doctor, you're saying that nightmares after a traumatic experience are common?
Yes, that's the brain's way of trying to cope. But traumatic experiences, by their nature, leave victims feeling helpless. The trauma victim having nightmares cannot change what happened. The key is taking control of the dreams.
We'll discuss your theory about taking control of dreams when we return after a break.
Jori jerked his cell out of his pocket and dialed. Elle's phone went to voicemail. If you still record the Olivia Howard show, you want to watch today's episode. He picked up his canvas and pencil as Olivia introduced the therapist again.
Doctor, how can someone take control of their nightmares?
These nightmares tend to be recurring. The mind replays the events over and over again, forcing the dreamers to relive situations where they were helpless to stop what happened.
Jori scowled. The image of the pirate shooting the captain flashed through his mind. Then Elle, bare and vulnerable, facing off with the pirate, the missing catamaran.
How does this work?
Olivia asked.
One technique is to prepare the mind before going to sleep. Think about the dream events and work out a better resolution. But start with something small. People who've been suffering from nightmares want to rush to this because they've usually been suffering for a while before they come to me. But it's important to be patient.
Preparing for nightmares? All these weeks, Jori had struggled not to think about the excursion. Sure, that would trigger the dreams. He had dreaded going to sleep.
But what kind of small changes?
Olivia glanced at the camera. She had an uncanny way of making it seem like she was looking right at him when she did that.
It depends on the trauma and what's happening in the nightmares. First, though, try to find something positive that's already in the dream. Something that can be expanded on. If there's nothing positive, seek for something to change to make it positive. For some, it could be to ask for help. For others, it might be to seek shelter or treat someone who's injured. Maybe it would be saving someone.
Saving someone? What could he have done differently that would have kept the catamaran attached to the ship? Jori played out the events before he had boarded the pirate vessel. If he controlled his dream, there would have to be a way to keep everyone together and Elle safe. Jori grinned. Taking control. For the first time since waking in the hospital, he looked forward to falling asleep. A chill breeze through the balcony door sent a shiver up his spine. How long had he been daydreaming? The show's closing credits were rolling up the screen, so he pushed the power button and stood. Flipping a switch by the door, he took an old sweatshirt from a hook, tugging it over his head. The small neck opening caught the edge of the bandage. Tearing it off, Jori winced at the perpetual rash from the adhesive. He still wore the bandage because he couldn't stand to look at the scar, but even shifting where he put the tape was never enough for his irritated skin to heal. He went into the bathroom and stared at his face. The tape had ripped the corner of a large rashy area, making it bleed. Great, one more scar. Heading back into the main room, Jori reached for a new gauze pad. A loud thud came from the floor. Was it the front door? He checked his watch. Both the nurse and housekeeper would be gone. Anna was the only one there to make that noise. Anna? Opening his apartment door, Jori paused to listen but heard nothing. Nothing. He dashed down the broad stairs to the unused second floor, clinging to the dark maple banister as he swung around to face the steps to the main level. He froze, peering into the dim light at a form halfway up the stairs. Anna! He scrambled down, slipping 2 steps above the figure, crashing on his rear and bouncing down 3 steps. A sharp pain in his right butt cheek made him curse. A twisted hand grabbed his hair, stopping his downward movement with surprising strength. His heart thudding, he reached up and clasped it. You can let go, Anna. She did, and Jori rolled over with a groan. You okay?
I should ask you that.
Her eyes reflected the faint light shining in from the porch. What are you doing on the stairs? He pulled himself up a step and rubbed his rear. That would leave a mark.
What I wanted to show you is in the attic anyway, so I decided to come to you.
Did you drop dinner? Jori squinted at the landing but couldn't see anything out of the ordinary.
Don't be stupid, boy.
Anna smacked him on the arm.
I almost never climb stairs anymore. Do you think I'd try to get up 2 flights carrying something?
What made the noise, then? I thought it was you. She pointed to the right where the entryway transitioned into a parlor. Jori could just make out a long rectangular object. Her cane. What had it hit to make such a racket? Let's get you upstairs. Jori rose, stumbling a little. He would definitely have a bruise. Reaching out both hands, he helped the old woman stand. You didn't fall, did you?
No, just lost my balance. Dropped my cane when I grabbed the banister, then I was stuck.
She pointed her finger so close to his nose that his hair stood on end.
If you don't get that smirk off your face, I'll double your rent.
Yeah, I've heard that threat before. How should we do this? If I carry you, it'll be faster.
Fine.
She was such a tiny thing that Jori had no problem getting her up the stairs, but his right glute muscle was spasming by the time he got to the top.
Go bring up the casserole,
Anna said as she made her way to his paintings.
We can eat it up here.
I'm not running down and up those stairs again. He shook his leg and massaged the tight spot. Anna tilted her head and watched him, her eyes taking on a teasing glint.
Want me to check that out for you?
Jori already knew that responding would result in more taunts, so he ignored her. What is it you wanted to show me?
Turn up the lights. I want to look at these.
She faced his paintings again and fluttered a hand toward the wall. With a sigh, he did as instructed, leaving her to examine his work. He didn't want to admit to himself how nervous her scrutiny made him. He hadn't done anything but sketch since college, and he was still trying to remember techniques.
Where did you study?
UW.
University of Washington. Seattle campus, I assume?
Anna reached to pick up the canvas he had been working on earlier.
Did you major in art?
My father paid my tuition, so I had to major in business. All my electives were art classes, though.
The gardener you were drawing earlier.
Anna held up the canvas, turning it to catch the light better. She pointed to the second figure he had added on his own.
The girl is beautiful. I can't wait to see what it looks like as a painting. Get me my magnifying glass.
Jori limped to his case and pulled out the rectangle. Handing it to her, he stared at the addition and froze. Anna eyed him, the corners of her mouth twitching. It wasn't just him. She recognized the woman.
When did Olivia Howard model for you?
I've never met Olivia. He explained about watching the show while drawing.
Don't change it just because she's a celebrity.
The old woman handed the canvas back to him. There's no point in spending time on a picture I can't sell. With care, Jori set the canvas down with his painting supplies. He did think it was good, because it caught Olivia's vitality.
Keep it for when you're famous. Now give me your arm and I'll show you my surprise.
She pointed to a pair of locked doors on the far side of the room that Jori had assumed were being used as storage. Pulling a set of old-fashioned keys from her pocket, Anna handed them to him. These are impressive. Jori examined them. They seem really gothic. He gave a fake, uneasy glance over his shoulder and pretended to shiver. Your secret isn't a ghost, is it?
Foolish boy. Give me back those keys.
She took them and unlocked the door on the left, letting him undo the latches at the top and bottom that held the second door in place. He swung it open. Anna reached inside and flipped on a light switch. A thrill charged from Jori's stomach clear to the top of his head. He would have recognized the master who had created the paintings, watercolors, and sketches that filled the small room anywhere. Bucking the expressionist trend of his day, James Lintner had brought a depth of detail unheard of among his peers.
James Lintner was my father.
Anna, I can't believe you let me live right next to these for weeks without telling me. She patted Jori's arm and led him to the first picture on the left. Lintner's trademark had been to include a miniature expressionist element in some inconspicuous place in his works, making them almost like Where's Waldo. Once Lintner had become famous, he had taken to including one tiny replica of the work of an artist friend in each of his own. Let me get you a chair, Jori said when he noticed how tired Anna looked. He retrieved the one at his breakfast table. Settled in the dark mahogany antique armchair, she reminded him of the first time he had seen her, resembling a queen overlooking her kingdom.
I haven't been able to look at these for a long time,
she said. No one would bring you up here? Anna hesitated, casting him a calculating look.
They don't know about them.
Jori considered her, and then the display. That was why he couldn't remember having studied any of these at school. In one painting he recognized the edge of the woods that surrounded the grounds, though they were more manicured now. A woman watched as two small children played on the grass. Are you the little girl?
Yes, we were twins. Georgie died in the Battle of Normandy, and cancer took Mama not long after. It was like the life went out of Papa. He quit painting, quit eating.
Anna's eyes swept the room.
Quit living.
Jori ached for the pain in her voice. He had always thought his childhood had been hard. Now he wasn't sure. Was it worse to be part of a loving family that was ripped apart, or to be rejected by a cold, distant one?
My entire family was gone within 4 months.
Anna stared at her fingers spread open on her lap, her twisted, knobby knuckles barely touching. Lifting her eyes, she met his.
While everyone else was celebrating VJ Day, I was burying my father.
He recognized the hard look she gave him. She didn't want his pity. You are quite the mystery woman. Jori rose, shaking his right leg to work out the cramp. I get that those are special pictures to you, he said. You might not want them in a museum while you're still alive, but why keep them from your family?
All they would see is what they would make by selling them.
She leaned her head back in the chair, her attention on a painting.
That's all that's left of them. There's no one else still alive who knew them.
If you keep these hidden, Jori said, the flicker of an idea sparking in his mind that he set aside for later. Your family will never have a chance to know these people. When you die, they'll find this room and have no idea why the pictures were important to you. Anna didn't say anything, but her expression was thoughtful. Are you ready to eat? Jori walked over to her and put his hand on her shoulder.
You're still limping.
She reached out and patted his rear. It's getting better. He removed her hand, ignoring her grin. Give me the key and I'll lock it up again.
Leave it open. I trust you to appreciate their value.
Jori picked her up. Neither of them spoke as he descended the 2 flights to the main floor. You sit down and I'll nuke the casserole. Since she didn't speak, Jori didn't quiz her, but ate in silence. He rinsed off the dishes and put the leftovers in the fridge. When she continued to sit at the table, staring out the window that overlooked the large lawn, He pulled a chair next to hers and took her cold hand between his. I think you owe it to your family to share those pictures with them.
They won't appreciate the art.
The old woman looked more fragile than earlier. Anna, you're missing the point. That's more than an art collection. It's a family photo album. You know I have nothing to do with my family. Jori stood and started pacing. But I had incredible grandparents. My memories of them mean even more to me because the rest of my family is a bunch of jerks.
Is that why you only talk about that girl, Elle?
She shifted in her chair. We're talking about your family now. Leave it to Anna to lay his pathetic life open for display. They don't need to love the pictures for their artistic merit. They'll love them because they love you, and you love them. You are in all of those pictures. And you said it yourself, you're the only one who remembers these people. Jori left her in the kitchen, stewing on his words. He made the painful climb up the stairs, heading into the little gallery to take his time examining the collection. They had given him an idea. It wasn't until he washed his face before bed that he realized he hadn't put his bandage back on. He had spent the entire evening with Anna with his scar exposed. She hadn't said anything. Hadn't she noticed? How could she miss it? Jori leaned in closer to the mirror and ran a finger along the tape-caused rash that outlined the lumpy red scar. He had an appointment next week for his first dermabrasion consultation. Maybe it was time to leave the bandage off all the time. With the new information about taking control of his nightmares, Jori had been looking forward to going to sleep, but it evaded him. Frustrated, he got out of bed and turned on his laptop. Master Zierg X and Bentley Cruiser were both already in a game, but Sunrise Dancer was available to chat. Zombies 13. You waiting for the others to finish? Sunrise Dancer. Can't sleep yet, but not sure I'd be any good in a melee. I don't want to be the one who gets us Bentley'd. Jori chuckled. Poor Bentley Cruiser got ribbed all the time now for having created a team term for messing up. Jori hadn't talked with SD much when he was Hunkster Dude. She had always deflected his flirty comments and had been merciless over the fiasco with Mean Girl B. Now, as Beast, he was enjoying their chats. Zombies 13. Something bothering you? Sunrise Dancer. Just work stuff. In my research, I sometimes find ways to help people. Zombies 13. And they don't always want your help? Sunrise Dancer. Yes, or believe I'm presumptuous to think I know what's best for them. It's not like that, but they think it is. Zombies 13. Maybe it's how you tell them. I saw something on TV today that might help a girl I know. Sunrise Dancer. Which show? Zombies 13. The Olivia Howard show? About nightmares. SD didn't respond, and Jori checked to see if she was still connected. Zombies 13. SD? Sunrise Dancer. Sorry, got distracted. Olivia Howard, huh? Yeah, I saw that one too. Is your friend okay? Zombies 13. She was in an accident and some friends died. Sunrise Dancer. I hope it helps her. Zombies 13. Me too. Want to try a turret defense game? Sunrise Dancer. Not the theme park one. It takes forever and we always get slaughtered at the end. Olivia took her time closing down Battle Cloud. What an interesting discussion with Beast. Hearing her show might help a friend of his had been just what she needed that night. Such sincere endorsement couldn't be bought. She turned off the light and went quietly to the kitchen. Nate was in there, apparently waiting for her. You're up late, Olivia said.
Saw the light under your door.
He stepped aside so she could get a glass of water. Did you need something?
Not me. Michaela said something tonight that got me thinking.
Nate grinned.
I know, scary thing when the bodyguard starts thinking.
Stop that. You know you've become more than a bodyguard around here. Olivia pointed to the chairs at the dining table for them to go sit. What's on your mind?
It's about that guy you've been searching for with no luck.
Yes. All her good feelings from the Beast chat drained away.
Michaela thinks you could be looking in the wrong place.
Oh? Your people keep trying to find old connections from people he knew before the cruise.
What does Michaela think I've missed?
I'm not saying you.
The big man's ears went pink. Nate, Olivia said, putting her hand on his arm. Anyone can suggest anything to me.
Well, Michaela was watching the show where you interviewed the catamaran people. She thought it was sweet how really close everyone still was and wondered if some of them have stayed in touch.
Taking a sip of her water, Olivia thought back to the show she had taped a few weeks before. When she had first scheduled the interview, she had been surprised that so many of the traumatized passengers had been willing to talk about their experiences in public. A single conversation with Wes Johnson, however, and it had become clear that he had been the driving force to get the others together. Perhaps it was Olivia's continued search for Jori that made the story so important to her. Meeting the survivors just before the taping, she had been struck by how fragile so many of them seemed. Her heart ached for the hurt still in their eyes. 2 of the young women burst into tears upon seeing the others. For a moment, Olivia panicked. Her goal was to help people, not traumatize them again for the sake of a morbid public fascination. What if, by moving ahead with the interview, she made things worse for them? Olivia took longer than usual to begin the taping. Her crew kept giving her signs they were ready to go, but she shook her head and pretended to be busy while keeping a stealthy eye on the group. Slowly, the more they interacted with each other, the more comfortable they got. Rigid shoulders relaxed. Hand-wringing stopped. Even the rocking back and forth eased. As the group talked, they seemed to remember what had drawn them together in the first place. Olivia let out her breath. Wes was right. They needed this. Olivia made some quick changes to her carefully crafted questions. She could tell they were enjoying being together again. She wanted them, and the audience, to recall the thrill of being on a cruise, of the fun vacation. The more they talked, the more Olivia wished she could have gotten Elle Reinhardt to be part of the interview. Everyone mentioned her, like she was the magnet that had brought and then held the group together. Olivia took her time easing into the questions about the catamaran excursion. Her goal was to have the viewers experience the shock of the crewmen turning on the captain, but only if it didn't cross the line for the well-being of her guests. Never had she stretched her intuition so far in an interview. When the audience gasped, Olivia searched the survivors' faces and was relieved to see them take hands, throw arms around each other, strengthen each other. She leaned back in her chair and let them vent about their shared experience. All during the interview, Olivia hadn't been able to shake the thought that all these people had known Jori. They had mentioned him almost as much as they had Elle. When the filming had stopped, Olivia had pressed several of them about Jori's whereabouts, but everyone claimed not to have heard from him. "We've looked into Jori's connections with the other captives," Olivia said, frowning at Nate. She put her glass on the counter too hard and water splashed over the side. She shook it off and grabbed a towel. Elle Reinhardt is the likeliest person for Jori to contact, but there's no sign of him on social media.
Yet, Miss Howard.
Olivia stopped her vigorous rubbing and turned to look at him.
He didn't make big bucks off the stuff he sold. His money will run out.
I see where you're going with this. Olivia leaned against the counter, but I can't imagine him approaching her for a loan.
Me either. You mentioned that this Elle liked your fan page. What if you friended her? If something big happens in her life, she's bound to talk about it online. I think he'll show up for something like that.
I like how your mind works, Nate. Olivia gave his arm an approving pat and headed to her bedroom. Chapter 9. As the doctor reviewed the procedure, which included photos of the equipment he would use, Jori wiped his sweaty palms on his slacks. The idea of people working on his tender cheek, so close to his eye, while he was conscious, was enough to make him hurl. Would this have been easier if he'd had someone with him who cared?
We have a couple of options, Mr. Virtanen.
The plastic surgeon drummed his fingers on his desk.
The initial injury was pretty deep. You're fortunate that the doctor who did the stitching was good at it. Most of what's left is surface scarring. To smooth that out, it's going to take 2 or 3 dermabrasion sessions, then probably a dozen or so microdermabrasion treatments.
Jori clenched his hands, staring at the picture. One of the tools used in the procedure was a diamond wheel with rough edges the doctor had called a burr.
Or I think I can do quite a lot in one deeper procedure,
the doctor said with a sympathetic chuckle.
You would be under general anesthetic, though.
That's good. The weight on Jori's chest seemed to lighten. I don't want to be awake.
Be aware that a single deep procedure will take longer to heal and will hurt more after.
I don't go out in public much anyway.
I'll have my nurse get you scheduled.
That night, Jori fell asleep early, but was wakened by a nightmare where he had been surrounded by people wearing surgical masks. They had pressed wicked-looking wire brushes against his skin near his eye and growled, "Does that hurt? Does that hurt?" Jori rubbed his eyes, wide awake after the nightmare session with the psychosurgeon. He could use the dream technique, but wasn't sure how it would work on something he hadn't experienced yet. He needed a distraction. Should he work on his current project? He wandered over to the canvas and decided he needed better lighting. He turned on his laptop and read a couple of articles about Western art. It intrigued him, but he wasn't sure how he would approach it. His sketches tended to have an economy of strokes. He liked to see how much of his subject he could capture with a few marks. Not that he didn't also do some larger projects. He had some inks and charcoals that were quite intricate, but he usually saved the heavy detail, what he liked to call exquisite detail, for his paintings. Jori loved being able to step back from one of his big projects and feel like he was looking at a photograph, but more than a photograph. Since college, Jori had wanted to duplicate James Lintner's techniques, with a twist to make them Jori's own. Being able to study Anna's collection had done more toward reaching his dream than anything else he could have ever done. With modern paints, brushes, and even canvases, he was able to give a feeling of depth to his portraits, making them almost three-dimensional. Building up layers of paint and working through shading and the exquisite detail, his larger projects seemed to invite the viewer to step into the scene and mingle with the people. The clock said 2:30. He opened Battle Cloud. Surprised to see Sunrise Dancer still on, Jori waited for her to finish a game. It didn't take long. He pinged her. From a comment SD had made once, she must be on Eastern Time. Until he had looked online, Jori hadn't realized she might even be in another country. Zombies 13. You're up late. Sunrise Dancer. Too wound up on a project. Couldn't sleep. You? Jori hesitated. Elle was no good to talk to about the surgery because she still thought it was her fault. When he had tried mentioning it to Anna, she had been no help. She had told him to turn the pretty side of his face toward people and no one would notice. Zombies 13. I'm having surgery on my eye and it's kind of freaking me out. Sunrise Dancer. Why, if it's okay to ask? Zombies 13. I was in an accident. Sunrise Dancer. Was this the same accident your friend was in? He straightened in his chair. How had she figured that out? He tried to remember what he had said in their previous chats. Not much personal stuff. No wonder she had zeroed in on it. Zombies 13. Yeah. Sunrise Dancer. I'm so sorry. Were they your friends too? Zombies 13. I don't want to talk about them. Sunrise Dancer. My bad. Will you be sedated? Zombies 13. Yes, I hate anything by my eyes. Sunrise Dancer. Me too. One of my roommates wore contacts and it made me sick to watch her put them in. Ha ha. My eyes watered so much I'd have to put on my makeup all over again. Zombies 13. Funny. I'm not that bad. Dressed up as the Grim Reaper for Halloween when I was a senior. I used black grease paint all over my eyes, nose, and neck. Turns out I'm allergic. My eyes nearly swelled shut and I missed 2 days of school. My father was ticked. Sunrise Dancer. Jerk fathers. Like you could control what you're allergic to. Jori considered the screen, surprised at the strength of SD's response. She must have father issues too. He yawned. Zombies 13. I'm going to try to sleep. Sunrise Dancer. Sweet dreams. Zombies 13. You too. Jori leaned back in his chair and stretched. He decided to use the dream technique after all, recalling the surgery nightmare but changing the freaky parts. When he finally fell asleep, he dreamed all right, but it was about an elusive feminine figure dancing against the backdrop of the rising sun. When the day of the procedure came, Jori didn't say anything about it to Anna. He didn't care what she said. No way was he going to carry on with the scar if there was something he could do about it, especially since the cruise line's insurance was paying for it.
"What's Michael doing here so early?"
Anna asked as she peered out the breakfast nook window.
"He's supposed to take me out to lunch today."
"He's giving me a ride." Jori gave her a quick peck on the cheek. "I'll be back later this afternoon."
"But you didn't eat any breakfast."
She scowled at him.
"Where are you two going?"
Jori shrugged but didn't answer and strode out the front door. Anna rapped her irritation on the window. Both men just waved and got into the car.
You tell her?
Michael asked once they were on the road. Nope. Jori drummed his fingers on the door rest, forcing himself to slow his breathing.
You've been good for her, you know,
Michael finally said. Jori turned to look at the man, glad for the distraction. I think it's Anna who's been good for me.
She says you have an old soul.
What does that mean?
I asked her that. All she would say was it was in your eyes, that you were too young to have been hurt so much.
Michael glanced over from the corner of his eye.
I don't think she meant your cheek.
Your grandmother's a deep woman. Jori shifted his gaze to the side of the road. I've never known anyone like her. I'll bet she was something when she was younger.
Oh, yeah,
Michael chuckled.
She was only interested in having a good time. Took my grandfather forever to convince her to marry him and settle down.
Jori shot the man a quick look. Michael stared ahead, wearing a big grin, proud of his feisty grandmother. Anna had made a couple of comments to Jori about the crazy things she had done in her youth, but had refused to go into detail when he had asked. He could understand the young Anna coping with her grief by going a little wild. Had her family ever looked at the death dates of her parents and brother and connected them? Thinking about his own ways of coping after the Katharina incident, Jori grimaced.
It won't be that bad, you know. The procedure, I mean,
Michael said when Jori gave him a confused look.
You'll be asleep. The worst part is the worrying before.
And the healing after. Jori reached up and touched the tender scar.
Can't be as bad as the original injury.
Michael turned into the parking lot of a clinic and into a stall.
We're here.
Thanks for the ride.
Not a problem.
Jori got out and faced the building, telling himself not to think about the horror movie tools. Of course, they came immediately to mind. After he checked in, a nurse came for him. She paused, glancing behind him. I'm alone, he said. You won't be able to drive yourself home after. I know. Someone's coming for me. Jori paused.
Wow, that sounded really dark, like someone's out to kill me.
Everyone's nervous before a procedure, the nurse said with a hint of a smile. The surgical staff played the cheerful card as they stabbed and jabbed. It reminded Jori too much of the hospital in American Samoa to be comforting. He was glad when they finally wheeled him into the operating room and the anesthetist gave him the medication. Now, if he just didn't... Jori woke feeling dim-witted and more than a little nauseated. The bandaging on his face pressed against him, once again reminding him of when he had wakened in American Samoa. He hoped the procedure had helped. What a waste if he had gone through all of that for nothing. A hand stroked his, and he turned his head to find Anna sitting by the bed in the recovery room. What are you doing here? His tongue felt like it was still asleep.
I had to make sure they didn't mess up that pretty face.
She reached over and ran a light finger over the bandage.
You should have told me, boy.
Sorry,
Michael said from the entrance.
Once she knew we were up to something, there was no keeping her away.
Thanks for coming. Jori reached across to touch Anna's hand. He wasn't alone after all. Jori pulled aside the drapes. November had barely begun, and already the rainfall looked to break records. First a super hot summer, and now this. He turned and went about the large room, flipping on all the light switches. He opened the door to the stairs and listened. The sound of Anna giving the housekeeper a hard time drifted up from the first floor. Grinning, Jori turned back to his room and went to the canvas he had been working on. He missed having such easy access to Anna's little gallery. Now, when he wanted to study them, he had to go downstairs into the living room. Anna hadn't said a word to Jori until dinner a week after she had first showed him the collection. Then she had informed him that some men would be coming into his apartment to move the pictures downstairs. Her expression made it clear that Jori had better not suggest it was his idea. He had discreetly kept his mouth shut. Picking up his palette, Jori considered the project, trying to decide where to put James Lintner's trademark touch. Jori couldn't help feeling smug at having captured Anna over several days when she hadn't known she was sitting for a portrait. He added a touch of ghost white to highlight the hair of the tiny, fairy-like young girl dancing with transparent beauty behind Anna. The high-backed dining chair holding his landlady at her most imperious had seemed the most likely place to hide the tiny miniature. The idea of blending in the scene with the twins dancing in the meadow under the watchful eye of their mother appealed to him. The painted panel would rest above Anna's head in the picture like a crown. His cell rang and Jori swore. He hated to be interrupted when he was so focused. His heart lurched. What if it was news? He swore again and thrust his brush and palette down, grabbing the phone. "Hello?"
Jori, guess what happened?
"Hey, Elle." His flash of irritation disappeared, and he dropped in a chair. "You won the lottery."
Don't I wish? No, Mal proposed.
That was fast. Jori grinned as happiness flooded him. He was a little surprised at the sense of satisfaction that came with it, a feeling that this was right. "Have you set a date?"
Christmas Eve.
"Next year?"
"No, stupid," Elle said with a laugh. "This year, and we want you there."
Even with Anna giving him her leftovers, his savings account was getting low. With care, he hoped to keep painting through the middle of January. "You getting married in Colorado Springs?"
"No, Mal bought the house across the street from Ashland, and we're having it there."
"New York, even worse. I wish I could come."
You don't want to come to my wedding?" Elle said softly after a moment of silence.
"Of course I want to come to your wedding. He knew she would start pushing next. "Hey, I can hear Anna calling me. Congratulations. Gotta run. I'm sending you a hug." Jori hung up and leaned his head against the tall chair back. A wedding. He wanted to go to a wedding, but New York? With his finances, it might as well be New Zealand. His eyes drifted to the painting of Anna. If he asked her, she would help him, but he wouldn't. He had some self-respect. What could he sell? Jori went to his laptop and did a search of airfare prices. It wasn't terrible, but still out of his reach. He then did a search for local events. Maybe he could make some money doing caricatures or something. An hour later, Jori hadn't made any progress. Early November turned out not to be the best of times for local events where an artist could make a few bucks. Elle's news brought forward the worry he had been ignoring. Jori watched the heavy raindrops beating on the window. The 4 months spent immersed in his art had been exactly what he had needed, both for his confidence and the consistency of his work. The thought of getting a regular job depressed him. He was so close to being ready to make a trip to New York to approach some galleries. His stomach growled and he checked his watch. Noon. He hadn't accomplished anything this morning. His cheek itched, but he was careful not to scratch the red, swollen skin. The doctor was pleased, but it reminded Jori too much of what he had looked like right after the attack. He went to the in-home gym that Michael had brought over rather than donating it. Jori pulled on the hand grips and went into crunches. The plastic surgeon, paid for by the cruise line's insurance company, had said it would take at least a dozen rounds of microdermabrasion to smooth the scar. It meant several months with Jori's fair skin made swollen, irritated, and red on a regular basis. He shifted to his upper body routine. With a bachelor's degree in business, he ought to be able to find something, though he hadn't done anything with it in 3 years. Jori moved to his squats. When his muscles trembled from the workout, he headed to the bathroom. Stripping off his sweaty clothes, he paused in front of the mirror, leaning in to look at his face again. As much as he had hated modeling, A couple of jobs a month would fix his financial problems. Too bad. Jori straightened and turned toward the shower, but looked back at his reflection. He flexed his abs, then relaxed and tightened them again. Lifting his arms, he went into the bodybuilding front double bicep pose. Maybe things weren't so dismal after all. With his wiry frame, he had never been bodybuilder material, even if he had ever been interested in that. But Anna didn't have to worry about his ripped chest or abs needing any airbrushing. If he had to, he might get some jobs body modeling. If he had to. Why did the idea feel like a step back? Exhaling, Jori got in the shower. As soon as he turned on the water, his phone rang. He ignored it and rubbed shampoo into his hair. When he lifted his head from the stream of water, he could hear the sound of it ringing again. Jori went to work scrubbing his body. The phone rang again. There were only 3 people who called him. One was Anna if she needed him. Was something wrong? Swearing, he grabbed his towel and slipped and slid to his desk, snatching the phone that had just stopped ringing. All 3 calls were from Mal. Jori sat in his desk chair and opened the voicemail.
Why didn't you answer your cell? Call me.
The phone rang again before he could click Mal's number. What was going on? Jori's hands shook as one impossible hope occurred to him. Mal, did they find the catamaran?
Oh, no, sorry.
Mal swore under his breath.
I should have known better. It's Elle. She messes with my head.
I can understand her messing with your head. Jori let out a breath. After all these months, he should have known better than to jump to that kind of conclusion. Elle does that to me too, but for a different reason. I'm happy for you two.
She wants you there.
I want to be there.
I hear a but in there,
Mal said. I don't have the money.
Then let me pay for your ticket.
I don't need your charity. Jori hadn't fallen that low yet.
She wants you there, and I want anything that will make her happy. Can I commission a painting? That's not charity.
I wouldn't take money from any of you for a painting. A pity portrait?
If you're looking for excuses not to come, just tell me up front, all right?
Mal's voice had taken on an edge. Jori could have kicked himself. He swallowed, his pride going down his throat like an entire Brussels sprout. Elle was more important than his ego. I'd be glad to do a painting.
Thank you.
The relief in Mal's voice soothed Jori's pride. Do you have anything in mind? As Jori's imagination went to work, he decided this could be fun.
Something with Lynn in it. And if you want to give a boon to Ashlyn, put Braden in the picture too.
A number of photos from the cruise came to mind, but one in particular made Jori's pulse speed up. The shot at the conclusion of the passenger talent show with Jimmy's power metal band would be perfect. The young Texan had been the lead singer of a gathered band of passengers, including Lynn and Braden on the keyboard. Jori grinned at the memory of the spiked black leather dog collar chokers. He had helped Elle find them during the Hawaii stops. I know just what to do, he said.
Thanks, Jori. I'll have your ticket emailed to you. It'll be my wedding present for Elle.
Mal hesitated.
You ready to show some of your work around here?
I'm getting close.
Then bring your best with you. I'm working on something.
What? Jori straightened in his chair.
Nothing yet,
Mal said with a laugh.
I'll let you know in December. You better get busy on that painting.
Later, when Jori joined Anna for dinner, he told her of his plans. She made a face like her food tasted bad.
You moving to New York?
Maybe someday. He swirled his fork around the shepherd's pie, mixing the gravy in with the potatoes and cheese. If I'm lucky.
I knew it couldn't last forever.
Anna gave a huge sigh and pushed away her half-finished plate. What?
Just when I'm getting used to having you around here, you leave. You know what Michael will do, don't you? Let my attic out to someone else.
Anna considered him with hooded eyes.
I don't share my fancy dinners with just anyone, you know.
I love you too. But you don't have to worry. Jori reached over and covered Anna's hand with his. It takes a long time to get any good as an artist. He rose, pointing to her plate. Want me to reheat that for you?
No.
He sensed her eyes on his back as he dished up a second helping from the casserole dish. When he returned to the table, he held his plate out to her. You sure? Her dark mood must have passed, because she took her fork and scooped a large blob and put it in her mouth. Grinning, he pushed a quarter of his food onto her plate. Anna went to work on it. They ate the rest of the meal in silence, though when he cleared the table he could feel her eyes on him again. What was going on in that woman's mind? When he had finished loading the dishwasher and turned it on, Jori faced her and leaned against the counter. Out with it, Anna.
It can take time to get a break, but sometimes it's a matter of luck.
She winked at him.
How's my painting coming?
What are you talking about? Jori schooled his face to hide his surprise.
You think the daughter of an artist can't tell when she's being sketched?
She held out her hand, and he offered his arm so she could steady herself as she rose. Anna patted his bicep.
I can see that you're appalled that I know. Don't worry, I can be patient.
She rarely swatted him away when he offered to help her walk, and this night was no exception. Escorting Anna to her door, he released her arm and bowed. The glitter in her eyes reaffirmed his suspicion that his nightly bow at her door was the reason she let him help her. Good night, Anna. Jori headed back toward the stairs. He was almost to the end of the hallway when she said,
I'll miss you, Jori.
It was the first time she had called him by his name. Olivia tapped her nails against the desktop, unable to keep back a smile. So I was right, Miss Howard? Michaela asked, clasping her hands against her chest. I wouldn't have thought to check the social page. A huge oversight on my part, considering this. Olivia stood and reached out her hand. Good for you. Michaela's pretty cheeks flushed a bright red as she took Olivia's hand. Spinning, her bright flowing skirt flaring out around her full figure, Michaela hurried to the door where Nate stood. As his girlfriend passed him, the only acknowledgement was when he extended his arm a tiny bit so their hands brushed. Olivia appreciated their professionalism. During that first movie night, it had taken Michaela about an hour to loosen up. It hadn't taken long for Olivia to realize how good the couple was at brainstorming. They also knew how to keep their mouths shut. Olivia had stopped resisting having Nate around. Her interview with the survivors of the catamaran had been a huge success and strengthened her argument with management. They had backed off, letting Olivia move ahead with her list of show topics. The sponsors were loving her numbers, so there wasn't much management could say.
So, you think your guy will come for the wedding?
Nate asked. I do. Olivia sifted through her notes again. The man's cut himself off from everyone he knew before the cruise. She remembered how often he had appeared in the news. An internet search had produced a huge list of events Jori Virtanen was named as attending, all before the cruise. How could anyone who had been around people so much suddenly become a hermit? He must be starving for a taste of his old life. Because of the interest of the press, the family had made it clear the wedding would be a private affair. Jose would tell her when Jori arrived in New York. Olivia just had to decide what approach she would take when she called him again. How could she get a man who had turned himself into a recluse to agree to let her interview him on national TV? Olivia didn't need the interview anymore, but she wanted it. Bad. For months, her evenings had been spent reading, analyzing, researching. The more she had learned about Jori Virtanen, the more she wanted to solve the puzzle that was him. She would be satisfied just meeting him and talking to him in person. It didn't have to be in front of a camera, but how could she convince him of that? By the time she got on to Battle Cloud that night, she thought it late enough that Beast would have already signed up. He pinged her as soon as she logged in. Zombies 13. I'm dead, but I had to come say hi. Sunrise Dancer. How's the swelling? Zombies 13. I can open my eye now. Sunrise Dancer. Can you see okay? Zombies 13. Yeah. How are you? Sunrise Dancer. Squee! Zombies 13. Ha ha. I guess that's good. Sunrise Dancer. It is. Remember that big research project I was doing when you first joined? Zombies 13. The one where you couldn't find something you needed? Sunrise Dancer. That's the one. I found it. Zombies 13. Woot. Now what? She groaned. How could she explain without saying too much? Zombies 13. If it's confidential, you don't have to say. I get that there are reasons we're anonymous here. Olivia wondered then who he was to need the anonymity. Was he famous? Infamous? Was she playing with someone in prison? Someone on death row? Maybe a well-known businessman who would be embarrassed to admit he was a gamer. Now that would actually make an interesting show. Zombies 13. SD? Sunrise Dancer. I almost Bentley'd. Sorry, it's a work precaution. Zombies 13. Poor loser Bentley Cruiser. I still love that term. But it's all good. Glad you found what you've been looking for. I'll be offline over the holidays, spending them with family. Sunrise Dancer. Have fun. Olivia closed her browser. It would be nice to spend the holidays with family, if she had one. She felt a curious sense of sadness that she wouldn't be chatting with Beast for a while. Chapter 10. Stepping from the airport bus, Jori pulled up the collar of his ratty jacket against the December wind. He made his way to the check-in line, avoiding looking at people directly, though his peripheral vision showed a few grimaces and plenty of averted eyes. Maybe he should have worn a bandage after all. When it was time for Jori to turn the art carrier over to the airline check-in clerk, he found he couldn't bring himself to release it.
"Sir, this is too large to carry on,"
the agent said. I know that. He clenched the handles, his knuckles white. You sure they'll be careful with it?
It's insured. If anything happens, you can just buy new.
No, I can't just buy new. Jori pulled it a little closer. This is original artwork. It's irreplaceable. Maybe he should have taken the train, but there was no way he would make it in time now, even if he could afford to change his tickets.
I guess you have a decision to make, sir. Next.
No, wait. The paintings or L? With a groan, Jori let the carrier go. Can you mark it fragile?
You've already done a good job of that.
The agent gave him a wry look as she pointed to all the stickers he had attached.
It'll be fine.
She placed the rectangular case on the moving conveyor with exaggerated tenderness. Jori stepped out of the way for the next customer but kept his eyes on the carrier until it was out of sight. Too late to change his mind now. He shook out his cramped hands and headed for security. The slow-moving line was long, so he called Elle. "Oh, Jori, what was I thinking?" she asked, all tired drama. That you love Mal and you want to bond yourself with him in a memorable way. Isn't that the way you described it? She laughed. You at the airport? Yeah. Mal was going to pick you up here, but I need him. So Darcy's going to do it. He's bringing Ashlyn and Kate. They're taking you to dinner. Will the Norths be there? Jori knew how close Elle was to Lynn's parents. He wondered sometimes if Elle worked so hard to be a presence in their lives to help fill the hole left by their daughter's disappearance. They were going to come, but Lynn's dad had an emergency appendectomy last night. So, no. Elle sighed. Only Mark will be here. Is Lynn's father all right? Jori's goal was to visit Colorado Springs to meet Lynn's parents, since he had missed them in American Samoa. If he sold something soon, he might be able to afford a bus trip this summer. He'll be fine. Mark's connecting flight in Denver is the same as yours. I think you guys are sitting together. Elle squealed. I'm getting married. Bye. Love you. With a grin, Jori slid his phone into his pocket and handed the security guard his driver's license and boarding pass. Bad accident last summer, Jori said, trying to head off any comment.
I'll say.
The TSA agent gave him a closer look.
You look familiar.
I get that a lot. Jori pointed to the scar. Stupid zombie shows. The agent grunted, marked the boarding pass, and handed Jori his paperwork. When they reached Denver, Jori checked out the boarding passengers and waved as soon as Mark entered the cabin. Lynn's brother wasn't as tall as Jori remembered Brayden being, but close. Jori had made friends quickly with the Colorado man during their online chats with Elle and the Armstrongs. The easy camaraderie reminded Jori of his relationship with Lynn. Mark shoved his carry-on into the bin and took the hand Jori offered him. When Mark then pulled him in for a quick hug, Jori only hesitated a second before returning it. The casual affection of Lynn and Brayden's friends and families always took Jori by surprise, especially how much he liked it. It was like his soul had been starving for years and was suddenly presented with a feast.
Looks better in person.
Mark indicated the scar and sat down, then searched for a seatbelt.
When is your first microdermabrasion scheduled?
Another month. Jori appreciated Mark's matter-of-fact attitude. How are your classes going?
One more semester and I'm done.
Have you decided what to do after you graduate?
I'm joining the Marines.
Mark leaned back, his attention on the overhead service panel. What? Jori leaned forward. You never mentioned that before?
I want to fight for people who can't fight for themselves,
Mark said simply. Good for you. Jori had always thought Mark was handling Lynn's disappearance too well. I couldn't take other people telling me what to do.
Yeah,
Mark grinned.
Somehow I can't see you as a Marine either.
They were silent for a few minutes while the flight attendants finished getting the passengers in their seats and went through the safety briefing.
I hear there's a surprise waiting for you,
Mark said, a twinkle in his eyes.
Really?
Jori hadn't bothered with gifts in years. He had forgotten how fun it could be. What kind of surprise?
I tell you and I die,
Mark grimaced.
No thanks.
Fine, keep Elle's secret. How are your parents taking your decision?
I haven't told them yet.
Mark gave a dark chuckle.
Come to my graduation and you can watch the fireworks.
You mean when you have an audience and they can't kill you?
Safety in numbers. Got any appointments scheduled in New York?
Next week, 4 galleries. Jori wiped the sweat from his palms. So much of his future rested on those interviews.
Why not just move to New York?
Have you seen the cost of living?
You could stay with Elle and take the subway.
Right, and crash the honeymooners? I don't think so.
It's weird, you know?
Mark said, watching through the window as the plane backed away from the terminal.
I heard about a couple of girls I dated in high school who have babies already.
He turned toward Jori.
It's weird to think of being a father and being responsible for another human being, you know?
I'm not the marrying kind.
Too busy being the player?
I used to be like that. It bugged Jori that Mark knew about it.
Any girl scared off by your scar isn't worth your time.
Jori shrugged. The scar was an excuse, a good one for now. When they landed and Jori put on his thin jacket, Mark scowled and glanced into the overhead bin.
Where's your coat?
This is my coat.
Do you know how cold the weather's supposed to be this week? You'll get sick.
Sure your name isn't Elle?
Shut up.
The first thing Darcy commented on when he greeted the 2 men was Jori's pathetic jacket. He pretended not to hear, his eyes on the luggage conveyor. Mark laughed when Jori's art carrier came into sight.
You must be relieved the luggage handlers can read.
Jori ran his hands over the corners of the carrier.
Is that everything?
Darcy asked, nodding toward the conveyor. My bag. Jori reached over and pulled it off.
I'll let you carry the important stuff.
Mark took it from him with a grin. As they drove away from the airport, an easy conversation between Mark and Darcy began. It was a continuation of a football team debate that had been going on between the 2 men in the bi-weekly chats. Aisling caught Jori's attention in the rearview mirror and rolled her eyes. His concern about their relationships being different when they were in person evaporated. They had barely pulled into the driveway of the large home when the front door burst open. Kate ran squealing through the snow and threw herself at Jori as he got out of the car. Wow, look at how much you've grown. Jori gave her a quick hug and put her down. Let me see. He pulled her over to stand next to him and measured her height against his stomach, glancing at Darcy.
Yep.
Her father ruffled her hair.
She's grown an inch since school started. I think she's going to be a tall one like her mother.
The little girl grabbed Mark's hand.
You're not dressed to be out here.
Darcy pointed to the house. Go inside and we'll bring in their luggage.
Okay, but I get to show them Uncle Bray's room.
With a shiver, Kate scrambled through the snow back to the house.
We're a little tight on space.
Darcy lifted Jori's ark carrier and handed it to him with care.
I hope one of you doesn't mind an air mattress.
The next 2 days were a frenzy of activity as they decorated for the wedding, making Elle and Mal's new home look like a Christmas catalog. During all the activity, the fun, and even the spats, Jori was once again impressed with the sense of family here. He loved it. Even though Mark had never been there either, he seemed right at home. The day before the wedding, as everyone was gathering for dinner at Ashland's home, Elle's cell phone rang. With a sigh, she picked it up.
Hello?
Elle's eyes went wide, and she waved her arm for everyone to be quiet. She held her phone out so Mal could hear and said,
Why, thank you, that's very kind of you.
Jori glanced at Ashlyn and Darcy, who both shrugged.
Yes, I did watch your show.
Elle paused.
Yes, you treated the entire subject exactly like you said you would.
She turned to Jori.
Well, I could tell him that, but he's here for the wedding. You can tell him yourself.
She held out the phone to him, her eyes wide with excitement. He took a step back in sudden understanding. Elle glared at him, but Jori shook his head, holding up his hands. Chuckling, Mal took the phone from Elle and brought it to Jori, who tried to take another step back and found Darcy behind him.
Voihan hemmeti.
His face hot, Jori snatched the phone and strode into the family room, knowing the others would follow anyway. He took a deep breath and put the phone to his ear. Hello?
Good evening, Jori. I called to congratulate Elle on her marriage tomorrow.
Olivia had such a beautiful voice. Even when she wasn't being all professional, there was an inviting tone and texture to the sound. What was he supposed to say? It wasn't his wedding. She had no reason to talk to him, except about doing an interview. Yes, her handling of the catamaran interview, including a touching tribute to the 4 who were still missing, had been kind and sensitive. He sure wasn't going to tell her how impressed he had been. The show hadn't changed his mind.
I'm glad you're here for the wedding,
Olivia said when he didn't answer. She sounded unsure. Jori rubbed his forehead, aware of the others peeking in through the doorway. Why? He didn't want to lose his temper. She had already experienced that at the hospital in American Samoa.
Because I'd like to take you to lunch while you're here.
Jori shook the phone. He couldn't have heard that right. Putting it back to his ear, he said, Say again?
Will you have lunch with me?
His stomach tightened. Yep, he had heard right. Lunch with Olivia. For an instant, he let the vision of the striking woman sitting across a table from him float through his mind. Then his inner eye focused on the background, and a horde of fans using their phones to snap pictures of them, of him, and his scar. I told you before, Olivia, I won't do an interview. Elle hissed behind him, and Jori spun. The others had entered the family room.
I'm not asking for an interview.
The lightness in Olivia's voice disappeared. She mumbled something that sounded much like a soft curse.
I've Bentley'd this, haven't I?
Jori's breath caught. His jaw clenched and his grip on the phone squeezed tighter as 2 parts of his life collided, igniting where they touched. It couldn't be. It had to be. Sunrise dancer?
How? No way,
Olivia breathed.
Beast?
Did you hunt me down? How much had he told her?
Oh, please, I've been on Battle Cloud for years.
Olivia paused.
Besides, you invited us to play when you first joined. Wait, you knew who we were?
She gasped.
Ew, I'll bet you're Hunkster dude, too. You are. I can't believe I couldn't wait to get online and tell you that I'd found you.
Jori blinked, the ridiculousness of the situation hitting him. He burst out laughing.
Are you laughing at me?
Olivia sounded insulted. No, SD. I think we both Bentley'd.
Yeah?
Olivia sighed after a few seconds.
Jori probably wouldn't have lunch with me. Will Beast?
Beast would have liked very much to have lunch with Sunrise Dancer. The corner of Jori's mouth quirked up. At least now he knew for sure SD was a woman. Olivia. Famous paparazzi-stalked Olivia Howard was his Sunrise Dancer. Sometimes life sucked. I don't think it's a good idea for me to have lunch with you. At his side, Elle's eyes bulged. She opened her mouth as though to speak, but Jori shook his head and put a finger over her lips. "All right," Olivia said. "Enjoy your holidays, Beast." "You too, SD." Olivia. When she disconnected, Jori handed Elle back her phone. "SD? B. Bent something? You are going to explain that bizarre conversation." "Isn't that dinner I smell?" Jori sniffed the air and rubbed his hands together as if in anticipation. "No lunch with Olivia, then?" Elle pouted. "You make me smile." Jori gave her a quick hug. "I'll bet she gets photographed wherever she goes." He pointed to his cheek. "Fine." Elle took Ashlyn's arm and the two led the way back into the dining room. Mal and Darcy both shot him appraising looks before following the ladies. "Olivia Howard's a gamer?" Mark asked, coming to stand beside Jori. "Let's eat." Jori kept his expression neutral. How much of her side of the conversation had they been able to hear? He couldn't explain why he wanted to keep this information to himself. "You know how to play it close, don't you?" Mark slugged him in the arm and headed for the dining room. Olivia set her phone on the desk, still trying to get her mind around it. She had played on Battle Cloud with Jori Virtanen for what, 2 years? Hunkster Dude and Zombies 13 were the same guy. She turned on her tablet and opened the Jori file. Flipping through, she stopped at the scanned images Jose had brought her. Hunkster Dude had rescued those children. Moving through more images, she stopped at the one in American Samoa. From HD to Zombies 13. Jori was Beast. Her head hurt. And eye surgery? That liar. Olivia typed in the date and time of their talk. What were they doing to his face? She remembered his fears about the procedure. Pulling up a new page, she started typing. A show on plastic surgery. Not the vanity stuff, but life-changing reconstructive surgery. Jori was her Beast. Olivia paused, her hand in the air above her keyboard. And he wouldn't have lunch with her because she was too famous. So many good things had come with her position. Olivia had thought syndication a huge accomplishment, a sign that she had arrived. With a national audience, she could make a difference in people's lives. She had made a difference. But once again, her success had come back to bite her. Loved or hated. There were plenty who didn't like her and were happy to rant about it all over the internet. Some didn't like her as a person. For some, it was because she was a woman. Really? In the 21st century? The double standard was infuriating. After her father, Olivia shouldn't have been surprised. For other people, it was her mother's heritage. The racist comments had increased the more popular her show had become. And the hate mail. And the marriage proposals. They still hadn't found her stalker. She hoped there was just the one. Olivia looked at the American Samoa picture again. She enlarged the photo. Jori looked horrible in the shot, and not because of the large bandage. The entire left side of his face was swollen, the white gauze unable to cover the spreading black and blue. In his eyes, she still saw the something that had intrigued her before. No longer subtle, it was raw and powerful. How much of the real Jori had he shown in their chats? HD had turned into Beast, and she liked Beast better, a lot better. Whether or not Jori ever agreed to an interview, Olivia wanted to understand what made the man tick. On Christmas Eve, they gathered in the great room of Elle's new home. Mal stood with his best man and brother, Darcy, near the minister in front of the fireplace. The rosy glow from the flames gave the charming room a cozy warmth. The atmosphere was dampened only by who was missing. The day before, Ashlyn had made what was supposed to be a joke to Elle about being second choice for matron of honor. Both women had immediately burst into tears. Elle's father stood at the top of the stairs, waiting for his only child. She made a beautiful bride in her white dress, which reminded Jori of the spirit of Christmas past. Elle's headpiece, however, was made of deep red roses that matched her bouquet. It had a sprig of mistletoe in the center. Mal's eyes glowed as he watched Elle come to him. Her father took her hand and placed it in Mal's. She sniffed, her face radiant. The room was charged with emotion, positive emotion. Jori found it intoxicating. 6 months ago, Mal hadn't known or been on the lookout for a wife. What about Elle had changed his mind? The connection between them had happened fast. It reminded Jori of what he had seen between Braden and Lynn before she had panicked and pulled back. Turning to a photo on a table set to the side of the fireplace, Jori considered the last-minute addition. A picture of Lynn and Braden dressed for the formal dinner before Hawaii. It was hard to believe they could both be gone. Jori found himself missing Braden and Lynn at odd times. They had been the first 2 people who had broken through the wall Jori had built around his shrunken heart. He paused, biting back a laugh. Had he really just compared himself to the Grinch? Maybe it fit. He stood in a room at Christmas surrounded by the people who had come through the breach. Out of nowhere came the thought that Olivia was Sunrise Dancer. Jori pushed it aside. At the instruction of the minister, Mal kissed his bride. Jori stood back as the small group pressed forward to congratulate the couple. Kate came to stand beside him and slid her little hand in his, still holding her flower girl basket. He looked down at her. "I did good, didn't I, Uncle Jori?" Her feet wouldn't hold still, and she danced in anticipation. "You did real good, Kate." Watching her innocent little face, he had a sudden image of what she might look like when she was older. Tall and statuesque like her mother, but fairer like her father. She would be gorgeous. A rush of protectiveness washed over Jori. No man had ever better tried to use Kate as Jori had used women in the past. When there was a break between people, the little girl squealed, released his hand, and ran to the couple for a hug. The longer Jori was around these people, the more he wanted what they had. When Aisling called everyone into the large dining room for refreshments, he approached the couple. Elle's happiness made her beautiful. At that moment, she could be a cover girl. "Palio nonnea, usted se le ella male." Jori squeezed her tight and then embraced Mal. Elle frowned. "You can't be swearing in Finnish. What's that mean?" "I wish you much happiness in your life together." "Hyvää joulua." She tilted her head, waiting for his translation. "Merry Christmas." Jori kissed her on the cheek. Chapter 11. Jori fidgeted with the carrier, trying to decide if he should be humble or angry. This gallery director had agreed to see him. A nobody wannabe artist should be grateful for the opportunity. Jori glanced at his watch again. He had spent an hour and a half in the waiting room, with an appointment. Jori pulled out Anna's old-fashioned referral letter from his pocket, her gift to him. Since Christmas, he'd had appointments at 4 different galleries, 4 meetings with bored, condescending directors who were doing a favor for an old woman who still had surprising connections with people in the New York art world. He should be humble and grateful. Was it arrogant of him to be angry at his treatment here? Lynn had said he shouldn't give up on his art. Anna had written a glowing letter. The 2 Armstrong couples said he was good. Was silently sitting in a stupid waiting room all this time, confirming the other director's opinion that Jori wasn't worth their time? Standing, Jori took a deep breath before grasping the handle of his case. The secretary eyed him, and he went to stand in front of her desk, his back rigid. "I have another appointment and I can't wait any longer. Thank you for your time." He bowed and left. Anna would not be happy. Jori grinned at the thought. No more contributions to this gallery from Anna's foundation. He grabbed a quick bite before catching the subway to the last appointment. A block's walk and Jori stood in front of the prestigious Schultz Galleries. He regretted his lunch as it roiled in his stomach. The gallery itself was amazing. Under different circumstances, Jori would have loved to spend the day there, enjoying the exhibitions. Now, Facing further rejection, the glassy and modern, almost sterile environment of the place chilled and intimidated him. He pulled from his inner jacket pocket a gift from Mal, a letter from Brent Schultz, owner. The letter was addressed to Jori and invited him to Mr. Schultz's office. What if this guy was like the others? Then Jori would have to get a real job and quit playing the artist. He guessed his art could be a hobby, one he would never show another living person. He shook his head. He wouldn't surrender to that mentality. Entering the office waiting room, Jori gave his name to the pretty woman at the desk and took a chair. He almost put his hands under his arms to warm them, but set them on his knees instead. Even the waiting room made the others he had visited seem shoddy by comparison. If those people hadn't wanted him, who was he to think this guy would? Jori wasn't sure his self-esteem could take another smackdown. Did gallery owners talk to each other? Tell each other not to make an appointment with that loser Virtanen? Maybe he could just slip out. A beep from the secretary's desk made Jori go rigid, his hand frozen over the carrier handle. The woman smiled at him even as she averted her eyes from his cheek. She indicated a door to the side.
"He will see you now, Mr. Virtanen."
Too late. Taking his time standing, Jori brought to mind the bright, sincere smile Lynn had worn when she had first asked to see his sketchbook on the ship. It had only been the second time she had met him, and she'd had no reason to be that nice to a stranger. He would have to trust the shine in her eyes, as she had tried to explain how his pictures made her feel. Jori took a deep breath, picked up the carrier, and entered the door the woman had opened for him. For such a powerful man in the industry, Brent Schultz presented an unimposing figure with his gray, thin hair and short, portly figure. The older man rose and shook Jori's hand before pointing to a burgundy leather chair in front of the desk. The cozy, traditional decor warmed Jori, and he appreciated that the man only gave his cheek a cursory glance.
"You come with quite a high recommendation from the son of a long-time business acquaintance, Mr. Virtanen. He has never once recommended an artist to me."
Schultz leaned back in his chair, resting his elbows on the arms and steepling his fingers.
"Either you're exceptionally talented or exceptionally lucky to have made friends with Malcolm Armstrong."
"I am fortunate to be friends with Mr. Armstrong and his wife. I can only hope that you'll think I'm talented." Jori swallowed. Enough.
"Well, Mr. Virtanen, why don't you start by telling me a little about yourself?"
"Like?" Mr. Schultz did smile then, though Jori wouldn't have classified it as warm. Mr. Schultz said,
"I am aware of your more recent history."
He pointed at Jori's cheek and opened a folder on his desk. Jori leaned forward so he could see the contents. Several of his modeling stills. Would the man judge him as unfit to be an artist because he had been a model? With a sigh, he leaned back in his chair and launched into a description of what making art meant to him, including a review of the college classes he had taken.
"Did you like modeling?"
"No." Jori reminded himself this was an interview for a job. "Because it was fake."
"How so?"
Mr. Schultz raised his brows. Opening his mouth, Jori paused and snapped it shut, not sure how to put it into words. "That didn't come out very well. I don't mean to diss digital artists. I should have said it's not real." Jori leaned forward in his seat, clenching his fists. "It was all make-believe. They would dress us up and use makeup to enhance us, and when that wasn't enough..." Jori scowled. "And it was never enough. They would edit the pictures."
"Not real?"
Mr. Schultz shifted in his chair, a hint of disdain in his narrowed eyes.
"How is that any different than, say, a Picasso?"
Picasso knew people recognized his painting as his artistic interpretation, his abstract vision. That's not what my modeling photos were about. Jori flicked a finger at the pictures on the desk, unable to keep the anger from his voice. That's fine as long as everyone knows that what they're looking at is a fantasy.
"But these photographs are to sell a product."
Rising, Jori rifled through the glossies until he found an especially sexy one of him in a loose bow tie, hanging with an open dress shirt. It hung over his tanned, ripped chest and abdomen, his designer slacks riding low on his hips. He remembered the oil on his skin to make it shine, and the waxing to remove every speck of body hair. Jori stabbed the picture with his finger. Yes, they're to sell a product, but they're also selling a logical fallacy. Buy this shirt and you can be as hot as Jori Virtanen. Even Jori Virtanen could never be that hot. He pointed to his cheek. Even before this. Jori went silent and dropped his hand, his flushed cheeks making the still tender scar burn a little. Sorry. I like passion in the people I represent. For the first time, Mr. Schultz's smile reached his eyes. May I see the portfolio you brought? Without another word, Jori picked up the wooden case, set it beside the desk, and returned to his seat. Mr. Schultz opened the carrier and carefully removed the first piece, tacked to its stretcher bars. With tender care, he removed the bubble wrap and then untaped the glassine paper. Mr. Schultz spent a lot of time reviewing the individual pictures, picking up some and holding them up to the winter light shining through the window behind him. Once finished, he leaned back in his chair. It took all of Jori's patience to sit still and keep his face neutral. He resisted the temptation to wipe his hands on his suit slacks. Schultz sat silent for so long Jori thought he was playing with him, but Jori realized the gallery owner's eyes seemed to be looking through him. While preparing for disappointment, Jori comforted himself with the thought that the man hadn't thrust his pictures aside outright. Would rejection be extra painful following such kindness? After a few agonizing minutes, Mr. Schultz nodded and gave Jori a smile. Are you a U.S. citizen, Mr. Virtanen? Jori blinked. Yes, sir, I am. My family immigrated from Finland 10 years ago, and we became naturalized citizens 5 years ago. You speak fluent Finnish, I assume? I do. What did any of this have to do with Jori's art? Excellent. Schultz leaned forward. You and Malcolm are both correct. I beg your pardon, sir? You are correct that you are lucky, and he is correct that you are talented. Thank you, sir. Jori nearly leapt to his feet to whoop, only stopping himself by gripping the arms of the chair. Your talent is still young, but with what I see here, I think you may have a very good chance of making a name for yourself. Perhaps a big name. I have one collector in particular I think will want to see this. Mr. Schultz pointed to the largest of the paintings still on his desk. The metropolitan scene had been based on an old family photograph of a trip to Helsinki when Jori was 12. With its exquisite detail, it captured Jori's memory of a perfect combination of weather, lighting, and rare camaraderie. The photo had given him his first desire to put something on paper. The smiling faces in the painting were bittersweet memories of emotions that no longer existed in the family. This particular collector, Mr. Schultz continued, likes to meet with the creators of his collection pieces when possible. The older man began to rewrap the canvas. He thinks it adds to the work to know the history and the motivation behind it. There was no way he could afford to go to Finland to talk with the guy. If this collector liked the painting, how much would he be willing to pay for it? Jori took a calming breath, maybe enough for him to stay painting at Anna's for a few more months. Thank you very much, sir. What do I do now? I will need to have a representation contract prepared. I suggest that if you don't have an attorney, that you hire one to review it with you. Schultz hesitated. Unless you weren't looking for an agent. To be honest with you, sir, I hadn't realized you were an agent. I thought you just owned several art galleries. I do that, but I also take on a few special clients. Some are well known, while others are like you, artists still growing their talent with a lot of potential. I like to nurture those. You won't need to worry about becoming an indentured servant, bound only to me. My contracts run for 3 years with an option to renew. I believe there will come a time when you are ready to be free and move on. Or stay with Schultz Galleries as you wish. Excellent, sir. This was more than Jori could have hoped for. More than he had ever dreamed of. Mr. Schultz rose and held out his hand. Jori stood and shook it. Schultz said, I hope you will enjoy living in New York. Jori froze. Is there a problem? The old man raised a quizzical brow. I live in Seattle. Jori shoved his hands in his pockets. I want to move here, but...
You don't have enough money.
I don't, sir. Jori sighed. Not yet. I was hoping to sell something on this trip.
As soon as we have an executed agreement, Mr. Virtanen, you have sold something.
Mr. Schultz grinned, his eyes bright.
2 pieces in particular would be of interest to my Finnish client. Another.
He picked up a picture Jori had done in Hawaii at the Polynesian Cultural Center.
My wife would like. Regardless of the contract, I want this.
Numb, Jori shook Mr. Schultz's hand again, and then gave his customary bow. For the first time in 6 months, he had a future. Chapter 12. The next few weeks were spent reviewing and signing the contract, breaking the news to Anna, apartment hunting, and moving into a dinky studio apartment in the Yorkville district of Manhattan. Jori had not anticipated being able to find a studio apartment he could afford so close to Central Park, where he hoped to do some drawing once the weather improved. Bars covered the single tiny window that filtered the little available light. Not the best environment for an artist, but it did have hardwood floors. You sure we can get this in the elevator? Jori asked as Mal pushed the elevator door button. He and Darcy had come to help with the move. Jori had accepted Anna's gift of a used bed, dresser, and desk. She had wanted Michael to bring her and the furniture in a truck all the way to New York, so she could check out Jori's new digs. A nasty cold had sent her to bed, and Michael had hired a driver for the small moving van instead.
I'm sure it'll fit,
said the truck driver, standing behind them with Darcy and the box springs. The elevator door opened and a short teen with an amazing set of dreadlocks looked up in surprise. His intricate braids pulled back in a partial ponytail made Jori think of Wes. The kid watched them with interest. His crisp white dress shirt and tie, and the cello case leaning against his leg, were a great contrast with the hair. Jori wished he had a pencil and some paper.
You guys moving in?
The boy finally asked, taking the handle of the instrument case and stepping out of the elevator. Just me, Jori said with a grunt as he tried to get a good grip on the mattress.
What floor?
7th.
Bodacious, dude. We're neighbors.
The kid held out his free hand for a knuckle bump but stopped when he realized none of Jori's hands were free.
I'll get out of your way. See you around. And you thought you wouldn't make any friends?
Mal said in a low voice.
Shut up.
Later, after everyone else had gone, Jori sat at the desk and surveyed his new kingdom. Pretty pathetic compared to Anna's spacious attic, but he was living in New York and had a contract with the prestigious Brent Schultz. His laptop pinged, indicating a message. Jori swiveled around to face the monitor. It was a Battle Cloud PM. Slowly he followed the link. Sunrise Dancer. Should he delete it? Jori waited a few seconds before clicking open. The guys wanted to know if you're playing tonight. Bentley is determined to redeem his reputation. Congrats on the contract, by the way. How had she known about the contract? Brent must have sent out a press release or something and not mentioned it. Olivia's offhand comment made him feel better. It had been almost 4 weeks since their phone conversation, and he had been offline for most of that. Yet here was Olivia, acting like the revelation of her identity was no big deal. Jori read the message again. What was she really saying? That she trusted him not to blab about who she was? Did he trust her not to pressure him about an interview? Or lunch? If Sunrise Dancer had appeared on Battle Cloud only after the cruise, he would be all kinds of suspicious. Jori read the message for a 3rd time, studying each word. But Olivia had been right last month. They had been playing together online for 2 years. Of course, she had hated him for most of that time. Until recently. He grinned and typed a reply. I'll be on in a few. Jori's professional life moved along so well that he began to get nervous. Mr. Schultz's client liked the paintings and even commissioned 2 others. The gallery had sold a couple more. It felt strange for Jori to imagine his paintings in the homes of strangers. With his new income, Jori had enough money for a cheap, for New York, loft with good lighting in a building that used to be an old factory. Every loft he had looked at made him miss Anna's attic, but he finally found one he thought he could do some good work in and still afford. He would have lived in it if it had been zoned for residential. Jori was tired but happy when he turned on his laptop back home that night. Almost immediately, the internet chat started ringing. Jori opened the connection to find Lynn's brother Mark rubbing his face. He looked like he hadn't slept in a while. "What's wrong, Mark?" "They're going to have Lynn declared dead." "Why now?" Yori's whole body felt weighted down. "She's been missing for over 9 months. Mark threw his hands in the air. "My dad was hospitalized last week with bleeding ulcers, and my mom's a wreck. The doctor said they had to put Lynn's memory to rest." The two men stared at each other. Declared dead. Jori thought back to Mal's words of hope at the press conference in Pongo Pongo. "What about Ashlyn?" Jori finally asked. "Her dad won't even talk about it." The weight on Yori's chest lifted a little. "You'll keep me up to date while I'm in Finland?" "I was hoping to get to Colorado to meet your parents before I left, but it's not happening." "Just come to my graduation and then you can complain about your success all you want." "I'm not complaining. Even Anna's happy for me. But you should have heard her rant about the guy who rented the attic. She said she told him he would never touch her lawnmower. I'm sure he thought she was nuts." Mark burst out laughing. "Thanks for sharing that. I needed something to smile about." "I miss her." "How long will you be in Finland?" "Maybe a couple of months. The Helsinki showing isn't until April, but I'm going to do some traveling first." "You still coming to my graduation?" "That's the plan. Find me some beautiful Scandinavian babe, okay? Pick one up for yourself while you're at it." "Right." Mark frowned. "You're not just working, are you?" "Hey, I socialize." "I'm not talking about spending weekends with Elle or Ashlyn." "You wouldn't say that if you saw how many people are still grossed out by this." Jori pointed to his cheek. "How many excuses are you going to come up with?" Mark's expression reminded Jori of Lynn then. "You earned that scar for good reason. When you stop running from it, the rest will come naturally." Mark looked at his watch. "I have to go. Talk to you later." Jori closed the connection and stared at his reflection in the monitor. This trip meant much more to him than simply meeting someone who wanted to commission a couple of paintings. He wanted to visit his old family home, where his world had fallen apart. Besides his father and brother, Lynn was the only one Jori had ever told. The memory of the day his brother had brought Katarina home as a new bride was burned into Jori's memory. She had been so beautiful, so kind and attentive to the gawky, shy 14-year-old Jori. He knew now that Katarina had seen him for the affection-starved youth he had been, who spent too much time in the company of a housekeeper and a weekday tutor. Like so many others, he had equated her beauty with goodness. The gleam in her eyes at their first meeting had meant nothing to him. Her seduction had been slow and careful, and upon reflection, had shown a surprising patience. Then, with his parents and her husband away on business trips for his 15th birthday, Katarina had sought out Jori, so he wouldn't be alone. She had been so beautiful, the epitome of sympathy for his loneliness. Over time, Katarina had encouraged him to confide in her, and gotten him comfortable with her casual touching. On his birthday, her touching had turned anything but casual. Jori jumped to his feet, sickened again at the memory. Sickened more at the response the memory still elicited in him. He went to the little bathroom and took his toothbrush from the cupboard. What would it be like to go back to the old house? He didn't understand his compulsion to return. Could people really get free from their pasts? Katarina had left for a skiing trip with friends early the next day, leaving Jori to deal with the aftermath. She must have been confident he would never confess what had happened between them. For a week he had barely slept, couldn't study, couldn't eat. Unable to approach his cold father, Jori had sought out his brother. Henry had never looked at Jori again without disgust and disappointment. Their father hadn't been any better. They had decided no one must speak of it. Whatever else happened, the family name must not be marred by Jori's behavior. His brother had quietly divorced Katarina, hoping to put to rest a handful of stories that had reached him and his father about her. It seemed Jori hadn't been her first lover, nor her youngest. Rinsing his mouth, Jori wished he could spit out the bad memories. A rapping on the door jolted him out of his misery. He grabbed a hand towel, hurried to the door, and glanced through the peephole. His neighbor, Rami. What did the boy want at this time of night? Jori unlocked the door.
Sorry to bother you, Mr. V.
Rami's white teeth stood out against his dark skin. The kid only came to Yori's shoulder, though he knew the boy was nearly 16. Is everything okay?
I know it's late, but my mom's been baking.
The boy handed him a plate of homemade chocolate chip cookies.
You know what she's like. She said she made too many for us.
Jori took the plate and stepped back for the boy to enter. Taking 2 of the cookies, Jori offered the plate to Rami.
And have her kill me? Those are for you.
The boy gave him a sharp glance.
Man, you look like crap.
He leaned closer.
I thought that, whatever thing it is they're doing to you was supposed to make it look better.
Mark spouted inspirational platitudes about the scar, and Rami, there was something so honest about the kid. Jori laughed. The doctor says it will look better when I'm done with the treatments. Only a few more left when I get back. Rami turned his attention to the paintings that lined the sparse furniture in the tiny room.
These the ones you're shipping to Finland?
Yeah. Jori brushed his hands off over the plate and came to stand by the boy.
They're good.
So you're an art critic now?
Well, you know me in the arts. I love me some music. Puts me with the geeks at school, so the only people I can hang out with are artsy-fartsy types. It's starting to rub off.
His phone jingled.
That'll be my mom. I better go.
Rami opened the door.
You still want us to get your mail for you while you're gone, right?
Unless you don't want the cash. Rami snorted and disappeared out the door. Once Jori had locked the door, he turned to consider his paintings, picking up one with a pair of lovers walking in Central Park. Why was he able to evoke so much emotion in the ones with people? Almost like he really connected with them, understood their feelings, like he knew what it was like to be in love. Would going home to Finland free him from his past, or dredge up things he was best pretending had never happened? Over the last year, as Jori had watched Mal and Elle fall in love, and had seen Darcy and Ashland's tender interactions, Jori had come to realize something profound. Until the cruise, he had never had a single healthy relationship with a woman. He exhaled thinking about Lynn, Elle, and Anna. The unbidden image of Olivia pushed to the front of his mind. Until recently, he hadn't wanted one. Jori looked over Helsinki from his hotel room balcony, the water off the John Stenbergen Ranta reflecting the flames of the setting sun on the coming storm clouds. He still thrilled at the familiar cadence of Finnish that floated up to him from the street. He had forgotten how much he missed Finnish food and the memories that came with them. Good memories, for once. He didn't feel like doing the tourist thing in stormy weather. Glancing at the clock, he did the math. It was midnight in New York. He turned on his laptop and went to Battle Cloud. Olivia and the others were already in a game. Even Mean Girl B was online. Almost immediately, SD pinged him. Sunrise Dancer. How's Finland? Zombies 13. Rainy right now. You're up pretty late. Sunrise Dancer. I'm stressing a little. Zombies 13. What about? Sunrise Dancer. Negotiating my contract. Zombies 13. Is that a problem? Sunrise Dancer. It is when I have to fight for the shows I want to do and not the mind rot they keep pushing. I thought I was past this. Jori chuckled. Mind rot? Zombies 13. So what are you aiming for? She didn't answer right away. Jori imagined her sitting at her computer and tapping her fingers against her lips. He had noticed that she did that sometimes during an interview, especially when a guest had said something that appeared to send Olivia down a different path of questions. Sunrise Dancer. I'll be completely honest with you, if you think you can handle it. Jori straightened in the chair, his stomach tightening. Zombies 13. If I can handle it, what do I have to do with it? Sunrise Dancer. Thanks to you, last summer they gave me a reprieve, and I got to do my stories.
My ratings have been going steadily up. In fact, the catamaran survivors interview sent them through the roof.
Zombies 13. How is that thanks to me?
Sunrise Dancer. Last June, they gave me a list of people to center a show around. 6 models.
Jori couldn't help feeling a little humiliated, even while he agreed with her. Plenty of people had made snarky comments about dumb models, who couldn't do anything else but pose for photographs. He didn't like the idea that she thought badly of him. Zombies 13. 6 models equals mind rot?
Sunrise Dancer. I said if you can handle it.
Zombies 13. I hope there's a point to this and you're not just being insulting.
Sunrise Dancer. I'm not sure I should tell you the rest.
Zombies 13. So you are being insulting? You didn't answer my question.
Sunrise Dancer. Fine, let's just say Hunkster Dude wasn't my favorite.
He fought the temptation to lash back with a snarky comment, but she was right. Even so, it was an uncomfortable thing to read. Zombies 13. Touché. But how did that give you a reprieve? Another long pause.
Sunrise Dancer. Can we talk instead of type? I'd like to show you something.
It was Jori's turn to hesitate. On some levels, he appreciated her honesty. He hoped she was being honest. Maybe. But did he want to see what she had on him? Because he was pretty sure she must have something. Sunrise Dancer.
Beast.
She typed in what had to be a different username and then a phone number. Jori picked up a pencil and wrote both down. Zombies 13. Remember, I'm out of the country.
Sunrise Dancer. An online chat, then? Not here. One with video, too.
Zombies 13. Let me think about it. My head's still trying to get around being called mind rot.
Sunrise Dancer. You said that, not me.
Zombies 13. But you didn't deny it.
Sunrise Dancer. See, some things are better not brought up.
Jori grinned. He liked getting under her skin. Zombies 13. Good luck with your negotiations. You might want to avoid the insulting comments, though. Someone might take it wrong.
Sunrise Dancer. Ha ha, so funny. Some other time, then. I can hardly keep my eyes open anyway. Night.
Jori checked the notepad and put the number and username in his phone. Chapter 13. It was time to make a decision. Yes or no. It was that simple. Call his brother or not. Yet Jori had asked himself that question 100 times, had picked up the phone at least a dozen times. Not once had he regretted breaking with his father. Unlike that relationship, Jori had wondered sometimes since the cruise if his brother could forgive him. Was the breach with Henry fixable? Had there been enough between the idolizing kid and the distant older brother? Or had the relationship been like everything in their family? A show for the public. Jori considered the relationship between Darcy and Mal. Brothers who were best friends and moved across the street from each other. Jori didn't want to hurt Henry again. What more was there to say that hadn't been said 11 years ago? Jori was sorry? It was wrong? He had been naive and ignorant? He had just been a kid? It had ruined his life, too? Reaching for the receiver, he paused and then dropped his hand. He should just let it go. Jori snatched up the phone and dialed the number. He was relieved when a woman answered. "Henry Virtanen, please," Jori said and finished. "Who is calling?" His brother, Jori. His stomach had turned into a hard lump. The woman hesitated before saying, "One moment, please." Rocking on his heels in front of the desk, Jori wondered again what to say. He had gone over possible scenarios. Until he had a cue from his brother, Jori had no idea which to choose. "I'm sorry," the woman said after what seemed like an eternity. "He doesn't wish to talk to you, and he said you should never try to contact him again." She hung up, not waiting for a reply. Jori stood for a minute holding the phone. All these years he had been right. Henry hated him and would never forgive him. Jori put the phone back in its cradle, a little surprised at the lump in his throat. Until the woman had hung up the phone, He hadn't realized there was still a little boy inside him who had refused to believe his big brother would throw him away. Jori rubbed the heel of his palm against his chest. Well, now he knew. He sat at the modern, functional hotel desk for a long time, staring at nothing. Finally, he pulled out a piece of drawing paper and a pencil. He started sketching and drew from memory images of his childhood. When he finished one, he took a new sheet of paper and began another picture. Jori stopped only when his muscles cramped. He looked at his watch. 3 hours. It had been a while since he had lost himself so thoroughly in his work. Stretching, he rose from the chair and set the pictures before him. He picked up one with his grandparents sitting under the trees of his childhood home. His brother, home from university, sat with them while a young Jori climbed in the branches above them. How different things might have been if his grandparents had still been alive when his brother had married. Jori hadn't been lonely when they lived, but his loving, down-to-earth grandparents had died within 6 months of each other the year Jori turned 12. His grandfather of a heart attack and his grandmother, Jori was sure, of a broken heart. He examined each picture. These memories didn't hurt and made him feel lighter, memories untainted by Katarina. Jori's hands were cold when he drove up the road toward the house. At 15, he had almost reached his full height, but everything except the trees seemed smaller than he remembered. The new owners didn't care for the grounds as well as his parents had. He pulled to the side of the road where he could see the house and grounds. In the far distance, he saw signs of the expanding town. Living here now wouldn't be such an isolated experience. Jori studied the large house. It had been more museum than home. Don't run, don't shout. You have to be quiet because your father is working. No, your mother is talking with some clients. You mustn't disturb her. Resting his head against the seat of the rental car, Jori considered his adolescence in the U.S. What if he had made friends with someone like Elle? He doubted she would have wanted to have anything to do with the bitter, disillusioned teen he had been, spending all his time chasing skirts. And Lynn? Her darker hair and eyes could never compare with Katarina's pale beauty. But Lynn's fire and fragility had endeared her to him in a way he had never imagined possible. He gave a soft laugh, thinking of her response to the one time he had made a pass at her after their first self-defense class. She had been so mad. It had been then, facing the possible loss of her friendship, that he had realized how much it mattered to him. Jori thought about what Lynn had said when he had opened up to her on the ship about Katarina. He still couldn't believe he had done that. Lynn had told him he wasn't at fault, that he had been a child who was victimized by a pedophile. Now, as he stared at the home of his childhood, where the events he had tried to ignore for more than a decade had happened, Jori forced himself to look at the facts. Really look at them. Henry had suspected his wife of cheating, had even heard rumors about her and young boys. 10 years older than Jori, how could Henry have been naive enough himself to ignore the warning signs? The man had left the kid to be prey to a monster. Jori slammed his fist against the steering wheel. He wasn't looking for a reason to free himself from his part in what had happened, but Henry had been a grown man, a man who should have protected his younger brother. So why hadn't he? Katarina had certainly held Henry in her thrall. Jori rubbed the sting out of his hand. Had his brother been in denial? That might explain the man's refusal to see Jori as a victim. He was the one who had brought the proof Henry hadn't wanted to see. Jori took in the grounds and the large tree in the front. His mind imposed the picture of the sketch he had done the night before. It reminded him of fun times in the Armstrong homes. They had showed him just how dysfunctional his own family had been. Neither of the Armstrong families were perfect, but they made it work, just like his grandparents had. He thought of how the two couples interacted with their partners. Comfortable, caring, friends. Jori had only ever pursued women for one thing. So what did he want? Jori found himself frequently sitting in one of the Armstrong homes and wanting what they had. If he thought of his history of one-night stands as a resume, what job was he qualified for? He knew now there were good women. What did he have to offer one? Jori forced himself to look at his past behavior. In the last year, he had skirted the issue, kind of like how people almost looked at his cheek. For years, Jori had made excuses for dropping his conquests after he had scored. After all, he had prided himself on being a good lover. Even as Jori had targeted many of the women, he had known they wanted more from him. They had thought they were building a relationship, and he had given them lies. Olivia had wondered if he could handle the truth. In this place, remembering Katarina, it was as though Jori's mental eyes had gotten LASIK. She hadn't just stolen his innocence. She had turned him into a user, like her. Cold, unfeeling, wearing a beautiful cover to camouflage the predator within. Jori closed his eyes and pressed his forehead against the steering wheel. His anger faded, replaced by disgust and nausea. Katarina hadn't made him pursue any of those women. He choked back bile. She wasn't the one who had targeted them, flattered them, or made them feel like they were special to him. How many women had he lured with promises of emotional intimacy? The tightness in his chest shifted up, threatening to choke him. Scrambling, he opened the door, getting his legs out and his head between his knees before he vomited. All this time he had hated her for what she had stolen from him, but he hadn't been any better, feeding his hatred, spewing lies and betrayal of his own, soiling others. No one had forced him to behave like that. Exhausted, Jori spat, trying to get rid of the vile taste. He pulled off his jacket and used it to wipe his eyes and mouth. After cleaning his shoes on the grass, Jori faced the house. He stood there for a long time. How could he ever make it right? Straightening, he kicked a rock and sent it skittering across the road. He got in the car and drove away. Olivia was preoccupied as she left the building. The number of ominous, threatening emails had increased the last few days, and she tried not to be distracted by them. She even tried to ignore how alert Nate was beside her.
Any luck getting the First Lady to agree to an interview?
The big man didn't look at her, his eyes sweeping the area around them. Olivia gave a soft, derisive laugh. She had known she was shooting for the moon with that request, but she wanted to support charities to help wounded veterans. The White House hadn't turned Olivia down outright, yet. She was hoping her newest rating numbers, due out in a week, would be high enough to persuade them. Her phone vibrated and Olivia looked down to pull it from her purse. She slammed into Nate's back. At his rigid posture, the words froze on her lips, unspoken. He was peering at the car, where her driver should be. Nate grabbed her arm before she had time to realize there was anything wrong. As he pulled her beside him, Olivia barely made out a tall silhouette moving from the shadows near the front of her car. The shapeless form lifted an arm toward them. Swearing, Nate pushed her down between two cars. He threw himself on top of her just before shattering glass rained down on them. Her bodyguard, the real meaning struck her, was giving terse instructions into the headset he always wore. Olivia's heart pounded in her ears so hard she couldn't make out what he was saying. Shouting erupted from the other side of the car, and something thudded against it. Olivia tried to move, her instinct to get away. "Don't," Nate growled. From the opposite direction came the sound of running feet. More shouting, another thud, followed by a groan, then silence. What was happening? Nate's weight was crushing and Olivia could hardly breathe. "Nate," she groaned, unable to stop her body shaking. "Shh." He eased up so he wasn't pressing against her so much. "It's okay, I'm here." Like she couldn't tell he was here. Olivia just wanted him off her.
"Nate, it's all clear,"
shouted a male voice.
"You can get up. Wait, you're covered in glass."
"Duh," Nate muttered above her. Olivia giggled, but it came out sounding a little hysterical. Her body's involuntary shaking increased. She felt cold and had to fight to keep from sobbing. Nate wouldn't let her up until they had brushed and swept the concrete around them. He must have felt her shivers underneath him because he kept saying soothing things, like she was a child he was trying to calm. At last, he slowly got to his feet and reached toward Olivia. She couldn't tell that his hands were also shaking until they clasped hers. Refusing to cry, she blinked rapidly, trying to sort her thoughts. She couldn't. "The cops are on their way." Nate put a comforting hand on her shoulder.
"Let's get you back inside."
"Where's Patrick?" Olivia asked, just then remembering her missing driver.
They haven't found him yet.
Her empty stomach heaved and she gagged, choking back burning stomach acid.
Inside.
Nate hurried her along, stopping when a woman in uniform came over.
Miss Howard,
he said,
I have to go talk with the authorities.
Olivia nodded and bit the inside of her lip to keep herself together. The warm taste of blood brought back unpleasant memories. She focused her energy on answering the police officer's questions and being cooperative, but it wasn't like Olivia had seen much. By the time Nate came to collect her again, she was exhausted. "Patrick?" she asked as soon as her bodyguard opened the office door.
Got knocked out and needed a couple of stitches. He's fine.
Did they catch the attacker? Olivia tried to get a look out the door to the parking garage.
Yes.
Olivia's hand started to shake again. She clenched her fist and held it close to her body.
You ready to go home?
Nate asked, concerned. Is it safe? She searched the big man's face.
I've already had the doorman check.
Let's go then. The press was waiting for the car as it exited the parking lot. It was strange to be the story. Olivia couldn't shake the chill that had settled on her. She didn't say anything but shivered in silence, not wanting to be any more trouble. Nate took extra care going through his search, and for once, she was grateful for his thoroughness. She went to her bathroom and filled the tub with hot water. After taking off her clothing, she checked out her knees where they had hit the parking lot concrete. The fabric of her dress slacks had taken the brunt of the fall. The marks would show bruises in a few hours. While the scratches weren't deep, they stung when she got into the water. Someone had tried to kill her, and Nate had covered her body with his. He could have died because of her. Her prune-like fingers were clumsy when she finally got out of the tub. Olivia wrapped a towel around her hair. Crawling into her bed, she curled up under the blankets. Her mind kept replaying the series of events over and over again, filling in what she hadn't seen. Finally rolling over, she looked at the clock. Just after midnight. Rising like an ancient woman wearing her years as a heavy burden, Olivia dragged herself to the door. She pressed her ear to it. The TV was playing softly in the living room, but she could hear the sound of Nate's voice. Was he on the phone or had Michaela come over? Olivia managed to get her clumsy hand to work the knob. Nate, still in his suit pants but with his tie off and collar open, broke apart from Michaela. They jumped to their feet, the girl's eyes red-rimmed and the shoulder of Nate's shirt wet. Olivia's heart twisted. She was responsible for this.
Miss Howard, are you okay?
Nate took a step forward. Blinking, she held up a hand. He stopped and waited while she got her throat to work. You could have... Olivia pressed a hand to her mouth to still its quivering. She wouldn't cry. If she started, she might not be able to stop. You could have died today.
We didn't, and it's my job.
No! The word came out so loud it startled them all, sending Michaela scurrying to Nate's side. He automatically put his arm around her shoulders and pulled her close. You're not Secret Service, and I'm not the president. Olivia hurried on when he looked about to argue. She held him with her eyes. Thank you for today. She turned to Michaela. Did he tell you what he did? The plump girl nodded, her eyes glowing. She looked up at the giant of a man at her side and said something softly that Olivia couldn't make out. Stepping back into her bedroom, Olivia closed the door. She coughed at the growing pressure in her lungs. She couldn't breathe. It felt as though her insides were pushing against her rib cage, like something wild trying to get free. For a panicky moment, she imagined a baby alien erupting from her chest. Shuddering, Olivia eased down on the bed, rubbing her breastbone with shaking hands. Her breaths came out in shallow pants. What was wrong with her? A ringing at her feet made her jump. Who would be calling her at this hour? The distraction eased the pressure, so she bent over and pulled the cell phone from her purse. It had a strange 123 area code. Hello? SD? The deep male voice had a hint of an accent. You gave me your number, remember? Beast? She managed to get out. Then, like a blood pressure cuff that had been squeezing her lungs tight, the grip relaxed. Olivia took a deep breath. Are you all right? Olivia started to cry. Olivia? Jori wished he could see her now. He should have agreed before to talk using a webcam. After returning from the old house, he'd had an overwhelming desire to talk about his flash. He had dismissed Elle because it had scared him to think of telling her about his dark history. He hadn't expected hysterical tears from the solid, dependable Olivia. What's wrong?
You...
It took a little bit of her crying to quiet enough for him to understand.
You haven't heard?
Her voice was muffled. Checking. Jori opened a new browser tab and did a quick search. He swore. For some reason, that made her laugh. It says your bodyguard pushed you out of the way, he said. You okay?
How did you get over the pirate attack?
Olivia's voice cracked.
I barely registered the guy before I was on the ground, but you should see me. I'm a mess.
She blew her nose. You helped me. Jori leaned back in the chair.
Me?
That show you did about nightmares. I was having a really bad time with them, but I'm not a fan of counseling. Too much other stuff they'd want me to talk about. But your show was just what I needed.
The Catamaran Survivor interview gave me the idea for that.
Olivia's voice was more level now.
All your friends mentioned nightmares. I thought about you and Mrs. Armstrong and wondered if you were experiencing them too. It's lucky you happened to watch that show.
Yeah, lucky. Do you remember what your guest said? Jori reviewed the doctor's technique with her.
It's funny you telling me stuff from my own show,
she said when he was done. Kind of poetic that it should come back to you after all you do for people. A kind of self-therapy. He thought of the other collection of paintings he had done at Anna's, the dark ones, and wondered what Olivia would think of those. They would make perfect illustrations for a horror book.
My work is my self-therapy,
Olivia said, sounding like she was smothering a yawn. What does someone like you need therapy for? Jori whispered.
That's a topic for another time, my friend.
Her words had become sluggish, and she yawned again. Do you think you can sleep now?
Yes.
She dragged out the S. Good night, my precious, Jori said, grinning. She giggled and ended the call. Jori sat at the desk for a while, replaying the conversation in his mind. Something good had come from his horrible experience. He had helped Olivia. He felt energized, almost high, until he remembered that someone had tried to kill her. Chapter 14. A few days before Jori was to return to the States, he had been wandering the area around his hotel. At dusk, he found himself staring into the window of an Italian restaurant. The experience at his childhood home, followed by the chat with Olivia, had been on his mind. He felt like he had run a long, arduous emotional race uphill. Winded and exhausted, he had crested the top, and a whole new world lay before him. But there was no one to see what he had accomplished. Watching the maitre d' seat a couple, Jori suddenly missed Lynn, and wished it was her in the restaurant with Braden. Jori hadn't told her much about Katarina, but Lynn had seen immediately what the adults in his life hadn't at the time. He thought she would have understood how much his epiphany meant to him. It was something he should be able to share with someone who could help him figure out how to make up for his mistakes. Jori shifted his gaze to consider his reflection. What should he do? He thought back to one of Olivia's comments about how important her job was to her. Did it consume her life? Mark kept bugging Jori about getting a social life. What did someone like Olivia do to get away from work? As much as he loved his art, even he needed a break. For a second, Jori stared at his face in the glass, the last hint of sunlight resting on the tip of his scar. Even distorted in the light, it looked so much better than it had 6 months ago, but only in comparison. He remembered the first joint show with several new artists at the Schultz Gallery in New York, where he had been chatting with a patron. Jori had noticed a woman's reflection in the glass as she watched him. With his uninjured side toward her, she got that speculative look he had seen hundreds of times before women approached him. She stood an appropriate distance until he finished and the patron moved on. From the corner of his eye, Jori saw her put on a flirty smile and a sexy walk as she made her way to him. He turned his full face toward her, the red scar prominent even in the mirror behind her. The woman almost fell from her spiked heels and staggered to the side as if she hadn't meant to approach him at all. Mr. Schultz must have seen it because he immediately stepped to Jori's side, his manner apologetic. "Do you think she'll feel guilty enough to buy something?" Jori gave a wry smile. "Not one of yours, unfortunately." Schultz had given an appreciative chuckle and patted Jori's shoulder. "She won't want to be reminded of her faux pas." "Well, it's nice to know someone will benefit from this." Jori had pointed to his cheek. He had tried to play it down, but now he couldn't help wearing the disfigurement like a badge. An in-your-face, I dare you to see beyond this badge. Jori grimaced at his reflection, purposely crinkling the scar. He admitted the attitude was pretty pathetic. One more thing to work on. When he got back to his hotel room, there was an email from Lynn's brother, Mark. It had a red flag and a terse request for Jori to call. When he got on the video chat, his nerves lurched at Mark's bloodshot eyes. What now? What happened? Jori asked, leaning closer to the screen. "It's my mom and dad." Mark's voice choked off and he wiped at his face irritably. "They were headed to Aspen and hit a patch of black ice just outside of Snowmass." "Are they?" "Dead. The highway patrol says it was instant. Sent them head-on into a big rig." "Mark, I'm so sorry." Even though he had never met the Norths, he had always expected to, had planned to find out more about Lynn from them. "Who's with you?" Jori asked. "Elle's parents came over." "Any family?" "They're all gone." Mark lifted his eyes and stared at the camera, his face pale. "I'm all that's left." "I'll change my flight." Jori clicked open a browser and did an airline search. "You don't have to do that." Mark was silent for a second. "I was just leaving the testing center after my last exam when I got the call." "Do you have someone to stay with you tonight?" Jori didn't like the sound of despair in the other man's voice. "Don't worry about it. I'll be fine." Jori swore. "Get someone to stay with you." "I'm good, Jori." Mark shook his head. "I've got to go. More calls to make. Thanks for listening." He disconnected the video chat. Memories of waking in the hospital flashed through Jori's mind, his sense of abandonment. Elle had been there for him. Clicking the chat again, Jori tried her house. "Have you heard, Jori?" Elle's eyes were red and puffy. "Yes, but Mark's not looking so good, and he's trying to do this alone. Can you call someone to go over and help him? Have whoever goes over there give some excuse to stay the night." "I thought he had someone there." Elle rubbed her eyes. "I stayed with Lynn the night Jace died." "Look, I'm flying home early. I just changed my flight to tomorrow morning." "You don't have to do that." "Yes, I do." Elle's look of relief confirmed his decision. She nodded and managed to mumble thank you before shutting off the connection. Jori stood on one side of Mark, Elle grasping the young man's arm on the other side. Mal had his arm around his wife's shoulders, and Ashlyn's family stood behind. The chilly spring day provided a clear view of a still snowy Pikes Peak in the distance. It made Jori recall a comment Len had made once on the cruise about taking her students up the mountain to stargaze. She had said her father would come to help her every spring. A year ago, Lynn would have been planning her astronomy trip with the man they were laying in the ground. Now they were both gone. Jori's eyes burned. He squinted at a huge spray of flowers of deep burgundy. The large tripod set it above anything else people had sent to the service. The Norths had lived a modest life. Who would they know who could afford to send flowers like those? Tilting back his head, Jori caught Elle's attention. Her eyes followed his to the arrangement. She sent him a knowing look and mouthed, "Olivia." Jori turned back to the flowers and considered the kind gesture. He was sure it had meant a lot to Mark. It definitely meant a lot to Jori that she would take the time. Later, at the gathering that followed the funeral, Jori found Mark alone in the kitchen. Jori got a towel and started drying the pitcher Mark had just rinsed. The small kitchen with its homey atmosphere was so different from the fanatically clean house Jori had grown up in. They worked in silence for a few minutes until they finished the pitchers. Mark opened the freezer and took out 2 bags of ice, giving one to Jori. "Thanks." Mark cut open his bag. "For what?" Jori took the scissors Mark handed him. "For helping here. for coming. What are you going to do now? Setting the ice-filled pitcher on the counter, Mark scanned the kitchen.
I'll have to sell it.
Why?
I go into OCS at Quantico 2 weeks after graduation. I've already signed the paperwork.
OCS?
Officer Candidate School.
Can't you rent the house? Jori set the pitcher on the counter.
I've been thinking about this the last couple of nights. As much as I loved living here as a kid, this just isn't what I want for myself. I couldn't stay here where everyone only thinks of me as that stupid kid who almost burned down the whole neighborhood with a grass fire when he was 9.
Jori burst out laughing.
Did you really?
Yes. Mark chuckled and ran a hand along the counter.
Lynn got in so much trouble because she was supposed to have been watching me.
What was she doing? This was the kind of thing Jori had hoped to learn from a visit here, to this place where Lynn had grown up.
What do you think? Reading a book. I used to think Elle was the only thing that kept Lynn from spending her life with her nose buried in a novel.
Mark's face dropped and he went silent. Yeah. The kitchen door opened and Elle peeked in, a phone to her ear.
Here he is.
She handed the phone to Jori.
You left your cell in the living room.
She turned to Mark and said,
These are needed out there.
He grabbed 2 of the pitchers and followed her from the kitchen. Hello? Jori said into the phone.
Beast, I'm so sorry about Lynn's parents.
Hey, SD. I saw your flowers. How did you know?
The press around here knows about the Lynn and Elle connection.
How are you doing?
Better than when you called.
Olivia gave a soft, derisive laugh.
Sorry you had to cut your Finland trip short.
Only a few days. And since I didn't mention to you that I was coming home early, it's a little creepy that you would know that. Jori kept his tone teasing. Olivia said something softly that Jori thought might have been a swear word. It made him laugh. She laughed too, sounding embarrassed.
It's a good thing you never agreed to do an interview. I'm afraid it would flop. Something about you steals all my finesse and makes me brain dead.
You weren't brain dead when you interviewed that advertising executive about targeting kids.
You saw that show in Finland?
Internet.
But you went out of your way to watch it.
The lift in her voice made him think she was now smiling. Well, yes. An uneasy thought came to him. Olivia, you haven't been gathering information from me for a story, have you?
No.
She sounded irritated. But you wouldn't mind interviewing me. Jori smiled at the heat in her voice. He imagined that her dark eyes would flash when she was mad.
Of course, you were a hero.
I wasn't a hero.
You, sir, have been a hero twice that I know of.
Jori's jaw dropped. There was no way she could know about the train.
You still talking?
Elle said, peeking her head in the door again.
I need those pictures. I'll let you go, Jori. Give my condolences.
Olivia hung up.
So Olivia Howard has your phone number.
Elle eyed him.
When were you going to tell me?
When there was something to tell.
She has my number, too. We talked once about me doing an interview. I like her. She's like a real person.
Like a real person?
Oh, shut up. I think it was sweet that she sent those flowers and called. She does that kind of thing, you know. You can look it up. Hand me those pictures.
I have them. He picked them up and followed Elle out to the guests. Chapter 15. When Jori returned to his tiny Yorkville apartment for the first time in nearly 2 months, he was struck by the claustrophobic sense of the room. He had just kicked off his shoes when his cell phone rang. Jet lag was making him a little woozy, and he was tempted to ignore it and take a shower, but he recognized the number. Schultz Gallery. Great. Jori thought he had a pretty good working relationship with Brent Schultz, but the man was a slave driver sometimes. Hello?
Welcome back, Jori.
Sarah. He could never remember her last name. Close to Jori's age, she was Mr. Schultz's ever-courteous and professional assistant. Jori glanced at his watch. Nearly 11. Thanks. You're there late.
We just finished an opening. I'll put you through to Mr. Schultz.
That was a first. Usually, Jori had to wait a few minutes before his agent would get to him. It was irritating, but he knew Brent was a busy man.
Jori, good to hear from you. I'm sorry about your friend's parents. How did you like Finland?
They went through the social pleasantries for a few minutes. Jori took the opportunity to unpack his shaving kit in the small bathroom, and then moved on to his suitcase. He knew Schultz would get to the point when he was ready.
I've got great news for you. Sarah's been working hard and finally connected with someone on Olivia Howard's staff.
You have to be kidding me. Jori paused, only one shoulder of his suit jacket on the hanger.
Isn't it great? They're interested in interviewing you.
No, they're not. Jori thought about Olivia's comment after the funeral. Besides, I don't want to.
You can't miss this.
The sound of Schultz's chair squeaking as he leaned forward came through the phone.
For a new up-and-coming artist, it would be an incredible opportunity to showcase your work on national television. Do you have any idea how many of my clients would give their eye teeth for a chance like this?
It wouldn't end up being about my art, Mr. Schultz. She called me when I was in American Samoa. You think she'll showcase my work in your gallery? I think my scar would be the topic. I don't need to be pitied on a national level.
Your scar is looking much better.
I'm scheduled for another microdermabrasion this week. You know how long it takes for the swelling and the redness to fade? And then you have me in San Francisco for a couple of weeks.
We have a narrow window of opportunity here, Jori.
Brent's tone had turned into that of a firm parent trying to persuade a wayward child to make the right decision. It always irritated Jori. I've already spoken to her about this. His head hurt.
You've spoken to her directly?
More than once.
Really?
It was Brent's turn to be irritated.
You've been having personal conversations with Olivia Howard and never bothered to mention it to me?
I told her I wouldn't do an interview. Brent Schultz let out his breath slowly, as though letting off steam rather than making a cutting remark. Jori had seen him do it in person several times.
Call her, Jori.
Mr. Schultz's words were clipped.
You can't pay for this kind of advertising.
Is that a command, sir?
Just ask her up front what she hopes to gain from the interview.
Schultz hesitated before adding,
I'll leave it to you to decide whether or not to do her show.
He hung up. Right, that had sounded a lot like, I'll let you choose, but you had better make a choice I like. Jori glanced at his watch. She would be up. Taking his phone, he opened the note where he had written her online chat username. He created a new account using Zombies13 as his name. Taking a deep breath, he called her video chat account. Olivia squinted at the screen as it came into focus. A bunch of crumpled pillows rose behind her on a giant bed. It looked like she must have just been resting against them. Jori had always imagined her sitting at her desk when playing on Battle Cloud, not her bed. Beast? Wearing a sweatshirt with no makeup and her long hair pulled back in her loose ponytail, she could have been just back from a trip to the store. You made it back home? Yeah. Jori smothered a yawn and dropped into his computer desk chair. You look exhausted. I am. Jori tilted back in the tall chair. Too many different time zones. I know that feeling. She leaned back against the cushions and adjusted the position of the laptop. I had to do a series of quick interviews, back before I got syndicated. 5 different locales in 5 days. By the last day, just walking felt like I was in a moving elevator. I think that sensation would make me seasick. I'm glad I'm not that bad. Fortunately, she said with a smirk, I have an iron stomach. Lucky you. Were you seasick on the cruise? Queasy, but I knew enough to get those motion sickness patches. Jori remembered the rough seas that first night. I've always wanted to go on a cruise. Olivia sighed and her expression turned dreamy. Why don't you? His eyelids heavy, Jori kicked his feet up on a small ottoman. He wished he had a huge, comfy bed to rest in like Olivia's, instead of the narrow, monkish twin that was the only thing that would fit in his tiny apartment. Probably for the same reason you wouldn't have lunch with me. Good point, but you have bucks. Buy a yacht. You know a yacht wouldn't be the same thing. She sent him a look of disbelief.
It's not just about the ports and being at sea, it's about the people. Yeah, I do know. I chose the cruise because I wanted to draw people. I'm not bad with places, but people fascinate me. Everyone has a story, and their faces tell a part of it. What kinds of things do you look for? Olivia leaned forward as though to see him better, her expression curious, inquisitive. Lines. It's all about the lines. Jori scratched at the back of his head and pulled loose the strip of leather that held his hair back. Young people are harder because life hasn't marked them as much. The kinds of wrinkles people have say a lot about what they've been through, or the kinds of personalities they have. What do you mean? Olivia's voice was soft. Well, we use different facial muscles for smiling and frowning. If a person's perpetually worried and in a sour mood, they'll have different wrinkles than someone who smiles a lot. You know, Olivia said, leaning back against her pillows again, I've heard that before, but never thought to use it when analyzing my interviewees. Her face crinkled with a smile. I should pay attention to wrinkles. I can just see it now. Jori chuckled. You have some famous person on the show and you're peering into his face trying to figure out the difference in wrinkles. It'd probably freak them out. I bet it would, but you didn't answer my question, Olivia. Jori frowned at her. Why don't you buy a yacht? She paused and let out a deep breath before speaking. My father would never have let me hear the end of it. Why would your father give you a hard time? Something in her expression had made him come alert, and he remembered something she had said as SD about jerk fathers. He thought what I do was nothing but fluff. Feeding the masses my mind drug. Olivia made a face, giving bitter emphasis to the last words. Your father's like that? Sitting up, Jori pulled his feet off the ottoman. Was like that. He died a few years ago. What was he? A college intellectual or something? He liked to think he was, though he never finished high school. Olivia laughed, but it lacked any trace of humor. He educated himself. Decided traditional education was a waste, especially for women. Are you kidding me? He was a bit of a survivalist, and we lived in a cabin a few miles out of town. She hesitated, seeming to consider her words. My father had his squaw, you see, and thought to raise a house full of strapping boys. But my mother had a hard time getting and staying pregnant. She nearly died having me, so he was stuck with 2 daughters. Squaw? Jori couldn't keep the disgust out of his voice. Olivia had a sister? He thought he had read just about everything there was about Olivia Howard. How had he missed that? That's what he called her, his little squaw. Olivia's expression had gone blank, her tone flat, but her shoulders were tense. She would take us with her to visit her parents on the reservation in Arizona during the worst of the winter. I went to school there. As poor as the conditions can be on the reservation, it was much better than in the wilds of Wisconsin. How did you like being on the reservation? You know how kids can be. She shrugged, but if anything, her shoulders tightened. So it wasn't good? Olivia gave him a pained look. Have you ever heard the term Oreo for a black person? Black on the outside, but white on the inside, yeah. They called us apples, Olivia said softly. Red on the outside, but white on the inside. Jori grunted. So you bounced between homes where you were either a squaw or an apple? Where was your mother through all this? You don't think my chauvinistic father would have been interested in a woman with any backbone, do you? Jori recognized how much Olivia could have used someone to hold her right then. He had seen it in Elle in American Samoa. Just someone to hold her. How did you get away from that? My older sister. Olivia's voice took on some warmth. She must have come out of my mother spitting fire. Andrea's entire nature was contrary. She started running away when she was 14. Father would find her and drag her back. When she was 17, she finally got away for good. I was just a little girl, but I adored her. You keep talking about her in the past tense. She died when I was 18. Olivia's eyes glistened. Killed in a car crash. I'm sorry. As cold and miserable as his own parents had been, Jori decided Olivia's had been worse. Andrea found ways to keep in touch with me after she left. She helped me get emancipated when I turned 17. My mother's heritage provided a government stipend that made it possible for me to go to college.
And I'll bet you took all the classes your father would have disapproved of, right?
Of course. She crossed her arms, wearing a smug grin. I excelled in sports and math. Got a scholarship in English.
I don't understand, though.
Jori leaned on his desk, his chin resting on his palm.
Why are you letting your father's opinion keep you from buying a yacht?
She stared at him, her lips pinched.
Olivia?
My father may have been certifiable, but I think he did have a few things right. Buying a yacht would be the height of conspicuous consumption.
I used to be into the conspicuous consumption lifestyle, but the last year's changed how I look at things.
Jori glanced around his meager apartment and ran a hand over Anna's old desk. His finger brushed the paper with the notes from his earlier conversation with Brent.
Hey, I almost forgot why I called you. My agent said someone from your staff contacted the gallery about an interview.
Olivia swore, and he laughed. He didn't know why it hit him as so funny when she did that. Maybe because it was a chink in her too perfect image. I'm sorry, Jori. She buried her face in her hands for a second before looking up at him. You must think...
Don't worry about it. The gallery contacted your people.
I'll tell my staff to let it go. She wore her business face again.
Thank you.
You're welcome. She sat up, seeming to realize where she was. I'd best get some sleep. Good night. Jori opened a browser and entered her name in the search box. 2 hours later, he leaned his head on the chair back and stretched out his legs. He had been able to find basic stuff about her father, but the man and her childhood came off sounding better than what she had described. But Elle was right. Olivia did have a reputation for keeping in touch with people she interviewed. He rubbed his face and got to his feet, staggering toward his bed. He really didn't know what to think of Olivia Howard. Jori didn't turn on his phone until noon when he crawled out of bed. He jumped into the shower trying to wash off his lethargy. Between his own issues in Finland and the funeral, he was wiped out. After spending the early afternoon going through his email, he sorted his clothing for hanging and washing. Hungry, he opened his refrigerator, staggering back at the stench. Besides a jar of mayonnaise, the only other thing was a moldy container of Chinese takeout. Gagging, he threw the styrofoam into a plastic garbage bag and tied it in a knot. He looked at the fridge with disgust. The thing reeked. Picking up his phone and the bag, he headed out the door and down the stairs to the dumpster.
Hey, Mr. V, I thought you were coming back later this week.
Raimi stood outside of the garbage enclosure. I'm back a little early. Jori tossed the bag in the dumpster.
Why aren't you in school?
Dude, it's after 3.
Jori glanced at his watch. He hated jet lag. Your mom still at the hospital?
Yeah, she gets off in a couple of hours. I can get your mail now if you want.
No problem. I was just wondering if you knew how to get stink out of a fridge. Raimi eyed the dumpster.
Bogus, dude. Don't tell me you left something in your fridge all this time.
At Jori's expression, Raimi crowed. You're no help. Jori gave the boy a playful push. As they headed back to the front of the building, Jori opened his contact list for Elle's number. 3 young women exited a bus at a nearby stop. Even with his scar, he had never broken the habit of checking for females, and from the corner of his eye, he noticed when all 3 with sudden alertness saw him. They exchanged glances before changing their walks, putting their sex on and trying to catch his attention. His good side was toward them. Might as well show them what he really looked like. With a slight shift of his head and changing the phone to his other hand, Jori made sure the girls could see his full face, turned to give a little more emphasis to the damaged side. The familiar stumble and dropped eyes followed. Jori pushed the dial button on his cell. Beside him, Raimi watched the girls and then looked at him.
Dude, why'd you do that?
Better to save them the effort.
Elle's phone went to voicemail and Jori swore into it.
Elle, answer your stupid phone. I need to know how to get stink out of my fridge.
Baking soda.
Raimi put his hands in his pockets, his attention back on the young women who continued down the street. Their heads leaned into each other as they whispered. What?
Baking soda. You open a box and put it in the back of the fridge.
The boy grinned, his beautifully straight white teeth a stark contrast against his dark skin.
Of course, as long as that stuff's been rotting in yours, it could take industrial strength. Maybe bleach.
How do you know this stuff? Jori frowned.
My mama believes in a man knowing how to take care of himself.
The boy put on a knowing face, pointing his thumbs at his chest. Jori heaved a sigh. You eaten yet?
Waiting for Mama.
Raimi gave Jori's sleeve a single tug.
Really, dude, you shouldn't always shove your scar out front like that.
Advice from a 16-year-old. Jori's shoulders sagged. He had to admit that Raimi was right. Nothing good came from his irritation when people saw his unmarked cheek and assumed the rest of him looked that good. His face was almost like a visual Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde. Jori knew he took an unhealthy, bitter pleasure in watching the response of adults.
Mr. V.
Raimi peered at him, his forehead creased.
You okay?
Jori looked at Raimi with his young and generally unmarred skin. While the boy wasn't model material, he had a pleasant, engaging face. This kid would go places if he wanted to. I'm just tired. He knew the boy wouldn't let the issue of the girls go until Jori responded. If the scar's going to bother them, they need to see it up front.
Those were some fine babes checking you out.
Raimi rolled his eyes.
You should have seen your face, and I don't mean the scar.
The boy's hands flew as he talked, his body swaying in rhythm with his words.
I'm talking about your aura, you know? Mama says you got a powerful one. Comes off when hot babes are around, but it's full of negative energy.
Raimi dropped his hands and gave Jori a knowing look.
I've been watching you, and she's right.
Was he that obvious? Thinking of the three girls, Jori realized he was. I'm getting something to eat. He turned toward the convenience store on the corner. Raimi didn't say anything but followed. He got an energy drink while Jori selected a handful of frozen burritos. When he went to the counter to pay, Raimi silently handed over a box of baking soda. With a chuckle, Jori added it to his goods. His phone rang as they stepped out of the store. Hey, Al. Jori handed his bag to Raimi.
You have to quit leaving Finnish swear words on my voicemail. I had it on speaker and Kate wanted to know what it meant.
Elle sounded tired.
Did you leave something to die in your fridge?
Not on purpose. Raimi had me get some baking soda. Jori put the phone on speaker and held it so the boy could hear as they walked.
Raimi's smart. Tell him I said hi.
Hi, Elle.
You'll have to clean it really well with the baking soda. Might need to leave the door open and let the inside dry out. Oh, and you should get a second box of soda, cut off the top, and put it in the back.
Put the box top in the back?
No, idiot, the open box of soda. It absorbs the odors. I swear, Jori, you're helpless in some things.
He laughed. You have to care enough to learn about them.
You coming this weekend?
Planning on it.
Well, if Raimi's mom's working, see if he wants to come too. And have him bring his cello. I've got to run.
Elle hung up. With raised eyebrows, Jori looked at Raimi.
You know me.
The boy handed Jori back his package.
I'll come. Those Armstrong ladies know how to feed a growing boy.
Can I count on you? Jori pulled out the box of baking soda.
It'll cost you,
Raimi said with a grimace. It always does. Jori punched the button on the apartment building elevator. Go ahead and get my mail. I can get caught up while you earn some spare change.
Dude, it'll be more than spare change if it's 2-month-old mangy takeout stink.
When Jori got back in the apartment, he could still smell the residual stench. Putting his burrito into Nuke, he went through his few cupboards and made a list of the things he would need. His phone rang and he pulled it from his pocket.
Guess who left a voicemail on my house machine?
Elle said. Olivia Howard. If they were contacting him, it made sense they were trying the only other interview holdout too.
Right, like I'd qualify for direct calls from her?
She called you at Christmas.
Oh, please. We both know she was calling you.
You going to do an interview?
Not alone.
I already told them no, El.
Oh.
The word deflated like the air from a tire. Hang on, Jori said at a tap on the door. He opened it. Raimi entered carrying a box full of paper. Jori scowled, pointing at the stack of papers. You couldn't throw out the junk mail? The boy shrugged.
Who are you talking to?
El asked. Raimi. Jori set his phone on the counter and put it on speaker. He brought over my mail.
Raimi, you should talk Jori into doing the Olivia Howard show with me.
Refusing to acknowledge her comment, Jori grabbed a stack of papers from the box and put them under his arm. He picked up the paper plate with the burrito in his other hand.
You should, dude.
The boy twisted from the bowl of water he was sprinkling baking soda into. Jori tested the temperature on the burrito and, finding it cool enough, took a big bite. He then rose from the desk and went to bring back the box with the rest of his mail.
He's ignoring us, El.
Raimi grabbed the phone and put it on the desk.
You guys should leave Jori alone.
Mal's distorted voice came over the phone as though from a distance. Elle must have put her phone on speaker too.
He'll do it if he wants to.
But he can't afford to pay for this kind of advertisement,
Elle said. My dinner's getting cold and Raimi's going to use that baking soda wash on my fridge. I'll let you guys go. Jori picked up the phone, turned off the speaker feature, and spoke directly into it.
Fine, Jori, but if you don't do it, neither will I. Bye.
He tossed his phone to the desk and looked at the boy who had returned to the little kitchenette and stirred the water. There's a burrito in the microwave for you, Jori said.
Thanks.
They worked in silence as Jori ate his food and sorted out the junk mail. He heated another burrito and returned to the desk. His phone rang just as he took a bite from the too-hot burrito. Shuffling the food in his mouth and sucking in air, he hit the speaker button. Some of the burning sauce hit his tongue and he swore.
Sorry, beast, Olivia said with a laugh. Haven't even said hello and I've already got you swearing.
Jori's eyes darted to Raimi, who watched him with round eyes and a huge grin. Jori could tell from his expression that the boy, no fool, recognized the voice too. Jori grabbed a paper towel. Hang on, Olivia.
You call her by her first name?
Raimi whispered, pointing to the phone.
Is this a bad time, Jori?
She must have heard the boy's question.
Do you have company?
At her use of Jori's first name, the boy jumped back and forth, clutching fistfuls of dreadlocks on the sides of his head. Why don't you say hello to my neighbor, Raimi? He's 16.
Hello, Raimi.
Her gracious TV host voice. The boy sputtered something unintelligible before pausing to take a deep breath.
Is this really Olivia Howard?
Yes, it is. Like she would admit to not being Olivia if it was a prank. Jori smiled as she took time to chat with the boy. She must know she was making the kid's day.
Thank you for talking to me, Raimi. Maybe someday I'll get to hear you play the cello. Do you think I can speak to Jori now?
Sure.
With glowing eyes, Raimi danced around the little kitchen, flapping his arms in a kind of silent victory dance. Jori picked up the phone and took it off speaker. He sat at his desk, turning so his back was to the boy. You called Elle.
I'm sorry,
Olivia said.
My staff knew I was interested in interviewing both of you, so when your gallery called, they jumped on it. They know better now.
Thanks. Olivia was silent for so long, he wondered if she had hung up.
What are you afraid of, Jori?
She asked softly. There was something in the way she said his name that unsettled him, and his defensiveness woke up. I'm not interested in a pity interview.
Are you still stuck on that?
Olivia said crossly.
I'll talk to you tonight if you're online.
She ended the call. Feeling stupid, Jori contemplated his screensaver for the next few minutes. He wished he understood her. Chapter 16. Brent kept Jori so busy with shows and new commissions that he was too exhausted to do more than work and sleep. He began to feel like his home was a series of hotel rooms. Jori had learned his lesson about postponing trips too long, so in the late fall, he made a quick side trip to Redmond to visit Anna. It dismayed him to see her sitting in a wheelchair, waiting for him on her porch, her skin paler than before. She looked even thinner. Not once had she mentioned this when they had talked on the phone. Got some fancy wheels there, I see, Jori said as he got out of the rental car.
Shut up and give me a kiss, boy.
Anna waved her nurse away and gestured for him to hurry. Grinning, he pressed his lips to her forehead and dropped to the chair beside her.
Let me see your face.
He leaned forward obediently, and she ran gentle fingers over the scar.
It looks so good now.
When did you start using the chair? Jori straightened and put his feet on the footrest she wasn't using.
A month ago.
Anna's face lost all expression.
I'm dying.
No. Jori shot forward. He took her arthritic hand, hating what he saw on her face. From what?
Cancer. They were looking to see what was wrong with my hip. Bone cancer. Metastasized.
Anna. His chest felt like someone had shoved a sharp stick in it.
I've had a long life. The doctor says it will be fast.
That should make me feel better. She chuckled and patted his cheek.
That's why I want you to have my house.
Jori blinked. How could she sit there so calmly and tell him she was dying and then offer him her house?
You don't want my house?
Her face dropped, making her look older. No, I don't want your house. Jori jumped to his feet. I want you.
Well, you're 60 years too late for that.
The teasing look left her face.
I'm dying, and there's nothing either of us can do about it. Now sit down and stop acting like a baby.
Jori collapsed into the chair. This was important to her, so he pulled himself together. He tried to think of her request practically. First, there was no way he could let her give him the house, and while he might be doing incredibly well for a newly launched artist, there was no way he could afford to buy the place. Why aren't you leaving the house to your grandkids?
They're going to sell it. They've already made that clear.
Okay, let's think this through. Michael was reasonable, but his sister had never approved of Jori. I don't want your family to hate me. If you try to leave me your house, they'll take it to court. They'll think I'm stealing their inheritance, and I can't afford to buy it. Anna grimaced as though in pain, and her eyes filled with tears. Jori wondered if it was from his comment or the cancer. Alarmed, he signaled the nurse.
She's due for her medication,
the woman said, coming over.
Can you push her chair into the kitchen? You remember where it is?
I remember. Come on, Anna. Let's get you inside. He resisted the temptation to touch her cheek. Did bone cancer make everything hurt? Anna took her pills without any argument, but remained silent afterward. Her body language spoke of defeat. The medication went to work quickly, but it made her drowsy.
I'll help get her into bed.
The nurse took the chair handles. No, I'll do it. With extreme tenderness, Jori slid one hand behind Anna's waist and the other under her legs. She roused when he lifted her, so much lighter than she had been a year ago. Anna smiled when she recognized him.
I have a special surprise for you upstairs. It's a secret.
She rested her head on his shoulder. Jori's throat worked as he carried her to her bedroom. Instead of the beautiful old maple set that had once belonged to her parents, the room now held a hospital bed. He laid her on it, brushing away a strand of long white hair that had fallen from her bun. When the nurse hurried over, Jori left the room. He returned to the front porch, not sure what to do. What he needed was to talk to someone. Mark was in training and out of touch for a few weeks. Jori pulled out his cell. Elle or Mal? Jori swore. Elle had gone with Mal on a business trip out of the country. Jori didn't think he was comfortable troubling Ashlyn and Darcy with this. But who else? The sun set and took the little warmth with it. Stars dotted the sky in increasing numbers, and the moon peeked over the edge of the lake in the distance. Who would buy this place? Jori was no developer, but even he could see what a prime spot it would be. Anna's beautiful grounds would be bulldozed and replaced with a bunch of look-alike track homes. Shivering, he finally went to his car and pulled out his suitcase. He went back to the house and knocked. The nurse peeked out the glass at the side of the double doors, her brows darting up in surprise. She opened the door.
I thought you left.
Anna invited me to stay a few days. Jori lied.
She didn't mention anything to me.
Must have forgotten. Happens sometimes at her age. He brushed past the nurse and went to stand in the entry hall near the bottom of the stairs. I can't remember. Is her renter gone?
Yes.
I'll sleep in the attic then. While the woman continued to argue, Jori took the stairs 2 at a time until he was at the top. He set down his suitcase inside the apartment and dialed Michael. It went to voicemail. This is Jori. Please call off Anna's guard dog nurse and let her know it's okay for me to stay here a few days. Jori didn't feel like arguing with the woman, so he ripped off his shoes and clothes. He tore open the cupboard where the towels had once been stored. They were still there. By the time the nurse gave a sharp knock on the door, he was naked, except for the towel wrapped loosely around his waist. When he opened the door, the woman's eyes widened. Jori knew his body looked good, especially with his long hair down and camouflaging the scar. Her cheeks flushed and she stuttered something unintelligible. Does Anna need me? Jori moved as though to head downstairs. I was about to take a shower, but I can come.
No, I...
She looked at his chest and stepped back, her cheeks now a bright red.
Take your shower. I'll call Mr. Nosp.
The woman turned to go back down the stairs. I already left a message for him. He should be calling you. Shivering, Jori darted back into the apartment and scrambled into his clothes again. Someone, probably Michael, had lowered the heat. Jori turned it up. He went to pull a chair from the table, surprised to see one of his sketches hanging on the wall of the kitchenette. He thought he had taken them all with him. It was the drawing he had been working on the day Anna had shown him her secret gallery. Jori stared at it for a minute. He had never been one to believe in signs, but this seemed too much of a coincidence not to act on it. Staring at the picture of Olivia he had drawn without realizing it, Jori pulled out his phone and dialed her number. The call went to an automated voicemail message. Jori swore and hung up. So much for that impulse. He didn't have any idea what to do, but he knew he had to do something. Anna had done so much for him. The least he could do was try to find some way to fulfill her dying wish. His cell rang, startling him out of his reverie. Michael?
No, it's Olivia. Sorry, I missed your call. I was in the tub.
An image of what she might look like fresh out of her bath flashed through his mind, and Jori shook his head. What was he doing? Sorry to trouble you.
It's no trouble. Were you swearing in Finnish? I think you've done that before.
I didn't mean for you to hear that.
You'll have to teach me some words sometime. Could come in handy. We've missed you on Battle Cloud.
I've been busy.
So why are you calling?
Something's come up and I have to talk to someone about it. He told her about some of his history with Anna and explained the situation.
So she wants to leave the house to you?
Olivia's emphasis on the word made Jori wonder if Anna would be okay with subdividing the property. He considered the paintings Anna had preserved in her private collection. All but a few had been painted outside. I think she wants to keep the whole estate intact.
And her father was the James Lintner?
Olivia said, a touch of wonder in her voice. You know of him?
I own 2 of his paintings. In fact, now I know of this connection, I can see his influence in your work. I would love to talk to your Anna.
This is so completely out of my experience. I figured you're so smart.
Stop the schmoozing. I'm thinking. There might be.
Jori grinned. This was one of the reasons he liked Olivia so much. For the next 2 hours, they discussed possibilities. I think this is doable. Jori couldn't believe how excited he felt. I can't wait to talk to Anna in the morning.
Glad I could help.
Olivia yawned.
I owe you anyway.
Like you wouldn't have remembered your own nightmare show, but thank you. He was about to say goodnight, but stopped. Hey, have you ever considered buying out an entire cruise?
And that wouldn't be conspicuous consumption at all, would it?
Right. The wry mirth in her tone made Jori chuckle. He rubbed his bleary eyes. But we should figure out a way to take a cruise without it being a flaunting of your wealth. Cruises can be a lot of fun. Unless there are pirates, of course.
I may take you up on that someday.
Olivia hesitated. Have you ever seen the movie Notting Hill? I doubt it. He smothered a yawn. Isn't that an old chick flick? It is. Well, let me know what your Anna decides. I will. Good night. Jori leaned back. Notting Hill? Olivia could be really subtle when she wanted to be. Why bring up the movie and then drop the subject? He yawned again. He would have to check the film out sometime. Jori got a few hours of sleep before rising and typing a proposal into his laptop. After showering, he brought his laptop downstairs. The fall sun was barely rising over the eastern woods when he entered the kitchen. A check of the housekeeper's menu on the fridge showed Anna still eating most anything. He scrambled some eggs, toasted a piece of bread, and poured a small glass of juice. A few mums pilfered from the garden and placed in a vase decorated the tray. Jori tiptoed down the hall to Anna's room. There was no sign of the nurse. He assumed she must sleep nearby. Anna's door stood ajar, so he used his back to push it open. She lay awake in her bed, watching him. She didn't smile. Let's get you sitting up, okay? Jori set the tray on the hospital-like side table. He found the hand control that would let Anna raise or lower the bed herself. Will your watchdog be in soon? He glanced over his shoulder. The old woman chuckled.
She says she's just looking after my well-being.
You and I have something to talk about. Jori got Anna in a good position to eat and pushed the food in front of her. When she didn't pick up the fork, he took it and gently placed it in her fingers. What are you up to? She asked, squinting at him. I think you'll like it, but I won't say anything until you eat. As soon as she took a bite of the eggs, Jori went into an explanation of what he and Olivia had come up with.
A high school for the arts.
Anna put down her juice glass. Can't you see it? Jori's excitement grew as he talked. This huge house, those great lawns, and a lake? Seriously, Anna, I would have died for a chance to go to school here. I think one of my professors from UW, the one who taught an entire semester on your father's work, might be interested.
I like the idea of this house being filled with children. Children studying art.
The old woman rested her head against the pillow, her face bright.
I want you on the board of directors. Do you think Olivia would be on it too?
Jori glanced at his watch. Let's call her. He dialed the number, gratified with how fast Olivia picked up. Good morning, Jori. Sometimes the way she said his name. Olivia. He put the phone on speaker and set it on Anna's tray. I'd like to introduce you to Anna Lintner Nosp. Chapter 17. When Elle opened the door against the snow, Jori stomped his feet on the mat and stepped inside. It's nasty out there. He shivered. I'm so glad you made it. The forecast is practically a blizzard. Elle kissed him on the cheek. How was the funeral? Jori nodded, unable to speak. He had stayed with Anna for 2 weeks to see through the establishment of her trust. Spending Thanksgiving with Anna's family had been awkward because the granddaughter had hated the idea of the school. The woman had only let it go when Michael had backed up his grandmother's decision. By the time he had to leave Anna's house, hospice workers had moved in to help ease the old woman's last days. As he had taken her hand for what he expected would be the last time, her eyes had glowed.
Thank you, Jori. I can die in peace now.
Anna pressed his hand to her cheek.
You really should have been my child.
I am. Jori bent to kiss her forehead and whispered, in ways you cannot understand. Anna had lasted another 3 weeks and passed in her sleep, while Jori was at a show in Chicago. When Anna had first suggested he be on her board of directors, it had intimidated him. Standing at her graveside, it made him happy. Every time he did anything for the foundation, it would be like Anna was with him. Jori! Elle pulled him out of his reverie. She reached for the plastic bag of gifts he held in one hand. Why don't you take your stuff up to your room? I put a clean washcloth and towel on your bed. You've been baking. He lifted his nose and inhaled. I'll get into some dry clothes and come down to help you. No, you can help Mal. He's getting some stuff from the garage. The guest room really was Jori's room, and every time he entered it he felt like he had come home. Elle's 4-bedroom house had another guest room, and anyone who stayed used it. On the one occasion when she'd had a house full of people and needed this room, she had asked him if it was okay. Unlike the bare utilitarian apartment in Manhattan, this room felt like his. The dresser top held his personal items, and the bathroom that connected this room to the other guest room was full of his stuff. "Mal's waiting for you," Elle said when he came out of the room. She looked so happy, practically glowing. Jori descended the stairs behind her, the garlands reminding him of the wedding last year.
"Hey, Jori,"
Mal called from where he sat in the middle of the living room floor, with a stack of boxes in front of him. Christmas wrapping paper and bows provided a colorful background.
"You can help me with these."
"You don't have everything out, do you?" Elle jumped in front of Jori, scanning the packages.
"I'm not stupid, sweetheart."
Mal sent Jori a knowing glance. "Oh, good." She bent to kiss her husband. "I'd hate to think you were going to weaken my children's gene pool." As she stepped away, he gave her rear a swat. Elle squealed, leaping toward the kitchen door. She looked back at them, her face alight. Jori couldn't understand when her expression fell and her eyes watered.
"Elle, my love."
With a groan, Mal rose and pulled her into an embrace.
"Be grateful for who's with us."
"I know." She kissed him again, sniffed, and turned into the kitchen. "Len?" Jori followed Mal's progress back to the oasis in the middle of the wrapping paper and boxes.
"Yes."
The other man sat.
Elle had pretty much moved on, but the pregnancy's making her especially weepy.
So that's what she meant by the gene pool? A thrill rushed through Jori, and he looked back at the kitchen door. "When were you going to tell me?"
"I thought she already had,"
Mal said with a grunt, picking up a box.
"Please act surprised when she tells you."
"I will." Jori sat down on the opposite side of the stack of boxes. He chose some bright red wrapping paper with a multitude of colorful Christmas bulbs on it. "Wow, Elle, a mother." He chuckled. "Malcolm, a father."
"Scary, right?"
Mal reached across the floor and picked up the remote, changing the channels until he came to a football game. Working in silence, the men wrapped packages, commenting only on good or bad plays on the television. As Jori happily wrapped boxes, he savored the peace and warmth. The atmosphere, with its festive decorations, falling snow outside the partially closed drapes, and the smell of baking cookies, was nothing like his childhood memories. A groan from the kitchen, followed by the sound of vomiting, interrupted the cozy idyll. Mal leapt to his feet, paper, tape, boxes, and scissors flying, and dashed to the kitchen. Jori hummed to himself to block out the sound. Should he go in there? No. He hurried with the wrapping, hoping to finish what Mal had been working on. The two finally came into the living room, Mal with one arm around an unsteady Elle. "This is so embarrassing." She looked at Jori and rolled her eyes. "Can I do anything?" Jori stood.
"In the kitchen? As long as it's not, gross stuff."
Elle burst out laughing. "Don't worry, Mal took care of the gross stuff. I've got 2 trays ready to go in the oven, though. 10 minutes. Kate will kill you if they're burned."
"You need to rest before everyone gets here. Jori and I will handle this."
Mal guided her to the stairs. Jori entered the kitchen with trepidation, but Mal had done a good job cleaning up. All Jori could smell were the sugar cookies cooling on racks. The 2 trays waiting to go in the oven held a dark dough cut in curious shapes. Gingerbread. That explained what Kate would be doing later. He put them in and turned on the timer, glad he knew how to do that much.
"She wants to talk to you,"
Mal said from the doorway. "How bad is it?" Jori asked, turning around. "She looked fine when I got here."
"Some days are better than others."
Mal straightened, his expression pained.
"She didn't tell anyone except Ashlyn and her mother, but we miscarried last August."
"I'm sorry." Mal swallowed and dropped his gaze. He checked the timer before opening the fridge and pulling out some butter. When he turned and saw Jori still there, he seemed more composed and said,
"You better go up or she'll think I didn't tell you and come looking for you."
Jori found Elle lying on her bed. Congratulations. Jori pulled the dressing table chair closer to the bed and sat.
Who knew it was so hard to have a baby?
She let out a huge sigh.
Ashlyn had to have surgery to get pregnant with Kate, and they've since done a hysterectomy.
Elle eyed Jori.
Speaking of Ashlyn, are you really going to Montana?
In April, yes.
He scares me.
You jumped a freaking pirate, Elle. Jori laughed, squeezing her hand. How can you be afraid of Braden's dad?
Jack Randolph is super grumpy. Ashlyn said he won't even talk about having any kind of memorial service for Braden. Shuts her down every time she tries to talk about it. I don't get why you want to go.
There's a lot about my life before I met you that I haven't mentioned. He held up a finger at her expectant expression. And I'm not telling you. She huffed and he chuckled. Just know that you and Lynn and Braden changed my life. For the good. I want to see the things Braden loved so much. It's okay if I never meet his father. The trip is my tribute to our friendship. She blinked, pulling a tissue for herself from the box on the nightstand and handing one to him. I never used to be emotional. Jori took it and blew his nose. I think you're contagious.
I think it's healthy because real men do cry. And speaking of healthy, how's your social life? You dating yet? It's been 1.5 years since you were hurt.
Elle sighed at his expression.
Turning yourself into a workaholic is just an excuse. And don't tell me it's your scar. You know as well as I do that with a little makeup, people would hardly notice it now.
It's my New Year's resolution. Elle threw him a scowl.
Wearing makeup or dating?
Hey, Jori!
Mal called from downstairs. He went to the door. Yeah?
They're going to be here in half an hour. Can you come help me finish wrapping these presents?
I'll be right down. When Elle tried to get up, Jori pressed a hand on her shoulder. You rest for the guests. Let me do this. He hesitated, unable to keep from grinning. Consider it training.
For what?
For when I have a family of my own. Elle beamed, but then she forced her expression into one of innocence.
You won't mind, then?
Mind what? That didn't sound good.
Your blind date.
No. He stepped back in horror.
Yes. She's a really cute girl from Mal's office. I've got it all set up for you the day after Christmas.
Elle pulled the quilt to her neck and waved him away.
You can thank me later.
Jori brushed his long hair into a ponytail and tied it back with a string of black leather. Turning his face from side to side, he couldn't decide if it would be better to wear it down. Tapping his fingers on the bathroom counter, he considered the cover-up makeup Elle had given him for a Christmas present. Finally, Jori opened the jar, touched his finger to the cream inside, and spread a small amount over the scar. Not bad. Grabbing his leather jacket, he slung it over his shoulder and bounded down the stairs.
Oh, Uncle Jori,
Kate cried, leaping to her feet.
You look so handsome.
He eyed Ashlyn. Making sure I feel good about this, are you?
What do you mean?
The little girl slipped her hand in his. Nothing. Jori bent to kiss the top of her head. Thank you for the compliment.
Let me see.
Elle rose from the couch, waving an imperious hand at him. He straightened. When she reached toward his cheek, he caught her hand and tipped back his head. Yes, I decided to use the makeup, Mother.
You do look nice.
Elle stepped back. Mal came up behind her and put his left hand on her shoulder, reaching past her to hand Jori a set of car keys.
Just use the system. Remember, I have to work with Tiffany.
Jori hadn't thought about that. What if he made a total idiot of himself with this girl? How much did Mal know about Jori's old reputation? He glanced at Elle, who just grinned.
Don't know about the system?
Darcy asked, misunderstanding Jori's expression.
If you're bored to death, just be nice enough that she's not hurt, but not so nice she thinks you'll call her again.
Oof!
He grabbed his ribs and looked at his wife.
What kind of system is that?
Ashlyn glared at him.
A fair one.
Darcy kissed his wife on the cheek.
Better go while you can,
Mal whispered and pushed Jori toward the front door. Outside, Jori paused, wishing he could stay. When the four got into a verbal battle of the sexes, things could be very entertaining. Jori plugged the address into the GPS and let it guide him to Tiffany's apartment building. She only lived about 15 minutes away. He wished it were longer. Almost as soon as he pulled up in front of the apartment building, someone waved from a second-story window. She must have recognized Mal's car. By the time he was approaching the entry door, a girl with long, blonde hair burst out. She hit the icy step and flew into him, almost knocking him to the ground. Grabbing her shoulders, he managed to keep the two of them on their feet, startled when his mind immediately suggested this one would be easy to get into bed. He dropped his hands. "You must be Tiffany."
Thanks for saving me.
In the light of the streetlight, her cheeks flushed.
You must be Jori.
She stretched out a gloved hand. He took it and made his customary bow. Tiffany's eyes went round and she tittered. Another thing to keep in mind. This wasn't old Anna, who appreciated it as a simple, old-fashioned gesture. The old predatory dating instincts of a decade would have to be unlearned. Great. He would have to be on guard the whole time. Jori reminded himself that this plump girl with her bright blue eyes and two bleached hair was just like Lynn or Elle. A fragile human being who didn't want to be alone.
Jori?
Tiffany watched him, her expression unsure. "I hope you like seafood." He dropped her hand and stepped back.
I've really never eaten any.
Tiffany gave a nervous giggle.
Except for fish sticks.
Opening the passenger door, Jori waited for her to enter. He averted his eyes when she bent over and showed a fair bit of cleavage. He began a litany. Tiffany isn't prey. Flushing, she quickly straightened her top, and he closed the door. He could do this. Really. Mal had recommended the restaurant. Jori had heard of it but never eaten there before. Tiffany's non-stop remarks about the upscale decorations confirmed it to be a good choice. If she kept up the monologue, it would be an easy date because he wouldn't have to say a word. Jori opened his menu and scanned the options. He would have fun teasing Mal that it might be necessary to sell a painting to pay for dinner. When the waiter returned, Jori looked at his date. "Have you decided what you'll have?"
I think I'll try the shrimp.
Jori nodded to the waiter and gave his own order. As the man left, Tiffany gasped and clutched Jori's arm.
Is that who I think it is?
He glanced around the room and stopped at a group of 5 people, 3 men and 2 women being seated at a table directly across from them. Jori groaned. Chapter 18.
Oh my gosh, it's her!
Tiffany panted. What were the odds? A chance to meet Olivia in person. Jori eyed Tiffany. If he were alone. She began to stand. What are you doing? Jori grabbed her hand and pulled her back into the seat.
That's Olivia Howard.
She hissed the whisper so loud the 5 people at the table across from them had to have heard. Tiffany even spoke slowly as if he couldn't understand the shouted whisper.
I want to get her autograph,
she said. Let her eat in peace. Jori didn't release Tiffany's hand until she nodded. He chanced to glance in Olivia's direction to find her watching him, her striking dark eyes filled with humor. The corners of her mouth curved up and stayed that way as she turned to respond to a comment from the man at her side. Tiffany sat in silence for a good half-minute, strumming her fingers on her water glass and casting longing glances toward the other table. With a sigh, she looked one last time and turned back to Jori. She took up her monologue again, stopping only when the waiter appeared with the wine list. Would you like a glass? Jori held the list to Tiffany.
Aren't you going to have any?
She asked with a frown. Not when I'm driving someone else's car. Jori picked up his water glass.
I'd rather have a Diet Coke anyway.
Tiffany handed the wine list back to the waiter. What do you do at work? Jori's phone vibrated in his pocket, signaling a text message. He slipped it out, keeping his hand below the table. He glanced down. It was from Olivia. She's cute.
I'm just the front desk receptionist.
Tiffany couldn't seem to sit still, her hands first picking up a fork and then playing with the corner of her napkin, her eyes checking out the others in the restaurant, especially Olivia's table.
You know, answer the phone, welcome people, sort the mail, that kind of stuff.
Nice kid. You with friends? Jori tried to be subtle and keep the phone out of Tiffany's sight.
Not something I want to do for the rest of my life, of course,
Tiffany continued,
but it's okay for right now.
The waiter appeared and set their salads before them. Jori handed the basket of bread to Tiffany, but she shook her head.
Mr. Armstrong says you're an artist or something?
Tiffany stabbed some of her lettuce and dipped a tiny corner into the salad dressing she had ordered on the side. Something like that. As he took a bite of his salad, the phone resting on his leg vibrated again. He slid the bar to access it. Business. Jori looked up and met Olivia's eyes. She rolled them, a soft smile lighting her face, her high cheekbones offsetting the slight slant of her eyes. Olivia looked even better in person than she did on television. She turned back to her companions.
No offense, Tiffany said, leaning toward him, but it's kind of rude to play with your phone on a date.
You're right. He typed, busted, and silenced his cell, sliding it to the middle of the table. My bad. Jori wondered what Tiffany would say if she knew who he had been texting with. He glanced at Olivia. Holding her phone, she laughed and looked up, meeting his gaze. Jori turned back to Tiffany. If you don't want to be a receptionist forever, what are your plans?
I'm going to join the Peace Corps.
It's still around? Jori sat back and let the waiter take away his salad plate.
Sure, I've been taking night classes for my LVN.
At his confused look, Tiffany said,
Licensed vocational nurse. Once I have that, I'll be ready to sign up.
I'm not worthy, Tiffany. Picking up his glass, Jori raised it in salute.
Sure you are.
Her cheeks flushed.
Mr. Armstrong said you're a hero or something.
The waiter placed their main course dishes before them. I'm no hero. Had that been a selling point in getting her to go on a blind date? Jori was going to have to talk with Mal.
Whatever, lots of heroes on the news don't think they're heroes. Me, I want to make a difference. You know, give back. I'm tired of everyone saying people my age are only interested in having fun.
Good for you. Jori wondered if that was why Mal had set them up. Jori hadn't explained the reason behind his need to give back, as Tiffany had called it, but they had discussed it.
What do I do with this?
Tiffany nudged a jumbo shrimp, poking the tail.
Ew, I'm not supposed to eat this, am I?
No. Jori chuckled and pointed to her plate. You pick it up by the tail and bite this part. Taking a deep breath, Tiffany did as he had instructed, lifting it first to her nose to take a sniff.
Doesn't smell bad.
She bit off the end and chewed, her face brightening.
I like it.
He cut into his halibut steak, catching a glance from Olivia. She held her hand to her ear in the sign of a phone, and he gave a small shake of his head. Jori thought she seemed weary. One of her companions said something, and she put on one of her TV smiles and turned to him. Tiffany made a funny noise, and Jori looked at her. Her wide eyes showed panic. She dropped her fork and moved her hands to her throat. Did you swallow wrong? Jori bent closer.
What's happening?
Her breathing was labored.
I can't.
She coughed, and he could hear how hard she worked to get the air in.
Breathe.
Tiffany's eyes went wide, and she folded toward him, slipping from the chair. Lunging, Jori caught her, his hips striking the table and toppling it over, the dishes and food crashing to the floor. He eased the girl to the floor as their waiter rushed over, and nearby diners stood to get a better look. Tiffany. He shook her shoulders, but she didn't respond.
Sir, what's wrong?
The waiter asked, kneeling beside Jori. She said she couldn't breathe. Jori put his ear to her mouth, but his heart was pounding so hard he couldn't hear anything. His mind racing, he scanned the crowd gathering around them. Was there someone who could help? He noticed Olivia's huge bodyguard in the background, trying to make his way through the onlookers. Jori's heart lifted. That guy must know first aid.
Will everyone please give me some room?
A man in an expensive suit pushed his way through on the other side. He looked at Jori.
I'm a doctor. Call 911.
Jori jumped to his feet and put his hand in his pocket to get the phone. It wasn't there. He swore. It had been on the table before he knocked it over. Spinning to the now righted table, Jori searched the floor. The waiter handed over the cell. Jori grabbed it and dialed the 3 numbers with trembling fingers. As the phone rang, he turned to watch the doctor.
911, please state your emergency.
My date was eating shrimp and now she can't breathe.
Where are you?
Jori named the restaurant. There's a doctor here and... He stretched so he could see better. Looks like he's giving her some kind of shot. Did doctors carry random meds with them?
Sir, I have emergency personnel on their way.
They stood by while the physician worked. He finally looked at Jori and held up his hand for the phone. Without a word, Jori gave it to him. When the man rose to use it, Jori took the doctor's place beside Tiffany. Jori bent closer. Sorry. Her breath came out in a long gasp. Don't worry about it. He patted her hand. Did the doctor say what's wrong? Allergic, she breathed. She tried to smile, but it ended up more like a grimace. I shouldn't have brought you here. Not your fault. Didn't know.
The EMTs are here,
the doctor said, handing back the phone. That was fast. Jori stood. Is she going to be okay?
There's a hospital not far from here. She should be fine as long as she stays away from shellfish.
The doctor left to talk to the man and woman who came in with a stretcher. Jori clicked on his phone and dialed L. Hey, how's the date going? The EMTs are loading Tiffany on a gurney and then we're headed to the ER. What? Anaphylactic shock. Jori clamped the phone between his shoulder and ear while he put on his coat. Is she okay? The doctor who was here said he thought so. Jori grabbed Tiffany's things and hurried behind the emergency people as they wheeled her from the restaurant. I'll call you later. He ended the call and then shoved the phone back in his pocket, then slung her purse over his shoulder. Once he sat across from her in the ambulance, Tiffany tried to raise her hand to get his attention. Yeah? Jori asked, bending closer. Call my mom. She pointed to her purse. In my contacts, Debbie Ice. He fumbled in the little front pocket of her purse and pulled out her phone. A woman answered. My name is Jori Virtanen, and I'm with your daughter, Tiffany. She, had an allergic reaction to shrimp, and we're on the way to the hospital in an ambulance. The woman let loose with a string of profanity that startled him. Ma'am, she'll be okay. Tiffany tapped his knee and reached for the phone. When she tried to remove the oxygen mask, the EMT stopped her hand, shaking his head. Your daughter wants you to come to the hospital. Jori had to shout to be heard over the woman's rant. She stopped. Which hospital? Tiffany's mom growled. The EMT gave the name and Jori repeated it. I'll talk to you when I get there. Great. Jori replaced the phone and rubbed his face. Tiffany put her hand on his knee. Sorry about my mom. It's all good. She's just worried about you. No. Tiffany gave a weak laugh. That's just my mom. Jori couldn't make up his mind if he was relieved when they got to the hospital or not. In the waiting room, he had to sit alone, knowing an agitated version of a female Attila the Hun was on her way, looking for him. Jori wished he had Anna with him. She would have protected him. As soon as the woman entered the lobby, he identified her as much for her angry stance as how much she resembled her daughter in the face. The woman was huge and looked like she was used to getting her way. Swallowing, Jori stood. Attila must have recognized Tiffany's coat and purse in his arms, because her eyes and lips narrowed.
Where's my daughter?
She ripped Tiffany's things from him and jabbed his chest with a finger.
You did this to her.
Jab.
I hope you have money, Mr. Fancy Leather Coat, because you're paying for this.
Jab. She was really ticking him off. Jori tried to step out of her reach. He could easily have pinned her hands, but that wouldn't have looked good here. Besides, he kept telling himself she was just worried about her daughter. Another of Attila's jabs connected, and Jori knew he would be bruised tomorrow. Ma'am, a woman in hospital scrubs said as she approached them.
Where's my Tiffany?
Attila spun on the hospital worker.
I want to see her.
Jori rubbed his tender chest and watched the two women disappear through the door into the emergency room's inner sanctum. He didn't want to leave without making sure Tiffany was all right, but he didn't want to give her mother another go at him either. His phone vibrated and he pulled it from his pocket. Hey, Al. Is she all right? He explained the situation and she asked, What are you going to do? I think I'll hang here for a while. Jori took a seat away from the television.
You have your house key, right?
Yeah, night. Jori had never been fond of hospitals, but since his own stay in American Samoa, he hated them. All his instincts cried for him to get out of there. He tried to watch the movie on the TV in the corner of the room for a while. He kept dozing off, so he leaned back his head and closed his eyes. A sharp screaming jerked him awake. A woman with a flushed, miserable-looking baby stood in the doorway of the waiting room, searching for someone. Glancing at his watch, Jori realized he had slept longer than he meant to. It was nearly midnight. No wonder his neck had a crick in it. He went to the customer service desk and waited for the man to finish with a patient. "Can I find out how she's doing?" Jori asked after explaining the situation with Tiffany.
"I'm sorry, sir, I can't tell you anything. You said her mother is here?"
Jori nodded.
"You can call her."
Not likely. When the hospital employee looked beyond him and signaled for the next person in line, Jori stepped aside and pulled out his phone to send Tiffany a short text. When he was done, he headed out to the parking lot. Bleary-eyed, he scanned the few cars and then remembered. Mal's car was still at the restaurant. Jori called a cab. The restaurant had closed when he got there, but some staff members were still cleaning up. Jori knocked on the door several times before a wary man unlocked it.
"What do you want?"
"I was here a while ago and my date had an allergic reaction."
"Yes, I remember you, sir,"
the waiter from earlier said as he joined the first man.
"Did you leave something here?"
"I didn't get a chance to pay for dinner." Jori pulled out his wallet.
"Not to worry."
The man's face broke into a huge smile.
"Another guest picked up the tab for you."
"How much was it?" It had to have been Olivia.
"I can't say, sir."
"It was your famous guest, wasn't it?" Jori said with his best scowl.
"Sir, I can't say. Really."
"Right." Jori held out his hand. "Thank you for your help earlier."
"My pleasure."
Jori turned but spun back. Did she leave any kind of message?
"No, sir."
Grabbing the keys from his pocket, Jori headed back to the car. He started it and pulled out his phone. "Thanks for paying my tab."
My pleasure. How is she?
"Fine now." "How much was it?"
My treat.
"Olivia."
Good night, Jori.
Jori hesitated but finally sent another text. "One thing." There was a pause and his mind read it as wary.
What?
"She's a fangirl. Would you autograph a picture for her?"
Ha ha. Of course.
Chapter 19.
Certainly, I can do that, Olivia said, forcing her pleasant smile to stay in place. Beginning the middle of January.
"Good,"
said the general manager.
"I hear you decided to hire that bodyguard we got for you. No new stalker, I hope."
Not that we're aware of.
The crazy would-be assassin had been deemed unfit for trial. Knowing he was off the streets should have made her feel better, but it hadn't.
Nate's proved a useful research assistant. He's got good instincts.
"Is it going to be a problem for him with all this traveling you'll be doing?"
Not since he decided to marry my personal assistant.
Olivia had actually hired his fiancée first, but she didn't mention that. Another one with good instincts.
They will both be with me.
"Excellent."
The general manager gave her his typical plastic smile and stood. Olivia rose and shook his hand. After the difficult contract negotiations, she had known something was coming. Give some, get some. This was her give some. A huge tour around the country that would span 4 months. 3 weeks on and 1 off. Meaning she would only get to sleep in her own bed 1 week out of 4. She hated the idea of traveling so much. Michaela was waiting for her when Olivia reached her office. The young woman had been an excellent addition to the staff. Good thing they got along so well, especially since she and Nate had gotten married on New Year's Eve. Olivia hadn't ever felt safe in her old apartment again. The stalker had found out where she lived, had marked the place. Even now, with him in custody, she hadn't been able to shake her unease there. When Nate had announced his engagement, Olivia had decided it was time to move. The pair had become an integral part of her staff and lived with her. They needed some space of their own. Michaela followed her into the apartment office and closed the door behind them. "You're going to love the news," Olivia said. "We're going on tour?" Michaela clapped her hands, unable to suppress a little squeal of delight. Olivia smiled at the young woman's enthusiasm and gave her a list of things to do. Hopefully, the network would get its money's worth. The research needed for all the local interviews would keep Olivia's entire staff busy. She would need Jose for sure. Olivia went to work. By the time her phone vibrated, indicating a text message from Jori, she was ready for a break. "Got a minute?" She opened her browser. "That was fast," he said when his picture came on her screen. Every time she saw him, he looked different. Travel-weary, dressed up for a date. Today, his fair hair was pulled back in a ponytail but with loose strands falling out. He must have been painting because his black t-shirt had random splashes of color, and his face had a few smears too. Jori's scar seemed more pronounced than it had at the restaurant. Did it just look darker when he was tired? There were deep circles under his eyes. "I needed a break anyway," she said. "Looks like you're working. What's that behind you?" She couldn't see well enough to make out anything but vibrant colors, lots of red. Jori's eyes widened and he mumbled something in Finnish. Olivia was sure his ears went pink. He darted a glance behind him before shifting the camera away. Why would he hide the painting? He scooted in front of the camera again and tried to look as though nothing had happened. Olivia gave him a flat look but didn't challenge him on it. "If you're calling about Anna's school," she began. "No, I know that it has to go through probate, which takes time." Jori brushed a strand of hair from his cheek. "Brent signed me up for another round of shows. He wants a bigger variety of subjects, so I'll be traveling until summer. I was just wondering if you or your staff could suggest somewhere to stay in Montana." "Montana?" Olivia tapped into her tablet and accessed the catamaran file. "As in Lewiston?" Jori growled something again Olivia couldn't understand, but she guessed he had cursed again. She bit back a smile. She loved surprising him into doing that. Now if she could just figure out what he was saying. "My fact-checker was there for a few days right after you guys were taken," Olivia said. "He stayed in a nice bed and breakfast. Loved the food." "Sounds perfect." Jori brushed aside the wayward strand of hair again, and a bright streak of red appeared on his forehead where his knuckle had brushed it. Olivia smothered a laugh and pointed at him. "I should have cleaned up before I called you." He looked in the direction of the webcam, like he was checking out his reflection in a mirror. "Are you using oil paints today?" "Yeah." Jori lifted his hand as though to swipe the hair, but stopped. "Can I ask what—" "No." He stared at her with a frown. "You didn't let me finish." "You were going to ask me what I was painting." "Oh, you can read my mind now?" It actually was what she had been about to ask, but she had been thinking of another question too. It was his turn to give her a flat look. "I was going to ask what you were going to do in Lewiston." Sitting back in his chair, his hand hanging uselessly in front of him, Jori looked like he was afraid to touch anything. It made him appear vulnerable. She couldn't bring herself to tease or quiz him about it. "Let me rephrase that," Olivia said. "If Brent Schultz wants you to try different subjects, what kind will you be looking at in Montana?" Jori shot her a look of gratitude, and his whole body language relaxed. Olivia was sure he would be visiting Braden Randolph's family home. She would love to understand why. "Anna once told me to try out some Western art. I thought I might look into it while I'm there." "Good plan." "Hey." Jori sat forward again, sending a flash of irritation toward his hand, finally just wiping it on his shirt. "How did your contract negotiations go?" "You have been busy, haven't you?" She stared at him incredulously. "Don't you watch TV? My contract is all signed. I get to choose my topics, but they get to decide where I'll film. They're sending me traveling through May." "Congratulations, then. We'll have to compare our schedules in case—" Jori went quiet, like he understood what he had suggested. "Yeah." Olivia wondered why he was still so skittish about meeting. He had to have noticed that she hadn't been bothered by any press at the restaurant. She let it drop. "You'll have to let me know if you like the B&B." "I will." After he hung up, Olivia went back to her research, but not until she had made a note to herself to get an itinerary. She would need that anyway. Chapter 20. Jori blinked against the sun glinting off the snow on the long stretch of road leading to Lewiston, Montana. The freakish April snowstorm the day before had kept him in Great Falls after his flight had arrived. He was grateful the icy two-lane road had been plowed, but he prayed the lady at his Great Falls hotel had been right and the snow wouldn't last. He thought about how long he would be gone from New York. Elle had miscarried again in January, and her attitude worried him. She was usually such a happy, positive person, but losing 2 babies in a year had taken it out of her. He hoped she would come out of her depression before he left for Finland. Jori recognized the Smythe House bed and breakfast from the picture Olivia had forwarded him. He pulled up along the side street. The stately old home's wide, covered porch took up almost the entire front of the house, the furniture covered in tarps to protect it from the snow. Turning, he looked at the old neighborhood and then back at the house. With its eastern exposure, it would be a great place to sit on a warm summer evening. He was about to knock when the door opened.
"You must be Mr. Virtanen. Please come in," said a pleasant-looking older woman. "I'm Carol Smythe."
"I am, and thank you." He stomped his feet to remove any remaining snow and entered the house. Pausing, he admired the antique-filled room, surprised at its warmth and sense of invitation. Perhaps it was the kind of antiques his mother had collected that had made their home so sterile and untouchable.
"I'll take your coat."
She reached for it and indicated the living room.
"Please have a seat while I get the tea for you."
"Can I help you with anything?"
"No, I have everything in hand."
Mrs. Smythe gave him a warm smile.
"If you would like to use the restroom, it's just down the hall."
She hung up his coat and disappeared through a door on the other end of the formal dining room. Jori pulled out his cell phone and snapped a picture of the living room, sending it to Elle with the message so she wouldn't worry about him. "You have got to see this place." He sent the next text to Olivia. "I like this place already."
"Good. I heard there was snow yesterday."
"It is Montana." She answered with a smiley face. As he waited for Miss Smythe to return, the front door opened and a gray-haired gentleman entered the room. When he saw Jori, he smiled and approached with an extended hand.
"Well, it looks like the weather didn't stop you after all, Mr. Virtanen."
Jori jumped to his feet and shook the man's hand. "You must be Mr. Smythe."
"I am."
He shrugged off his coat and hung it up before gesturing to the seat Jori had just vacated.
"Relax, I'll just go help the missus and bring in the tea."
Jori decided he didn't really want to sit down again after the long drive and examine the family pictures that decorated the walls. Some were quite old, and he wondered if they were family heirlooms or simply antiques the Smythes had collected. At the sound of the dining room door opening, Jori turned to see Mr. Smythe carrying a tray into the room with a pitcher and cups. Mrs. Smythe followed with another platter filled with a variety of finger foods, including crustless sandwiches and dainty desserts. Jori hadn't thought he was hungry, but as soon as he smelled the delicacies, his stomach growled. Mrs. Smythe must have heard because she grinned as she set the tray on the table before him.
"What brings you to Lewiston, Mr. Virtanen?"
"Call me Jori." He picked up one of the small plates and selected a sandwich half.
"You must call us Carol and Brian, then."
"I'm here because—" His story about wanting to check out the local art community suddenly seemed lame.
"Did you know Braden?"
Carol asked, her voice soft. Jori almost dropped his plate, doing a juggling act with it and the sandwich.
"Look what you've done to the poor guy."
Brian chuckled.
"He looks like he's going to pass out."
"Yes, I knew Braden." Jori put his plate down, no longer hungry. "We were friends on the ship."
"I recognized you because I followed the story. Jack Randolph and I went to school together."
Carol picked up the dish and handed it back to Jori.
"What do you have in mind here?"
"To see the home Braden loved and meet his father."
"Jack's still touchy about his son,"
she said, and Brian added,
"I wouldn't approach him yet."
"I appreciate that insight." It wasn't as though Ashlyn hadn't warned him that her father wasn't ready. Jori took a bite of his sandwich. They spent the next half hour chatting about art in Lewiston. While Brian returned the tea tray to the kitchen, Carol gave Jori a tour of the house, ending at his bedroom. Later, he stared out the window at the snow shining in the light of the street lamps, wondering what to do. The last thing he wanted was to force himself on a still grieving father. That night, Jori dreamed of Anna. When he woke, he decided to do what he had first told Olivia he was there for. Lewiston was as good as any place to check out Western art. Over breakfast, Jori asked Carol what she recommended, and he came away with a list. By the time he was ready to head out, the snow was already dripping from the rooftops. Jori visited the Chamber of Commerce and the nearby History Museum. It was in the museum that Anna's comment about him trying his hand at Western art came back to him. Once again, it was tied to that picture he had come to call the accidental Olivia. Staring at all the cowboy art in the museum, Jori understood what Anna had been talking about. Until then, he had always lumped cowboy paintings and Elvis on black velvet in the same category, not real art. Used to living in large cities, he was surprised that a small community like Lewiston had such a rich artistic heritage. Walking the museum's aisles and reading the history of the paintings and the painters, Jori's imagination kicked into full drive. His hands itched to get to work on the images crowding his mind, wanting to get them out and on canvas. For this part of the trip, he hadn't brought anything but a couple of sketchbooks, pencils, and some Prismacolors. He would have to fix that. Jori stayed until his stomach drove him in search of food. After grabbing a quick bite, he went to the Lewiston Art Center, where he found a wide assortment of artwork on display. He took his time examining the displays, until the woman who appeared to be in charge was free. "Welcome to Lewiston," she said, smiling as she extended her hand. "I'm Margie Aitken. Have you seen anything you—" With their hands still clasped, she squinted at him. "You look familiar. Have we met before?" "This is my first visit to Lewiston." She didn't look old enough to be a friend of Jack Randolph or Carol Smythe. Jori released her hand and removed the business card holder from his pocket. He pulled out a card, handing it to her. "I'm an artist." "The Schultz Gallery in New York?" Margie scanned the card, a huge grin spreading across her face. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Ver—" Her eyes dropped to the card again. "Mr. Virtanen. Maybe you look familiar because I've seen you in a trade paper." But even as she said it, her eyes darted to his scar, taking on a considering look. "Maybe that's it." "Do you have any of your work with you?" "I don't, yet." "Are you planning to work while you're here?" Margie's brows rose and her face lit up. "How long will that be?" "I haven't decided yet." He would need a home base in the West for Brent's travel itinerary. Why not Lewiston? "Well, Mr. Virtanen, please let me know if you'd like to put anything on consignment here." They shook hands again and he left. After exiting the building, Jori turned back to see her hurry to her laptop on the desk. Well, if she looked him up online, she would find out more about him than his art. The next day, the weather was even warmer, and Jori spent quite a bit of time sketching. When he discussed with Mrs. Smythe his desire to seek out more Western-themed subjects, she made a list of ranches whose owners might be accommodating. The people were more than happy to talk with Jori. He filled his time at the museum, the art center, researching the history of the area, and drawing. He had to buy a lot more supplies. Brent had already approved of the shots Jori had sent, and decided Jori should take some with him to the Helsinki gallery. One day, when Jori had been there a couple of weeks, he saw Brian Smythe in the lunch line at Bonton, a quaint little restaurant that was as much an ice cream fountain as a sandwich bar.
"Brought your head out of your sketchbook long enough to eat?"
the older man asked. "I've learned to listen when my muse is talking," Jori said with a shrug. Giving his order to the girl behind the counter, Brian paid for his lunch. He held back until Jori had done the same, and the two made their way to the only available seats at a large table.
"What's this, Bill?"
Brian extended his hand to a middle-aged balding man wearing a shirt and tie.
"No school food today?"
Nope. Don't tell the fine folks in the cafeteria, but I'm not a fan of their cooking.
He shook Brian's hand and looked at Jori with interest.
I've seen you around town, artist, right?
"This is Jori Virtanen. He's staying with us."
Brian indicated the other man.
Bill here is the high school principal.
The man reached across the table and Jori shook his hand. A young woman placed a plate with a sandwich in front of Bill.
You don't happen to have any of your work here, do you?
When Jori hesitated, the man said,
I ask for professional reasons.
Unsure what he meant by that, Jori glanced at Brian, who grinned. Jori pulled his sketch pad from his pocket and handed it to the principal. I do a lot of work in oil, Jori said. These are just rough sketches. They're the foundation for future paintings. Bill took his time going through the pages, handing the book back only when their sandwiches arrived. Jori wasn't sure what to think when Bill made no comment about the pictures. Not one. Over the meal, the two Lewiston men talked about local issues. Jori quietly ate his food. When they were finished, the three said goodbye and parted. Jori was surprised during breakfast the next morning when Carol answered her phone and handed it to him. He mouthed, "Who is it?" But she only smiled, her eyes twinkling. "Hello?"
Mr. Virtanen, this is Bill Huffine. We had lunch together yesterday.
"I remember. Good morning."
Let me get to the point. Every spring we offer an artist series at the high school. The day classes are for students, but we like to provide a couple of evening lectures that are open to the general public. The idea is to have the artists share their own creative process. Our hope, especially for the students, is to let them experience it with the artist and encourage them to experiment with their own talents.
I'm not sure where you're going with this. The shrill ringing of a school bell almost overwhelmed the sound of Bill's reply.
We had an artist scheduled for this year, but she had to cancel 2 days ago. Our opening school assembly is tomorrow.
The hair stood up on Jori's neck. Him teach? On a day's notice?
Hang on.
The sound of a door closing shut out the cacophony of student voices.
Before you turn me down, Mr. Virtanen, I'd like you to know how impressed I was with your sketches yesterday.
I'm no public speaker. Jori felt a little ill.
You don't have to be a public speaker. All you have to do is explain your thought process as you decide what to draw and how you set up your scenes.
Carol appeared within Jori's peripheral vision, and he looked at her. She gave him an encouraging nod. Jori shook his head, and she nodded more forcefully.
Mr. Virtanen, are you still there?
Please don't call me that. It makes me think of my father. My name is Jori.
Jori, I'm sorry for the short notice, but I thought with your experience before the camera, this wouldn't be intimidating.
Great. Bill knew who he was. But I never had to say anything.
Brian tells me you're quite an enthusiastic speaker when you've talked about your art with him and Carol.
You're fun to listen to when you get going,
Carol said. Jori shifted in his chair to frown at her.
I think the kids would enjoy it,
she said. In front of the entire student body?
Only for the opening assembly,
Bill said.
All the other presentations are done in a classroom, with only about 25 or 30 students. A small community like ours, with a district high school that pulls students from all over, has limited options to broaden the curriculum. We need you.
I'll do it, Jori said, thinking of Lynn. Bill gave him instructions on time and place and hung up.
Thank you.
Carol clapped her hands.
We have 3 grandchildren in the high school, and I'm so excited for them. All you have to do is talk about what you love. That's not hard.
The next morning, Jori was grateful to be standing behind the podium at the beginning. The shaking of his knees made him wonder if the audience could hear them knocking. He kept the image of Lynn leading a high school choir and orchestra in mind. By the time the presentation had ended and students lined up to talk to him, Jori's shakes had disappeared. He was surprised at how energized he felt. The kids reminded him of Raimi, and Jori found it easy to talk with them. Maybe this wouldn't be so bad after all. With the school gig, Jori tightened his schedule and made the Montana town his base. He still had to meet Brent's itinerary, which included a dozen western cities. With his agent's blessing, Jori had gone in search of a workroom. The Smythes had given him a weekly rate at the B&B, and Brian had a friend who gave Jori a good deal on a large, unused room with great lighting. During the first month, Jori had marked off 4 of his stops for Brent. The whirlwind trips usually included at least one gallery visit and lots of sketching. The agent's goal in the trips was to expose Jori and his work to many galleries Schultz had connections with. He also wanted to see what Jori could do with a variety of different subject types and styles. The weekends had begun to feel like school assignments. The summer and early fall would be spent in Finland again. Brent had been working the European market and had scheduled several showings. Jori's new lifestyle wasn't what he had imagined. He definitely didn't like traveling so much, and found himself wishing for those days in Anna's attic again, when he could let his imagination have free rein or spend hours examining her father's paintings. It unsettled him to have to jet around, especially when he was in the middle of a large project. Jori was enjoying his Lewiston projects, though. He already had several smaller sketches and paintings finished, and had even sold a few at the art center where he had them on display. One day, however, an idea had captured his imagination, and now almost consumed his time and energy. His vision was of an exaggerated snapshot in history, when Chief Joseph had camped one night with his warriors, women, and horses near the Reed and Bowles stockade. That had really happened, but Jori wanted the painting to be more than a single event. It had to be epic, the kind of picture people could gaze at for hours, trying to figure out the different parts. After nearly a month in Lewiston, Jori had finally applied some paint to his sketch. It would take quite a while to get it right. Quite a while, and the challenge thrilled him. All the time he had spent studying Anna's private collection, and then working to incorporate elements of James Lintner's style into the painting Jori had done of her, had been the perfect training. If nothing else, this project would teach him patience. As Jori cleaned his brushes, he was thinking ahead to his trip to San Diego the next day when Olivia's ring went off on his phone. Frequently, when he was working, he would ignore calls, but never hers. He wiped off his hands and pulled out his cell. She had been at least as busy as he had, and they had only connected on Battle Cloud a couple of times. He missed her. "Hey, SD, how's it going?" "If I never travel again, it will be too soon." Jori doubted that. She was in Palm Springs, and he could hear the sound of water splashing in the background. He glanced out the window where huge snowflakes fell. "For some strange reason, I'm lacking in sympathy today." "Oh, what a beast you are." Olivia let out a little gasp. "See, my beast, you choose your username well." In spite of her playful tone, Olivia sounded tired, and she was slurring some of her words. Curious, he settled into an old beat-up recliner that had been left in the room. This was a side of her he hadn't seen before. Jori usually found his conversations with Olivia to be insightful, especially when she opened up. "A beast on many levels," he said, thinking of his own research. Investigating her had become a hobby. It only seemed fair for him to know as much about Olivia as she did about him. A kind of payback. "Ah, yes." Her words definitely slurred. "The bad boy." Jori thought of Mean Girl B and his stomach sank. Olivia better not have done too much research on his old reputation. He would never live it down. "The bad boy who's a hot hero." Her speech was getting worse. "I wish. Know what I wish? I wish you were here, my hot hero. Bad boy beast." "Olivia, have you been drinking?" Jori asked, sitting up. "No." "You liar. Are you drinking by a pool?" "I'm in a hot tub." She hiccuped and giggled. It was a goofy kind of laugh. "Get out." He couldn't keep the sharpness out of his voice, or the fear. "Now." "Don't tell me what to do." There was nothing playful in her tone now. "I'm sorry," Jori said quickly. "Don't hang up." "Well, I will." She mangled the words. Wait. Jori jumped to his feet. "Look, a guy in my college dorm nearly died in a hot tub. The heat opens up your blood vessels and gets you drunk really fast." "No wonder." Olivia mumbled something else, but it turned into a groan. "Where's that bodyguard of yours?" There was a soft thud like the phone had been dropped on a padded surface. Jori swore but stopped when he heard a male voice in the background. Olivia muttered something and a female voice replied. The call ended. Jori swore again, pulling up her number on speed dial. Was that the bodyguard? But then who was the woman? Staff? Or strangers taking advantage of a helpless, wasted woman? No one answered the phone. Olivia was in trouble, but what could Jori do? Call her network? What would he say? Hello, I'm trying to help Olivia Howard. I think she got drunk and drowned in a hot tub. Jori rubbed his face. What if there were paparazzi there? Were they getting compromising pictures? He tried her cell phone again.
Miss Howard isn't available right now,
a gruff male voice said. Who are you?
I could ask you the same thing.
What does the stupid phone say?
Beast,
the man said after a pause, his tone going from wary to antagonistic. Jori swore. Who are you?
A bodyguard.
The phone went dead. Jori almost chucked the phone against the wall. He remembered Olivia's description of the stalker and the shooting. She did have a bodyguard, but how could Jori know that was the guy on the phone? Of course, a kidnapper probably wouldn't have answered it in the first place. Jori's pulse slowed a little. He finished putting his supplies away, but he couldn't shake his unease. His car crawled through the deep snow as he returned to the B&B. Jori pulled out his laptop and sent SD a battle cloud PM. You'd better be all right. Call me. Lewiston had an airport, but it was for small planes. Great Falls was the closest airport, and it would take him nearly an hour and a half to get there, in good weather. Jori looked at his watch. Was he really thinking of going? Yes, he was. He did a quick search for flights to Palm Springs. It would be easy to detour there. He searched online for stories about Olivia. Nothing except her visit to Palm Springs for the show she had filmed earlier in the day. No mention of where she was staying. Jori glanced at his phone. Nothing. He checked his email. Nothing. One more search online didn't show anything new about Olivia. The antique clock in the hallway outside his room chimed midnight. He leaned back in his desk chair and stared out the window at the moonlight shining on the fresh snow. She hadn't been hospitalized, or kidnapped, or returned his call. Olivia rolled over and tried swallowing the foul taste in her mouth. Her stomach felt hollow and queasy. What a stupid dream she'd had. What time was it? She would have to get up soon. One more appearance and then a late flight home for a long weekend. Home. Sleeping in her own bed. She couldn't wait. Yawning, she sat up. She scratched her shoulder and froze. Running a hand along it, she felt the thin strap of a swimsuit. No, no, no. Olivia buried her face in her hands, trying to remember the dream conversation. She couldn't have said those things to Jori for real. Where was her phone? Olivia slipped from the bed, trying not to stumble on her unsteady feet. It was a déjà vu moment, taking her back to college when she had first found out about her alcohol intolerance. But she could usually handle a small glass of wine. How could she have had so strong a reaction? She found the phone on the desk. Hadn't there been a comment about a hot tub? It was fortunate she was in a house and not a hotel, where other guests might have witnessed her little display. Groaning, Olivia sank into the chair. Hot, bad boy beast. How could she ever speak to him again? The phone on, she checked the call log. There it was. Her call to him. Almost immediately following was a missed call from him, followed by another that had been answered. She couldn't remember how the last conversation had ended. Had she talked to him, or had Nate? There were only 2 hours before she had to leave for the station. Michaela would be coming to wake her soon. Olivia showered, letting the hot water loosen her tight muscles. Once she was dressed, she headed to the dining room where the smell of cooking breakfast made her want to throw up. Michaela didn't say anything, but brought a cup of tea and set it on the table in front of Olivia. Nate came in and kissed his wife on the cheek before pulling a microwave breakfast package from the freezer. They both tiptoed around like they had to walk on eggshells around her. Okay, let's clear the air, you two, Olivia finally said, putting down her cup. I'm sorry about last night. I don't normally drink, and now you know why. She looked at Nate. Did you take the last call on my phone, or did I?
I did.
And what did you two say? She didn't know why it was important that Jori's identity as Beast stay her secret.
That Beast guy was rude. He kept asking who I was.
She sighed. Hot bad boy? How could she have said anything so cringeworthy? Olivia wondered why Jori had been curious about who Nate was. Could her Beast be jealous? No, that would be asking too much. Did you tell him? Olivia asked.
That I'm your bodyguard? Yes.
Michaela, I'm going to have you take my phone for a while and filter all my calls. I don't want to be distracted by anything but business. Olivia stood. Let's get packed. I can't wait to get home. All right. Michaela took the phone and shot Olivia a curious look. Should I just block this Beast guy's number? No, Olivia said too loudly. Just don't accept any calls for a while. Whatever you say. Michaela pocketed the phone. Olivia thought for a second there might have been a smirk on the woman's face, but she didn't say anything. Serves me right. Olivia put the cup in the dishwasher. How long would it take Jori to forget what she had said? Jori leaned his forehead against the plain window, the green grass and palm trees below easing the tension in his neck. There hadn't been any news about Olivia Howard. He couldn't decide if he should still be worried, or ticked that Olivia hadn't returned any of his messages. She had called him, after all. He might finally get to talk to her in person. His heart rate sped up. Tapping quickly, Jori sent one more text message and asked where she was staying. Pocketing his phone, he took a deep breath. One problem remained. He hadn't figured out how to find out which hotel Olivia was staying at. He had already been on the first leg of his flight before he had thought to check Palm Springs hotels. A couple of calls during the flight's 2 stops and the message had been clear. Even if she were a guest, the staff wouldn't tell a random stranger. If he couldn't find Olivia, he would look a fool for having detoured to Palm Springs. He probably looked a fool already. Jori took a deep breath, glad for the bright sunlight with its hint of warmth through the windows. He only had 2 hours of sunlight, and he had never been to Palm Springs before. With his carry-on bag, Jori strode through the concourse, following the signs to the rental cars. The line for a car was longer than Jori expected. Feeling antsy, he took out his drawing pad. Palm Springs wasn't on Brent's list of stops, but it would be stupid to pass up a terminal full of interesting people. It might distract him, too, because the longer he thought about Olivia's silence, the madder he got. Jori was so immersed in his sketch that he didn't notice the conversation going on behind him, until someone said Olivia's name. A thrill went through him and he spun around to scan the waiting area. He stopped at a couple of older women a little way off.
I'm sure that was Olivia Howard,
said a woman with curly hair that had a faint blue tint to it.
How would you know?
The other senior said.
Because I watch her show every day. I wish we'd gotten here sooner. She's been in town, you know.
Jori shoved the notebook into a pocket on his bag and jogged back to the main terminal. No way he could have come this far only to miss her. Another flight had arrived, so the terminal was full of milling people, some greeting friends or loved ones and others heading for the baggage claim. If she was through security, he wouldn't be able to get her. He approached the TSA agent, who held out her hand for his pass. I'm not boarding, I just need to know if Olivia Howard has already come through. The woman nodded her head toward an elevator in the distance, where 3 people, a huge man and 2 women, waited. The doors opened and the 3 entered and turned to face the terminal. Jori recognized Olivia, with her sleek black hair caressing the tanned skin of her face and throat. He raised a hand, hoping to get her attention. The elevator doors closed. Olivia never looked his way. Jori swore and kicked his bag. The agent frowned at him, so Jori took his luggage and headed back to the car rental line. At least he didn't have to do any searching. Olivia was safe. It was a good thing she wasn't beside him. He might have strangled her. Jori made good use of his extra time away from Lewiston and even got a sunburn in San Diego. He held on to his anger at Olivia for not returning his messages, until he saw a snapshot taken upon her return to New York. She looked terrible. Staring at the photo on the monitor, he thought back to what she had said when she was drunk. He had made an idiot of himself dozens of times, even been arrested once. For a woman of such public self-control, she was probably too embarrassed to talk to him. His anger turned to sympathy. Olivia was a friend. He didn't want to lose that. He picked up his phone. "Just tell me you're okay, please. Then I won't bug you anymore." Jori put his phone on the table where he could get to it, and turned back to the ugly monstrosity he'd been venting his frustration on. The pictures from his private collection, begun as a way to deal with his nightmares, were hideous, yet mesmerizing. For him, anyway. Unlike his usual work, where a viewer could step close to appreciate the detail, the horror pictures were best seen at a distance, or they looked like nothing but big splashes of color. Rage, fear, helplessness. Now that he wasn't mad at Olivia anymore, all Jori's drive to work on it was gone. He put it in its hiding place in a corner of the shed where it would stay until the next time he had a nightmare, or was ticked. Jori had a couple of hours of daylight and should work, if he could focus on something besides his silent phone. After puttering around a while longer, he gave up. He was reaching for his jacket when his phone started playing Olivia's ring. His heart jumped. "Hello?" Jori was pleased that his voice sounded normal. "I have some news for you." No greeting, and Olivia's tone was the business one he was used to hearing on TV. So that was how she was going to play it. All right. She could pretend she hadn't gotten wasted and called him hot. Jori grinned. At least she was talking to him again. "Hang on." He sat at an old, dilapidated desk and grabbed a pencil and some paper. "All right, go ahead." "I've been talking with Gordon Zielinski." "My old professor? He accepted?" "He did." A surge of satisfaction hit Jori, and he picked up a framed sketch of Anna sitting on the desk. Her dream had come true, and he had helped. It seemed fitting that it was Anna who would lead Jori's path of reparation. He wanted to jump up and dance. This kind of euphoria could be addictive. Was this why Olivia was always looking at ways to help people? "Is pushing to open the school this fall." "Say again?" Jori said, straightening. "Weren't you listening? I said Gordon wants to open the school this fall." "So soon?" "With the number of out-of-state applications we've already received. He said we needed to move fast." The announcement of the school had been made not long after Olivia's embarrassing, to her, phone call. Jori had received an email from her attorney with some early plans from the architect. Jori's only suggestion had been to leave the attic for classroom space, and not convert it to a dormitory. "You sound really tired," Jori said, hoping to make the conversation more personal. "You okay?" "Just busy." "Anything I can help you with?" "I owe you big for Anna." "It's stupid personal stuff." Meaning he should mind his own business. Too bad because he didn't want to. "Is working on the school too much for you right now?" Jori asked. "No, I need something in my life that I want to do." "They're making you do stuff you don't want to do?" "It's just the traveling. I hate it." Olivia's voice was heavy with weariness. "My first tour was so successful, I get to do a second one for most of the summer. I'll have August off before we're finally back to regular filming in New York." "Your life is sounding a lot like mine. I didn't realize you weren't in control of your schedule." "Someday I will be." "I feel your pain," Jori said. "I wish I could decide when and where to travel. I'll be in Europe through September, so if you need me for any board meetings, we'll have to do it with a video conference call." "Sorry." "The time difference will be the biggest issue. We'll work around it. Did I tell you Gordon was surprised that you recommended him? He's jealous that you got to meet Anna." Another phone rang in the background, and Olivia said, "I have to get that." "Thank you for calling me. Talk to you later." Jori hung up feeling happier than he had in weeks. As he drove to the Smythes, he thought a lot about Anna. He even dreamed about her that night, so he was somber as his students entered the classroom the next day. They picked up on it and were quiet as they took their seats. For his last class of the school year, he sketched on the chalkboard and told them about an amazing old woman. When the class ended, Bill Huffine stood at the back of the room. Once the students had gone, the principal came to the front.
I appreciate you filling in for us.
Bill reached out to shake Jori's hand.
Is there any chance you might be in Lewiston next April?
I think there's a really good chance. Jori still wanted to see Braden's home, and meet his father if possible.
Can we put you down to teach again?
Yes. Jori shook his head, and I'm surprised I'm saying that. Chapter 21. It was nearly 4 in the morning when Jori checked into his Helsinki hotel room. He was ready for what he hoped would be an easier schedule. He had been toying with the idea of buying property there, but he wasn't sure about his motivation. Maybe it was the idea of escaping Brent's grueling schedule when their contract was up. Elle had commanded him to connect to the online chat first thing. It was early evening in New York and a decent early morning in Kabul, where Mark was stationed.
You look awful, Elle said. I don't think all this traveling is good for you.
I could stay here, Jori said.
No, Uncle Jori, don't be Finnish again.
Kate pushed her way in front of the webcam so she was in the center of the screen.
I would miss you.
No, Jori said with a tired laugh. You would miss the chocolate I always bring you. Kate put on a pouting look that reminded him of Elle. I'll be back for Halloween, Jori said.
It's hard,
Elle said, putting her arm around Kate.
Trying to schedule these chats, especially with Mark in the Middle East. Talk about crazy time differences.
Hello, Mark said. I'm right here.
Shut up, I know that.
Jori let them carry on the banter. Elle might have discounted his idea, but there was part of him that really liked the thought of saying he lived in Finland. But all the people he loved were in the U.S.
Aren't you happy for me, Jori?
Say again, he said. I missed that.
You're dead now, man,
Mark said and laughed.
I'm pregnant.
Jori put on a smile, hoping his worry didn't show. Elle looked so happy he should have known that she was expecting again. How long would this pregnancy last? That's great, Jori said. When?
April. I'm going to keep this one, I'm sure of it.
I'm happy for you. I should still be in the States.
You ever hear from Olivia Howard?
Mal asked. We talked about Anna's school a couple of days ago. Jori forced his voice to stay level. Had to make plans for me to video conference in on any important board meetings.
We should let you get to sleep. I've got a girl all lined up for when you're home again.
No, Elle. She blew him a kiss and ended the call. Tired, Olivia headed straight for the bathroom. She could hear the sounds of Michaela packing in her office. She hated moving, especially when she'd been on the road so much that year. She paused. It seemed like she was hating a lot in her life lately. She hated that. With a rueful smile, Olivia turned on the hot water in the bathtub. She needed a good soak before facing her office. It would have been easy enough to hire movers to come in and do all the packing for them, but Olivia didn't like the idea of strangers handling her things. Definitely not having access to her research files. She poured scented oil into the water and slipped in. As much as the summer of road shows had worn her out, she couldn't deny they had been successful. After working so long and hard to achieve her dreams, Olivia was finally there. While her life wasn't quite what she had imagined, she was making a difference. There were now several foundations for her pet causes, and people were involved in helping others. It felt good. The decision to move had been a hard one. Why hadn't anyone told her that achieving her dreams would come with a unique kind of bondage? She had finally settled on some property outside of the city, rather than an apartment. The apartment, large enough to house some of her staff, had seemed like conspicuous consumption. But the new house, a real house with grounds large enough to require staff to maintain it, stank of it. She had to remind herself a couple of times a week that it wasn't just a house. It was a business. That the people would be staff and not servants. She was offering them good jobs. Olivia wasn't taking advantage of anyone. She needed the extra space. Contractors had been working on a small studio on the grounds. She had received feedback from several people she wanted to interview that they would love to do one, but not before an audience. And Nate never let her forget the issue of security. Olivia's eyes shifted to the painting on the wall. She had purchased it from Schultz Gallery over a year ago. It was of a family on an outing. A mother, father, and 2 boys. The youngest, his hair even paler than it was on the now grown man, must have been about 6 or 7. While his style was reminiscent of James Lintner's, Olivia liked how Jori's unique flair overshadowed the Lintner influence. The exquisite detail, she loved Jori's description of it, made the painting seem like a photo, but more. The longer she compared this picture with her 2 Lintners, the more she thought Jori might be a better artist. Olivia just wished she could meet him in person. She was sure that once she compared the real man with the imaginary one she had constructed from bits and pieces of information in online chats, she could move on. Reality never held up to fantasy. On New Year's Day, as Jori secretly sketched Elle, he found himself thinking over the past 2 years. How could Elle and Mal have been married that long? It seemed like only yesterday they had all gathered together in this very room for the wedding. He paused, glancing up at the painting he had given them. The band Jimmy had pulled together for the ship's talent show had been so much fun to watch. Lynn and Braden, though estranged at the time of the picture, had come together to play the keyboard together for Jimmy. Jori added a flourish to Elle's short, perky hair in his sketch. He loved the way her hand always rested so protectively on the growing roundness of her little belly, and how Mal would put his face close and talk to the baby inside. "Will you stop that?" She jumped out of her chair and grabbed for Jori's sketchbook. Laughing, he let her have it. "I hate that you sketch me so much when my body's all twisted out of shape." "Well, I think you look beautiful," Jori said simply. "Oh, well, still." She handed the pad back, looking happier. She sat by Mal, who put his arm around her. "Did you do any dating while you were gone?" Elle asked. "You promised, remember?" What could he tell her? That he had gone out with small groups of other young people a few times? That it had felt too much like following Brent's orders? Make a showing? Talk with people? That he couldn't build a meaningful relationship when he was traveling so much? "What am I going to do with you, Jori?" Elle let out a tragic sigh. "You didn't even try, did you?" "I did." Jori didn't know how to explain to Elle that there was a big difference between the kind of dating he had done before the cruise and what she was talking about. The girls she and Mal set him up with were nice enough, but not ones he would have asked out himself. "You work too hard." Elle lifted her foot and gave Jori's knee a light tap. "Ashlyn says you're getting as bad as Braden." Jori perked up. "What about Braden?" "Just that before the cruise he was totally focused on his job." She nudged his knee again. "Only his job, like you. Will you promise to try harder?" "I promise. But there's no guarantee anything will come of it." Chapter 22. Jori had that promise in mind when he went back to work after the holidays. Brent had big plans for the spring and an exclusive exhibition for Jori. They had all worked late at the gallery going over plans. Sarah, Mr. Schultz's cute assistant, had invited Jori to go with a group of them to dinner afterward. Since he had gone out with groups a few times in Finland, he accepted Sarah's invitation. He had just returned home and turned on his computer when his online chat program rang. Seeing it was Elle, he was doubly glad he had accepted the group dinner invitation and could report to her about it. He accepted the call and bent over to take off his shoes. "Hey, Elle." "You're not going to believe it." Her voice shook and Jori straightened to see she had been crying. "Is everything all right? Is the baby okay?" "They found Lynn and Braden." Elle leaned closer to the webcam, her hands clutched to her chest. "Alive?" Jori dropped the shoe. "Yes, alive. If you can believe it, a group of American Samoa Boy Scouts found the island where they were shipwrecked. There's been some kind of complication, though, and Braden's lost again or something.
It's all really confusing, but Lynn's on her way to Pongo Pongo. She's alive.
Wait, what was that? Braden's lost again?
There was a storm or something.
Elle's eyes welled with fresh tears.
2 of the scouts are missing too.
Are you flying there?
Yes, we're leaving in a few hours.
He wanted to go, but as soon as he opened his mouth to say it, his gut told him he should wait. Do you think I should come? Elle's expression confirmed his instincts. Then just keep me updated.
I will.
Elle disconnected. Lynn was alive. Braden had been alive. Jori rubbed his stomach as though it was a muscle with a cramp in it. His thoughts twisted around his confused emotions. How was he supposed to feel? Joy that Lynn was alive. He wanted to jump in the air and shout. But Braden, a few days ago he had been alive. And now? The almost crushing grief of the first weeks following the pirate attack threatened to dwarf the joy. Ashlyn must be sick with worry. Elle hadn't said anything about Jimmy and Maria. Jori opened a browser and did a search. There were some initial reports, but nothing much yet. As he was about to shut down his laptop, an alert came up indicating a new email. The sight of Olivia's name made his heart leap. He moved to open the message, then paused. Unexpected anger washed through him. That woman had some nerve. First, she had shut him out when he had begged her to let him know she was safe. He hadn't asked more than that. Then when she had finally deigned to call him, she never owned up to any of it. A sick feeling settled on his already tense stomach. Olivia's timing couldn't have been worse. Was she only calling now because she figured he would act like a little puppy and do whatever she wanted? Like get an interview for her with Lynn? Jori nodded, disgusted. That was probably it. Angry, he deleted the email without opening it. That night, Jori had his first nightmare of the catamaran attack in over a year. He thought about using the nightmare technique, but he knew he was too agitated, the images still too real to sleep. In the middle of the night, Jori went to the painting loft where he vented on the awful collection. Vicious, hostile faces. Shocked and terrorized eyes. The vivid colors seemed to tear through the background. When the first of the morning sun peeked in the window, he put everything away and made his exhausted, paint-splattered way back to his studio apartment, ignoring the strange looks. After showering the paint off his body and out of his hair, Jori looked at his bed. He couldn't sleep yet. Opening a browser, Jori found the first news video online. He peered at his monitor. For over 2 years, he had used Lynn's memory to buoy himself when he was discouraged or ready to give up. Now, he almost didn't recognize her. It looked like someone had given her a t-shirt to wear, but she had something dangling from her waist in the front and the back, leaving the sides of her hips exposed. Jori leaned in for a closer look. Animal skins. She turned her face toward the news camera and Jori paused the video. So thin. It may have been the deep tan that made her cheeks look gaunt, but her confused and haunted eyes pulled at him. When the news video ended, Jori's eyes traveled the article below and stopped at the last line. Both Jimmy and Maria had died. Jori leaned back in his chair, blinking against the burning in his tired eyes. He thought he had accepted that they were dead. Jori did busy work the rest of the day. He didn't trust himself to work on anything meaningful. That night his nightmares worsened. It was as though he had been transported back in time to 2 years ago. The images were so vivid that they woke him. He dashed to the bathroom to check his face in the mirror to make sure he didn't bear the fresh wound. He had to work harder to get the nightmare technique to work so he could sleep again. After a few days, Elle finally called him online.
Hey, Jori.
Is Lynn with you? Had it only been last month that he had been trying to capture Elle's glow of pregnancy on paper? It was missing now, and the dark circles under her eyes gave her a haggard look.
No, she's staying with Ashlyn.
When can I come see her?
Lynn's a mess right now.
Elle rubbed her eyes.
Mal and I think she needs time to adjust to being back before seeing anyone from the ship.
Jori was disappointed but didn't argue, and the two sat in silence for a while. Are you? He paused and Elle looked up. I'm having nightmares again. he said.
Me too.
She grabbed a tissue and wiped her eyes. Mal came into view behind her.
Hey, Jori.
Mal put his hand on his wife's shoulder and brushed her temple with his lips.
Shouldn't you go to bed?
We'll let you know when it's okay to come,
she said and rose, waving her hand before the camera.
Did Elle tell you very much?
Mal slid into the chair his wife had vacated. Just that Lynn's a mess, and I shouldn't come to see her yet. How could this happen, Mal? There's something cosmically wrong with the universe for Braden to have survived so long with Lynn only to die on the journey home.
Maybe he's not dead.
Mal leaned his head against the chair back. I wish. How's Ashlyn holding up?
She's trying to be strong for Lynn. I think it's helping.
Over the next week, Jori became obsessed with the idea of people surviving a traumatic experience, only to die soon after. He spent hours searching online, finding stories of soldiers who made it through battle but died at home, or prison camp people who had been able to hold on until their rescuers could save them. Some had died minutes before salvation reached them. Jori kept busy and stayed away from the news. It gave him time to find his own balance again. He felt isolated, as he had right after coming home from American Samoa. No family video chats, and he stayed away from BattleCloud. Sitting at his desk one evening a week after hearing the news, Jori wished he could talk with Anna, or Olivia. She had emailed him 2 more times. Still angry, he hadn't opened the messages, but he hadn't deleted them either. His computer indicated an incoming video call. Mark. Jori jumped to answer it. You going crazy yet, not being able to see Lynn? Jori asked.
Yeah, but I've talked to her several times.
Mark ran his hand through his short hair.
How does she sound to you?
I wouldn't know. Jori couldn't keep the bitterness from his voice. I haven't talked to anyone except Elle, and she told me not to come.
What do you mean?
Mark asked with a frown. Jori explained, and Lynn's brother nodded.
I guess I could see that for a bit, but it kind of leaves you in the lurch. How you doing?
Jori had never talked with Mark about his nightmares, and he wasn't sure it would do any good. Elle was the one who understood. It's been hard. Jori shrugged, like being unadopted. He regretted saying it as soon as he saw Mark's face. It's all good. Lynn's the important one, and she needs them.
Jori, you are part of the family.
Mark considered him for a moment and then looked at his watch.
Well, I've got duty. We'll get the family chats going again soon.
Whenever. A few minutes later, his computer rang with a call from Elle. Everything okay? He asked.
I just got off the phone with Mark.
Elle's expression reminded Jori of Kate when she had done something wrong and her parents were making her apologize. I thought he said he had duty. Jori could have kicked himself for opening his mouth. He shouldn't talk to people when he was tired. He's looking really good now Lynn's back.
He did have duty, but he called me first.
Elle's bottom lip quivered.
I'm sorry, Jori. We didn't unadopt you, honest.
I know that. Don't give it another thought. You have plenty to worry about with Lynn.
Mark hasn't yelled at me in forever.
Son of a... Jori leaned forward, grinding his teeth. Mark yelled at you because of me? Elle giggled in a weird pregnancy way he'd become familiar with, tears still running down her cheeks.
No, idiot, he yelled at me because of me. I should have been including you in the calls. I'm sorry. It's just...
Lynn doesn't need to be reminded of anything about the cruise, I understand.
I should have been calling you when she's busy. I'm sorry.
I'm fine, Elle.
You are fine, Jori. In so many ways. Someday I'll make you believe that. Love you.
Love you. While Jori appreciated Mark speaking up for him, he was going to let him have it for making Elle cry. Because of his big show in April, Jori had arranged to teach earlier in the semester. It seemed rather poetic when he heard Lynn had decided to visit Braden's father in Lewiston. She would be there at the same time Jori had a legitimate reason to be there too. When Jori got there, the town was abuzz with the appearance of Jack Randolph's daughter-in-law. According to Carol Smythe, the Randolph Ranch housekeeper, Emily Walters, had even hinted the girl might stay at the ranch permanently. Jori remembered Emily's 2 sons, Ethan and Owen, from the year before and felt stupid for not knowing they were connected to the ranch. It killed Jori not to seek out Lynn, but he remembered his nightmares after her return. If he and Elle could be affected after nearly 3 years, Jori didn't want to risk triggering anything similar in Lynn. He occupied himself with getting his display set up in the arts center and teaching at the school. Finally, the call from Elle came.
"All right, Jori. If you're free this morning, go to see her. She's stronger now, and I think seeing you again will be good for her. I just talked with Emily at the ranch, and she says Lynn's at the grocery store. You know where that's at?"
"You really haven't been here, have you?" Jori said, laughing. "It's the only one in town."
"Hurry then, before she gets finished, especially if you want to talk with her alone."
Jori threw on his leather jacket and drove to the grocery store. He got out and paused for a moment to catch his breath, staring at the large building. It seemed strange after all this time to know she was inside. He found her kneeling by an almost full shopping cart, a list in one hand and her cell phone in the other. Over the weeks since he had learned of her return, he had been imagining her as that wild-looking jungle woman from the dock in American Samoa. She was still thin, but looked normal. "Lynn," Jori said, "it is you." She must have recognized his voice because her body went rigid. He understood why Elle had been so concerned about him coming too soon. Lynn turned to face him, and to his horror she began to cry. Jori strode over to pull her into his arms. He had forgotten how tall she was, nearly his height. He remembered comforting her before when she was so freaked out about Braden, the smell of her shampoo. Those memories all took him back to the ship. They were good memories, so he hoped he wouldn't have a nightmare tonight. He held her until she calmed and pulled away, a familiar blush warming her cheeks. Another thing he had forgotten. When he called for one of the clerks to bring a glass of water, Lynn refused.
"My makeup must be a mess." "Oh no."
She tried to wipe at the black marks on his shoulder.
"Look what I've done to your shirt."
"Don't worry about my shirt." Jori offered her a clean handkerchief from his pocket. When she made a bigger mess of her makeup, he took it from her and wiped the smeared mascara for her. "Almost as good as new," he finally said. Lynn surprised him by reaching up and running a finger lightly over his scar. The tender gentleness of her touch acted as a balm. The old connection they'd had on the ship was still there. He hadn't imagined it. Her simple gesture acknowledged the scar, but then she moved on, giving a strand of his hair a gentle tug.
"You've let your hair grow long. I like it."
"They're calling you Mrs. Randolph." She told him about exchanging vows with Braden on the island, but Jori could tell she was having a hard time talking about it. He was almost grateful when the store clerk interrupted them. Once the girl had gone, the conversation steered to his artwork.
"What brought you to Montana?"
Lynn finally asked. "Braden. He told me so much about this place I had to see it. I've come here the last 2 springs. There's quite a market in Europe for art inspired by the American West. I was surprised when the school asked me to do some teaching here last year, but I've enjoyed it." Jori put his hands in his pockets. "I also went to Colorado Springs. I wanted to meet your parents, but I waited too long. I went to their funeral." Jori knew he had gone too far when Lynn used the handkerchief on her eyes again. He would have to be careful what he mentioned.
"Does Jack, Mr. Randolph, know about you?"
she asked, changing the subject. "No, I'd hoped to introduce myself last year, but when I talked with some people around town, they warned me against bringing up Braden. So I spent my time painting and meeting the people here."
"You have to come for dinner and meet Jack. Let me give you my number."
"I already have it," he chuckled. "Elle called me and said she thought you might be ready to see me."
"She knew you were here and didn't tell me?"
Lynn reached for her cell phone. "We're talking about Elle here." Jori pushed Lynn's hand away. "She always has the answer for what's best for everyone." He offered to help Lynn finish her shopping, which led to an invitation to the ranch for lunch. Jori wondered later what he could have been thinking to agree. After spending a pleasant couple of hours with Lynn, Jack Armstrong showed up with a woman who must be his housekeeper, and 2 young men Jori recognized from his classes at school. The older man turned out to be even worse than Elle had described. Right from the start, Jori could tell the guy didn't trust him. Jack played a game of silence with Jori during the first part of the meal. When Lynn jumped all over Braden's father because of his behavior, it took Jori back to the ship. He had been on the receiving end of one of her tongue lashings. It was rather pleasant to see the tough old rancher put in his place. Even more so, Jori appreciated how protective Braden's father was of Lynn. By the end of the meal, Jori was surprised to receive an invitation from Jack to come back any time. Olivia couldn't believe it when Zombies 13's username came online. She was sure he had been avoiding her. It must have been something she had said in her emails. After rereading them a dozen times, she couldn't figure out what could have offended him. Olivia was so confused. The man had managed to kill all her self-confidence. With almost anyone else, she would know what to do. Make contact or not make contact. Taking a deep breath and exhaling, Olivia pinged him and was surprised at how quickly he answered her. Sunrise Dancer. Hey, Beast, how are you? Zombies 13. I don't know yet. How was she supposed to respond to that? It was like the proverbial elephant in the living room. If he was avoiding her because of his friend Lynn, and Olivia mentioned the woman, he would think Olivia was trying to get a story. She was sure that must be what was behind him ignoring her emails. And it seriously ticked her off. He ought to know her better than that by now. Olivia took another deep breath. She could play mind games and try to manipulate him, make him feel safe. But this wasn't just someone she wanted to interview. This was Jori, her beast. If Olivia couldn't be honest with him, she would walk away. Sunrise Dancer. In your place, I'm not sure I'd know either. He took a long time to reply. So long that she sat on her hands to keep them from typing something else. Olivia might not understand the connection he'd had with Lynn and Braden, but she knew it was strong. Knew it was powerful enough to send him seeking out their families. Olivia straightened then. Her instincts, the ones that had guided her through so many sensitive interviews, fired up. Why had it not occurred to her before? Something had happened to Jori. Something bad. Before the cruise. Before he had turned into a bad boy. Maybe it had caused him to turn into that bad boy. She thought back to the information she had gathered from his youth. He had sounded like a sweet kid. Had it been the death of his beloved grandparents? His brother's divorce? The move to the States? Zombies 13. He didn't type anything else. Had he accidentally hit the enter key, or did he not know what to say? Sunrise Dancer. Yeah. Zombies 13. I have to go. Sunrise Dancer. Okay. Olivia clicked out of Battle Cloud. Those 4 words shouldn't have made her heart ache, but they did. There was no way she could know, but her instinct said her beast was hurting, and she could do nothing for him. Where were his friends when he needed them? Chapter 23. Jori kept busy and avoided dropping in at the ranch too often, not wanting to be a nuisance. As he painted and taught, Jori was surprised to find a sense of peace he hadn't experienced the year before. When he analyzed it, he came to the conclusion that it was from knowing Lynn was alive and relatively happy just across the valley. At dinner one night at the Randolphs, Jori decided Lynn was suffering from cabin fever. Everyone else was busy with the beginning of the calving season, so he invited her out to dinner and a movie. When he had picked up Lynn, he was pleased to see she had dressed up a bit. On the ship, she had always carried herself with a casual elegance, like she was comfortable in her own skin. When he had first seen her at the grocery store, she hadn't regained it. That night, she looked more like Lynn on the ship. Well, before Braden had unnerved her. Her light-hearted attitude during the drive to the restaurant hinted that she was privy to a joke he knew nothing about. They were seated, but when she giggled into her menu, he set his down. What are you laughing at? Do you know what your reputation is here? She patted the menu against her upper lip, trying not to laugh. I shouldn't have a reputation here. Lynn continued to fight laughter. It couldn't be good if she found it so funny. She leaned closer, as though afraid others would hear, and whispered,
Owen told me everyone thinks you're gay.
Jori's mouth dropped open. Why would they think that?
Because you don't take advantage of the way ladies come onto you.
He swore, which made her laugh even more. Look, I'd date, just not here. This was his reward for cleaning up his act? What did you tell Owen?
That you're not gay.
That's all you said?
Well, I said on the ship you had a reputation as a ladies' man.
So I'm either a player or I'm gay? Olivia had called him hot, but was she put off by his old reputation?
I'm only the messenger. Let's just say that being seen with a girl tonight could change your reputation here, but you'll need to be prepared to fight off more fans.
Lynn indicated some women at another table who were giving her dirty looks. Let's order. Jori waved the server over. As irritating as it was to hear this news, Lynn's humor was contagious. Jori's sense of the ridiculous kicked in and made him want to laugh too. It was good to see her laugh again. Over dessert, he got her to talk about how Jimmy and Maria had died. Jori handed her a handkerchief. He pressed her hand and apologized for bringing it up.
They were your friends too,
Lynn said, wiping her eyes.
You have the right to know.
She hesitated.
I cannot believe I'm starting to sound like Elle's husband.
What's Mal say?
That Olivia Howard has been trying to get a hold of me for weeks to do an interview.
I think he's right. Jori resisted the temptation to reach for his cell phone. It was taking too much effort to stay mad at Olivia, especially since he had a sinking feeling he had been grossly unfair in judging her without even reading that first email. He made a decision. You should do it. She threw his handkerchief, but it dropped to the table in front of him.
Why do you care?
Lynn eyed him suspiciously. It would be good for you. He grabbed the fabric square before she could take it back.
Right. Now give that back. I need to wash it first.
I can wash it. Jori checked his watch. We need to leave if we're going to make the show. He stood and pulled out her chair.
You've been such a supportive friend.
Lynn hugged him and whispered,
Now put your arm around my shoulders when we go out. My contribution to straightening out your reputation.
He did as she commanded. By the time they got back to his car, Lynn was laughing again.
Did you see their faces?
I'm not sure I'm going to like your kind of help. Jori glanced at the women staring out the restaurant window at them. For the first time, he saw his own cluelessness as a good sign. In his past life, the predator in him would have immediately detected any interest and gone in pursuit. As he drove toward the theater, he had the whimsical thought that his inner beast was healing because of 4 decent women. Was that what it took to heal the scars left by one bad one? Jori worked on his projects the next day, wishing he didn't have to return to New York so soon. There was no way he could back out of his first solo show in April. Once he had heard Lynn was in Lewiston, he should have anticipated that he would want to stay longer. But the show had been scheduled before Lynn had been found, and there was no getting out of it. At some point, he would have to tell her he would be leaving. When he returned to his lodging, Carol looked up from where she was chatting with some new guests. She rose and introduced everyone.
Mr. Virtanen is a long-term guest. If you'll excuse me, I need to have a word with him.
She took his arm, practically pulling him into the dining room.
Have you heard?
What? Jori reached for his phone. He had silenced it earlier and forgotten to turn it back up.
Brian happened to be at the clinic when they brought your friend Lynn in. Seems there was some kind of scuffle with paparazzi. Jack chased them off, but she sprained her ankle.
Is she okay?
That's what I hear.
Thanks for telling me. Jori left to pick up some flowers at the store and headed for the ranch. He couldn't help laughing at the disgusted look on Lynn's face when she saw him.
How did you know?
Lynn accepted the bouquet.
It's a small town.
Jack laughed from his seat on the couch and then looked at Jori.
You staying for dinner, young man?
I didn't mean to intrude. Braden's father turned to Owen.
Go tell your mother there'll be a guest for dinner, and then you can set the table.
The boy groaned and left the room. Things went well until after dinner.
Hey, Mr. Virtanen,
Owen said as they cleared the dinner table.
I hear you're leaving early this year.
Lynn's head jerked around from where Jack was helping her into a chair. "I've got a big show in New York in April." Jori met her gaze. "They've been working on it for a year." "Will you be back?" Lynn stared at him as she let Jack settle her injured foot. Jori shook his head. "I've got 2 shows scheduled in Europe right after New York." The look that crossed her face was gratifying. She didn't want him to leave. "Fine, go gallivanting all over Europe and leave us with the cows."
"Hey!"
Jack closed a button on his jacket, preparing to check on his stock one more time before bed.
"Don't go bad-mouthing my cattle until you spend more time with them."
"Will you write?" Lynn asked when they were alone. Jori sat on the coffee table in front of her chair. "Of course, and call." He leaned forward and tugged at a strand of her hair. "You can visit me if you'd like. It would be fun to show you Finland." Lynn grimaced but didn't say anything. "If not this year, then next." Jori stood, "And I'll be back here next spring." He put on his jacket and leaned over to kiss the top of her head before leaving. "Don't go tripping over anything else." As Jori got into his car, he imagined what it would be like to show Finland to Olivia. When Jori returned to his room, he pulled out his laptop. His phone had notified him earlier of a new email from Olivia, and his heart had beat a little faster. He considered the time he had spent with Lynn and forced himself to analyze his animosity toward Olivia. Some of it had come from a desire to protect Lynn. He remembered how fragile she had been on the ship when Braden had begun breaking through her emotional walls. Jori remembered too well her vulnerability. He had to admit to himself that some of his anger now had been his own insecurity, that Olivia might have played him, used him as a means to get to Elle and then later to Lynn. Jori rubbed his face. What a fool. He hoped he hadn't ruined his fragile friendship with Olivia. Jori rose from his desk and went to the window to stare at the night sky. Would she let him try to make amends? Maybe accept a lunch invitation when he was back in New York? Remembering the last time he and Olivia had almost had a meal together, in the same location anyway, made him chuckle. Poor Tiffany. Dinner with Olivia. Just Olivia. What would it be like? Though he was used to being photographed again, he didn't want it to be in a restaurant full of people. He remembered how Tiffany had wanted to go up to Olivia's table to ask for a signature. There would be nothing intimate in a restaurant. Things were going to be crazy when he got back to New York. But after his showing, he was going to find a way to have a quiet dinner with Olivia Howard. The next day, when he was setting up the materials for his last class of the year later that afternoon, Owen hurried up to him, his cell phone clutched in his hand. "Have you heard?" "About your involvement in Lynn's sprained ankle, yes." Jori closed his portfolio packet. "I wouldn't worry about it. She doesn't blame you." "I mean about the baby." Owen's eyes were huge. Jori's mouth hung open. "Lynn's pregnant." The boy grinned, holding up his phone. Grabbing it, Jori read the text message and smiled. "I can't wait to see Jack's face." "I know, right?" Owen's grin grew. A bell rang and he said, "I'm late for class." Jori went by the ranch as soon as he was done at school and found Lynn alone. "I'm in the kitchen," she shouted. He peeked around the doorway, keeping his arms behind him. The balloons kept bouncing off his back and threatening to give away his surprise. Lynn straightened from the oven where she had been putting in a cake and gave him a wary look. Jori entered the room and swung his arm forward so she could see the balloon bouquet, including one that had a cartoon baby picture. She broke out in an embarrassed smile and hugged him before taking the balloons. So a part of Braden will live on after all. Jori slid into one of the breakfast bar chairs. "I'm happy for you." "I still can't believe it." "You look different already." He tilted his head. "You have a glow about you." He had seen it on Elle before. "It's the hormones." "No, this comes from knowing, I think." He checked his watch and rose. "I've got a class. I need to go." "Thank you for bringing these. Would you like to come for dinner?" "I would, but I have a date." He shook a finger at her. Since you helped me put a new spin on my reputation, I decided I better keep it going. Don't go breaking any hearts." As he turned to leave, Jori winked. No promises. Chapter 24. With 2 weeks before his show's opening, Jori stood in his New York loft apartment as the sun set and the best light faded. There were still a couple of things he wanted to do to the large picture, but he was tired. It would be stupid to work on it now. He cleaned his brushes, trying to decide who he should ask to the opening. Brent had practically commanded him to show up with a date. Jori had considered asking Lynn and then laughed at the idea. Take press-paranoid Lynn to his gala? Brent had hinted at invitations sent to some high-profile guests. The agent was counting on lots of press coverage. Jori would need someone who could stand up to that kind of public pressure. For 1 second, Jori had even considered asking Olivia, but had scoffed at the idea. Besides being incredibly presumptuous of him to ask her to such a public event, he still hadn't figured out what to say after ignoring her for so long. His discomfort and hesitation made him think he understood why she had refused his calls after the Palm Springs slip. When he finally did have dinner with her, and one way or another he was going to, he wanted them to have gotten back to the old comfortableness they had once shared. In the meantime, he had to decide who else to ask. That night, he got a video call from Lynn. Her serious expression as soon as her face appeared on the screen alarmed him. "You all right?" Jori asked. "Is the baby okay?"
"Yes. Do you remember that group of scouts who rescued us?"
Lynn paused, blinking rapidly. Jori recalled 2 boys being lost at sea with Braden. Lynn said,
"Did you hear that the Boy Scouts of America is giving them a special award?"
"No, but I've been pretty busy."
"Well, all that pestering by all of you to do the Olivia Howard show got me thinking."
Jack passed behind Lynn on the screen, mumbling something Jori couldn't make out. She rolled her eyes.
"Be quiet, Jack. I want to make this decision myself."
"Then why are you calling me?" Jori asked.
"So I can bounce ideas off you, idiot man. Now listen. Mal told me they sometimes pay people to come on her show."
"You short on money?"
"Hush and let me talk. If I do the interview, I can get some money for the scouts and their families."
Her eyes lit up.
"It might be enough to set up some college funds for them."
Warm affection for Lynn washed through Jori. This was like something Olivia would do. He opened a new email and addressed it to her. "I think it's a great idea," Jori said. "Mal could help you navigate the negotiations." Jori began his email. "Olivia, I've got some interesting news for you. I know your people have been working hard since January to get an interview with Lynn Randolph. She's been through hell, and this is a hard time for her.
Mal's already full of ideas.
Give it serious thought before you decide. You're the one who'll be in the spotlight, so be sure you can live with the consequences."
"Yes."
Lynn's expression became thoughtful.
"That's what I've been thinking."
She leaned a little closer to her screen as if she could see his hands.
"What are you up to?"
"Just checking my email." Jori tried to look nonchalant.
"Thanks for paying attention, punk."
Lynn smiled.
"Your show runs 3 weeks, right? Maybe I can talk Jack into coming to see it."
Jori's spirits soared. It would mean more than he cared to admit for her to attend the last half of his show. "Give everyone my love," he said.
"I would,"
Lynn said with wide, teasing eyes. She glanced over her shoulder.
"But then Jack would hit you and I'd have to visit you in the hospital."
"Yeah, right. Love you, Lynn."
"Love you, Jori."
She disconnected. Jori stared at the partially written email. "As you must know, my show opens in a couple of weeks. Lynn is thinking about coming to New York to see it. I'm not sure what your schedule is like or if you're willing to meet her requirements, but I told her I thought it would be a good thing for her to do your show. I know, faint. You could be hearing from Elle's husband, Malcolm Armstrong, in the next day or 2. He paused, wondering how to close it. Should he invite her to dinner now? With Lynn and Jack there, no. It would tie the meal to the interview. Jori wasn't sure what he meant by taking Olivia out, but he knew it wasn't about business. So what was it? He spent the next 5 minutes typing and deleting different endings. None were right. He settled for simple. Jori. As preparation for his show intensified, Jori couldn't quite put Lynn or Olivia out of his mind. He wasn't surprised when he got a call from Elle saying that Mal had just completed negotiations for Lynn to do the show. Jori wasn't sure what to think when he didn't hear back from Olivia. Good thing he hadn't asked her to dinner. For his opening night, he decided to ask Brent's assistant, Sarah, to accompany him. Cute but not beautiful, Sarah had an elegance about her whenever she interacted with visitors to the gallery that made her the perfect companion. Jori also appreciated her businesslike manner. He wasn't sure she would accept his invitation. And would she realize it was just business? Should he mention that to her? Hey, Sarah, I need someone to be my business date for the opening. Want to come? It sounded lame. But what if he didn't say anything and she thought it was more? Jori's stomach gurgled with acid as he approached Sarah's desk. When he stopped in front of it, she looked up and gave him the pleasant smile the gallery visitors found so appealing.
Good morning, Jori. You're in early. Brent didn't expect you until later this afternoon.
He's still sending over his truck to pick up the last piece today, right? Jori tapped his fingers on the front of her desk. It's the centerpiece of the crew's collection.
He is.
Sarah leaned back in her chair, resting her elbows on the arms and steepling her fingers in a way that reminded him of Brent's mannerism. Jori shoved his hands in his pockets, still undecided about which approach he should take.
You seem a little distracted this morning.
Jori exhaled, collapsing into the chair in front of her desk. I was wondering what you're doing Friday night. She blinked.
I'll be here, working.
He grimaced. Of course she would be. Stupid of him not to have thought of that. Brent coughed from Sarah's office doorway, and Jori turned to see the older man leaning against the jamb. He shot Jori a considering glance before turning his attention to Sarah.
I think Jori might have been inviting you to be his date for the gala.
Jori's cheeks warmed. Since when did he need help getting a date? He looked at Sarah and was surprised at her excited expression. This was not going well.
Brent, she said, you know I'm scheduled to work.
I'm a big fan of mixing business with pleasure.
Their boss straightened, a wicked grin now on his face. He pointed at Sarah.
Take him up on the invitation. You know you've wanted him to ask you out for a while now.
Jori turned back to the woman's eyes, shining with anticipation. This was worse. She thought it meant something. He swore under his breath.
What was that?
Sarah asked. Nothing,
Yes, Jori, I'll be your date Friday night.
Her phone rang and she picked it up, waving goodbye to him and twisting her chair around to take the call. Hesitating only a moment, Jori left. What had just happened? He was losing his touch. But that wasn't necessarily a bad thing, was it? Jori examined the black silk ascot tie at his neck and glanced down at the paper with instructions he had printed from the internet. He had worn all kinds of ties while modeling, but never this one. It did look like the picture. He put on his black tuxedo jacket, checking to make sure he hadn't pulled his long hair from the leather ponytail glove. The silver rivets of the hair cover went well with his cufflinks. After straightening the ascot, he examined himself in the mirror. For the last month he had debated whether or not to use concealer on his scar. It amused him that it had faded enough to give him a rakish look. He just had to decide whether or not rakish was what he was going for. Thinking of the glance he had intercepted from Sarah, he wasn't so sure. He would have to be completely businesslike with her tonight. But maybe he was making a big deal out of nothing. Sarah had remained completely professional at the gallery, even when they had been alone. Jori gave himself one more check in the mirror, dusting off the tops of his shoes on the back of his pants. If she could keep a professional attitude at work, maybe getting to know Sarah better wasn't a bad idea. He checked his watch and patted his pockets for his phone and keys before heading downstairs to catch a cab to pick her up. He texted Sarah that he was on his way, and she was waiting for him in the entryway of her apartment. Her black knee-length tight shift dress had a matching sheer jacket that hinted at a side slit. Traditional enough for an employee of Schultz, with just a hint of spice. The only splashes of color came from her blood-red nails and lipstick. She wore black steampunk platform ankle boots with plated, spiked heels. Jori jumped from the cab and offered her his arm, looking at her shoes. "Nice," he said. Sarah twisted a little to show off the small spur that poked out the back of the shoe.
"I've had these for a year and been dying to wear them someplace besides a Halloween party. I appreciate you giving me the excuse to wear them to work."
She smiled so a dimple appeared on the right just below her lips. Jori had never noticed it before. As he helped her into the cab, he wondered what it would take to make it appear again. Brent Schultz waited at the entrance to the gallery, his hands clasped and resting on his rounded belly. He appraised them as they exited the cab. His slicked-back silver hair and traditional tuxedo fit his benefactor persona. Realizing he was being watched, Jori bowed. Sarah, following his example, did a little curtsy. Mr. Schultz only acknowledged her shoes with a single raised brow.
"Good timing,"
Brent said, looking at his watch.
"The press is waiting."
He turned and stretched his arm toward the door, waiting for them to pass him into the gallery. Jori gave himself to the pleasure of being the guest of honor at an event to celebrate his art and not his looks. The cameras didn't bother him anymore, and at one point, he barely caught himself before striking an old modeling pose. Sarah must have seen the movement because she shot him a curious look. "Do you have Tourette's?" she asked when the photographers had gone and they were alone. Jori choked and her dimple appeared again. He really liked that dimple. It was intriguing just below those red lips. Jori lifted his eyes from her mouth and found that considering expression again. He moved into the modeling pose he had almost done. Old habits almost tripped me up there. Sarah burst out laughing.
"Do it again."
"No." He straightened. "I'm trying to forget that stuff." When Brent coughed from behind them, Sarah became the professional again. He looked at Jori.
"It's all on you, young man."
"Don't I know it?" More than 2 years in the making, both on his part and on Brent's. It was a risk for the gallery to host nothing but Jori's work for nearly a month. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, grateful when Sarah slipped her hand in his. Together they greeted the gala attendees. Brent had wanted to do a greeting line like a wedding reception, but Jori had convinced him to go with a more casual atmosphere. Sarah, used to chatting with local art patrons, was the perfect companion. At the other shows Jori had attended, where he was one of many artists being highlighted, it was easy to be passed over, especially when he was trying not to be seen. At the gala, he was the man of the hour and everyone wanted to talk to him. When there was a rare break, Brent would grab his arm and introduce him to someone else, or Sarah would slip him a fluted glass to keep his throat moist. Jori was speaking to the mayor and happened to glance over the man's shoulder toward the door. Sarah was greeting a woman who had just entered. Jori's heart started flailing the inside of his chest. Shifting his position so he could see better, the mayor turned. They watched Sarah chat like old friends with Olivia Howard. What a contrast between the two women. Sarah's light brown hair with its blonde highlights was swept up into a loose curly bun at the top of her head. Olivia's shiny straight black hair hung down her back and over the shoulders of her strapless gown. Her prominent but regal nose was offset by her high cheekbones, a turquoise squash blossom necklace accenting her long neck. Jori couldn't take his eyes off her. Almost as if she could sense his attention, Olivia turned. When their eyes met, a soft smile spread across her full lips. Warmth flowed from his head to his feet. It would be so easy to lose himself in her dark eyes. Jori swayed with a sudden sensation of vertigo. Afraid he might fall over, Jori closed his eyes until it passed. When he opened them again, Sarah was leading Olivia to the opposite end of the gallery. Watching her walk away from him, Jori felt like a child who had been told summer was canceled.
"She's a charming woman,"
the mayor said. "She is, sir."
"If Schultz is smart, he'll make sure he pays her enough to keep her here."
Jori smiled but didn't clear up who he meant. Taking a deep breath, he guided the mayor through the show. Jori was sure the man must have stopped to talk to everyone of any status.
"Here, have some champagne to celebrate."
The mayor pulled 2 glasses from a tray and handed one to Jori. He took it and raised it with the others in the small group before taking a sip. Jori tried to keep an eye on Olivia's whereabouts. How could she always be on the other side of the room? Was she avoiding him? But that smile.
"So tell me, what inspired you with this one?"
said an older woman Jori vaguely remembered having something to do with Wall Street. He pulled himself from the daydream about Olivia, finding his teaching experiences in Montana were coming in handy. Jori tossed down the rest of his champagne and put the empty glass on a tray. What he hoped would be a short explanation about his creative process turned into a lengthy discussion. The woman, it seemed, was an amateur artist, and she had a lot of questions. When she finally left, the mayor showed up again and drew Jori with him to a group of men and women. Someone handed him another glass before asking his opinion about the appropriateness of public funding of the arts. Jori's head was starting to hurt. He finally got a chance to stand quietly and sip his drink when the group took up a new topic. Olivia was still making her way around the exhibit, Sarah at her side.
She's really making a name for herself, that Olivia Howard.
Jori jerked his head back to see who had spoken. 3 men from the group in front of him had leaned in their heads. Jori stepped a little closer to hear better.
Do you think she's real? I keep wondering what's in the whole philanthropist image for her.
Something will come out and sully her reputation. No one's really as nice as she pretends to be.
I'd love to sully her reputation.
Jori shoved his hands in his pockets to keep them from punching the guy. Spinning around, Jori walked away. He accepted another glass as he made his way to a back wall, where he could watch the remaining guests. For once, Jori didn't itch for a pencil and paper. What could sully Olivia's image? Dating a guy with a bad boy reputation? Jori gave the room a quick sweep. Her dark head was nowhere to be seen. Olivia slid into the car, followed by Nate, who signaled Michael to head for the apartment.
Did you get a chance to talk to him?
No. Olivia steamed over how the whole evening had played out. Every time she had made a move toward where Jori was talking with some guest or other, Schultz's flunky, Sarah, would lead her in a different direction. If Olivia hadn't been concerned about embarrassing Jori, she would have made a stink about it. Was Sarah dating him? Was that why she made sure to keep Olivia away? Thinking about the one time they had made eye contact, Olivia smoothed her skirt unnecessarily, trying to still her shaking hands. Hot Beast didn't even touch it, and the way he had looked at her. She patted her chest, as if that would calm her racing heart.
You okay, Miss Howard?
Leaning her head against the door, Olivia couldn't help a little anticipatory grin. She would have to be patient a little longer, but she was going to meet Jori in person, without any of his dates hanging about. "I'm just fine," she said. Jori didn't know how long he had stood watching or chatting with guests before Sarah approached, carrying a glass of champagne. He'd had more to drink that night than he'd had in the last 2 years combined, and he knew he was on his way to being drunk. Why had Olivia avoided him? Was it because she knew so much about his history? Was she really worried he might tarnish her reputation? After all his research about the woman, Jori knew how hard she had worked on her public image, that it meant a lot to her to live up to it. She couldn't afford to have some loser bring her down.
"Well done, my young friend,"
Brent said as he approached, a huge grin across his face. He winked at Sarah.
"You were the perfect hostess, my dear."
She dimpled, and Jori rubbed his tired eyes, intrigued again by her red lips. He held out his arm to her. "You ready to go?" His tongue got hung up on the words. "Hang on." She hurried to her office and reached in to pull out her shoes, slipping them on. Jori hadn't seen her ditch them, but he did notice the slit up the side of her dress as she used the wall to hold herself up to put on her shoe. Nice legs. Once he was inside the cab and off his feet, he realized how much they hurt. He might even have a blister. Jori stared at the floor. No wonder Sarah had taken off her shoes. If his feet hurt, hers must be in agony. What a random thought. The champagne was making him a little loopy. Sarah stretched her legs, slipping out of her shoes and extending her hands in front of her. They were pretty hands, her fingers long and slender, the polished red nails adding the perfect splash of color. Jori had never seen Olivia wear bright red nail polish on her show. Was it that she couldn't date a man who had been a bad boy, or that she wouldn't? Sarah shifted, reminding Jori of the slit in her dress. The jacket mostly covered it now. Too bad. He had enjoyed her company more than he had thought he would. She was smart, attractive, quick-thinking, good with the public and press. How had he never thought of asking her out before? "What are you smiling at?" Her voice was tired but happy. Just wondering what Brent thought he was doing? Jori leaned his head back in the seat. "Like he thought I couldn't invite you without his help." "I bet he did think that." Sarah leaned forward to rub her feet, and Jori swirled a loose strand of her hair lying across her back around his finger. She shivered and straightened, turning to look at him. He wished she would laugh. It had a tinkling sound to it. She didn't laugh much at the office, which was probably why her dimple was so elusive. His attention moved to her mouth, searching for the delicious indentation. Her bright red lipstick made her lips seem very kissable. His eyes traveled to hers again, and he found her watching him, an attractive flush on her cheeks. Lifting his hand to her soft cheek, his eyes dropped to her mouth again. She moved closer, tilting her face, lifting those enticing lips closer. He leaned over, the smell of champagne coming with her unsteady breath, and...
"We're here,"
the cabbie said. They both started, breaking apart. Jori fumbled for the door, and Sarah grabbed her shoes. He handed the cabbie a generous tip, and the man's grin seemed to bid him good luck. For a moment, Jori stood undecided on the sidewalk. The cab pulled away. He held up his hand to stop it, but it was too late. Sarah waited nearby, uncertain, her arms hugging her stomach. Jori thought of that slit, and the skin it teased him with. It had been a long time. "Can I come up for a nightcap?" He had to focus on his lips to get the words to come out right. Tilting her head, Sarah hesitated, unsure. Then she dimpled again. "All right, but just one." Her apartment was a lot nicer than he had expected for a simple staff member. Way nicer than anything Jori could afford in Yorkville, even though they were only a few blocks away from each other. He stood in the doorway while she kicked off her shoes and tossed off the lace jacket. There was that nice length of leg again. Jori decided the slit on the side was his favorite part of the dress. She turned on a fake fireplace with flickering flames that gave the room a warm glow. Looking at him, she grinned shyly, and the dimple appeared again. Jori really wanted to kiss it. A voice that had been quiet a long time asked why he shouldn't go for it. This one would be easy. If he was still being labeled as a bad boy, he might as well take a bad boy's spoils. He limped toward Sarah. "Do your feet hurt?" "I'll be okay." Jori pointed to the large wall covered with an eclectic collection of art. He could tell by the careful positioning of the pieces that they meant a lot to her. "Show me your pictures," he said, giving her shoulder a light touch. His hand was unsteady, but she swayed a little and didn't appear to notice it. Looking suddenly nervous, Sarah's cheeks turned an attractive pink. She pointed to the first painting and started in. Even crocked, Jori remembered to watch her body language closely, so he could show special enthusiasm for the pictures she seemed to give particular emphasis to. He encouraged her to talk, taking his time to appear to listen, touching her hand or shoulder lightly to get her attention, never too often or for too long. Jori brushed aside a strand of hair that had escaped from Sarah's bun. He made sure to barely touch her cheek and nothing else. Nothing pushy. The idea was to strengthen the sense of emotional connection and intimacy first. Something tickled the back of his mind, something that made him uncomfortable. He pushed it aside. Bad boy rewards. "Do you want that nightcap now?" Sarah asked, sounding timid. "Sure." Even in his foggy state, Jori knew she wasn't ready yet. While Sarah went to her kitchen to get the glasses, he shook off his jacket and struggled to get the ascot off. "Here," Sarah said, appearing at his side. She put the tray on the table. "Let me." Jori tried to stand still for her, but swayed. and they bumped into each other. Sarah giggled. He held her in a tense gaze, dropping his eyes when her cheeks flamed. She reached shaking hands up to the tight knot. Jori ran a light finger down her arm, making her skin break out in goosebumps. He dropped his hand. Patience. When the ascot finally hung in 2 pieces from his neck, Jori flopped to the couch. Sarah bent to pour their drinks. He tilted his head to the side to better enjoy the view of exposed skin. It had been so long. Sarah handed him his drink and then twisted her leg underneath her, sitting on it. Now there was a lot of skin showing. Jori shifted on the couch so his leg was almost touching hers, but he kept his hands to himself. She was almost ready. He let her guide the conversation. As she talked, he played with the wayward strand of long hair, using it to caress her cheek, her ear, and finally her mouth. He could tell by the pulsing in her throat and the dilating of her eyes that it was time. Taking the empty glass from her, he put it on the table. "Hey," Jori whispered, leaning forward. He pulled out the shiny stick holding her bun in place, and her hair cascaded around her face and shoulders. Gently, he brushed aside the strands on each side of her face, skimming his fingers lightly along her cheeks, using them to urge her toward him. Sarah moved into his arms. Her soft, warm mouth molded to his as she rose on her knees. He took the kiss deeper. It had been a very long time. His hand followed the pulsing in her throat. She pulled back, nervous and uncertain, but he could see the heat in her eyes. Time to take advantage of it. Jori ran his fingers lightly down her cheek. She shivered. Moving closer, he touched only the corner of her mouth with his lips and began a series of feathery kisses down her neck. Sarah made a soft sound, tilting back her head and exposing the hollow of her throat to him, all hesitation gone. Kissing it, he caressed the soft skin of her shoulder. Ever so slowly, sliding his finger softly, he began to ease the strap of her dress from her shoulder. The drowsy niggling in the back of his hazy mind came fully awake. Jori felt a surge of something he hadn't felt since he had visited his old home. Revulsion. What was he doing? Jori's brain struggled under the haze. He had already walked away from this lifestyle. He didn't want to go back. Letting Sarah go, Jori scrambled to his feet. She tumbled to the floor. What the? Her breath ragged. Her hooded eyes were still heavy with desire, but now tinged with anger. "I'm sorry, Sarah, this is... No." "What are you playing at?" She struggled to get to her feet and the fabric above the slit ripped. She gave a little cry, pulling the pieces together to cover her thigh. Jori reached to help steady her, but she slapped his hand away. He stepped back, grimacing when his blister rubbed against the dress shoe. "I'm sorry." Jori rubbed his face, fighting the fatigue and the fog in his brain. "Is this a game to you? Invite yourself up here? Tease me?" Sarah pulled her clenched fists up to her chest, letting out a sharp sound, half growl, half scream. There was nothing pretty about her now. Jori's mind went to Olivia, and he felt even worse. He turned and limped out the door, flinching when something flew past him, just missing his head and crashing against the wall. He didn't look back. Chapter 25. Once he got back to his apartment, he stood in the doorway. What a messed up night. When he took off his jacket, it smelled like Sarah. He didn't bother to hang it up. It would need to be dry cleaned. He didn't want to be reminded of what he had almost done. Stumbling, he made it to his bathroom. He showered before crawling into bed. When Jori woke late the next morning, there was an email from Olivia. The image of Sarah and Olivia together last night flashed through his mind. He thought of her dancing eyes and down-to-earth approach to life, of her full lips. Olivia had been nothing short of amazing. Jori shook his head. Poor pathetic fool. How many men crushed on Olivia Howard after they'd almost seduced their boss's assistant? Jori was going to have to apologize to Sarah again. He clicked open Olivia's email. Jori, I wanted to thank you for speaking up for me to Lynn. From what she told me over the phone, it was your encouragement that helped her decide to do the interview. We've scheduled the taping in 2 weeks. On a personal note, I was sorry not to have been able to speak to you at your gala tonight. I heard there's a portion of the show that you're holding back until Lynn comes to New York. I'm intrigued. Will you be accompanying her to the taping? You're more than welcome to come. Yours, Olivia. Jori read the email again, his heart racing. If Lynn wanted him to come to the taping for support, he would do it. Was he brave enough to see in Olivia's eyes that he didn't have a chance with her? He postponed going to the gallery until the last minute. Brent scowled at him when Jori came in the door. He glanced back to Sarah's office where she talked with someone. His agent's eyes narrowed. Great. This could be awkward for a while. Jori would survive. In another month he would be in Finland again. Brent pulled Jori aside.
I don't know what happened last night.
Jori opened his mouth and the older man held up his hand.
I don't want to know, but I can tell Sarah's not happy. I'm not sure what to do.
What do you mean, sir? Jori frowned.
I've had great hopes for you. For you and Sarah. You two seemed so natural together last night.
Brent ran a hand through his thin hair.
We haven't told anyone, but Sarah's my niece. I'm grooming her to take over for me when I retire next year.
Jori felt cold. Brent's niece. Jori had totally botched so many things. What should he say to Sarah when he talked to her? And he had to talk to her. She deserved it.
You're not going to say anything?
Brent frowned, his arms folded across his chest. No way could Jori tell him about what had almost happened. Doubt flooded Jori. Was last night what he really was? He only had to let go a little of the tight control he had worked so hard on, and he reverted back to form? Maybe he deserved to lose everything.
You said you didn't want to know, sir.
You're right, I don't. But I'm disappointed.
I'm disappointed too. Jori hoped his expression was neutral. The older man eyed him for a moment before exhaling deeply and leaving. Over the next week, Jori tried to catch Sarah when she was alone. It became pretty obvious she was avoiding him. The morning before Lynn would land in New York, he was waiting at the gallery entrance when Sarah arrived. Her cheeks went bright red as soon as she saw him, and she came to a stop at the bottom of the stairs leading to the doors. Jori waited, knowing she couldn't leave. She had the keys, and it was time to open. He only had a few minutes before other employees would arrive. Sarah's eyes narrowed as she considered him. When she finally stomped up the stairs, Jori moved in front of the door. I need to talk to you.
Get out of my way.
Sarah, please. Jori lifted his hand as though to touch her arm, and she jerked it out of his reach.
You want to talk to me?
She spun on him, spitting out the words.
Well, you can listen instead. You're finished with Schultz Galleries when your contract is up. And don't expect any more of the special treatment you've been getting. Consider yourself on probation, Virtanen. I'm just waiting for a reason to invoke the 30-day cancellation clause. Now get out of my way.
She shoved past him. Jori got out of her way. How many women had felt like this about him and hated his guts? In the past, he had always made sure he didn't see them again. Did he want to spend the 8 months left in his contract wondering if she was going to give him the axe? The next day, when Jori met the two Armstrong families at the airport to pick up Lynn and Jack, Jori was determined to enjoy his time with them and not worry about Sarah's vendetta. Besides, he deserved it. Jori couldn't believe how much Lynn's appearance had changed, even in the month since he had last seen her, a little roundness now protruding from her abdomen. Braden's baby. Jori loved to watch Darcy interact with his daughter Kate. Mal was a complete idiot about his daughter, holding entire conversations with Elle's swollen belly. Jori had always assumed pregnancy only changed the woman. He made a mental note to think about a collection focused on pregnant women. No, pregnant couples. Lynn immediately wanted to know what he was smiling about. Since Jori knew that she and Elle were bound to balk at being the centerpieces of a new project, he told her to wait and see, that he had something special for them. He tried not to smirk. It was the truth, after all. She was about to see something special, at the gallery. They had to know something was up. Everyone kept looking at him during dinner. But how could he tell them that this private showing meant more to him than the huge gala? Jori had sent an invitation to Wes and Ryan and their wives. The men had thanked him for the invitation, but neither could attend. Tonight, the people who cared the most about the subjects of his paintings would give their verdicts. Jori would know immediately if he had succeeded in capturing these memories. But first, the main collection. Brent had been hesitant to do a staggered opening when Jori first proposed it. Once Schultz knew Lynn would be in New York to do a taping with Olivia Howard, he had acted like it was his idea from the beginning.
These are beautiful.
Lynn walked with Jack and Elle along the main display.
Your work just gets better and better.
She leaned in to look at the picture he had done for Anna's birthday.
This one's really different from your usual style, but it looks kind of familiar.
Lynn read the tiny dedication in the bottom corner.
Anna? Wasn't she your landlady when you lived in Redmond?
Yeah. I gave this to her for her 91st birthday. She bequeathed it back to me. Jack, who was never quick to compliment anyone, remained silent, merely nodding at some of the paintings. Jori gave a predetermined signal to Mal, and he hurried to notify the staff it was time to open the alcove. Jori offered Lynn his arm. Come with me. I want to show you something. They turned around the corner and Lynn came to a halt. Jori's heart pounded as he waited for her response. Her hazel eyes darted from a picture of a self-defense session in the ship's gym to a game of miniature golf on the sky deck, then to people dancing in the crow's nest. Jori had kept back a painting of Lynn and Braden. He wouldn't show that to her until she was in a really good place. Jori held his breath when Lynn came to the centerpiece of this display, a picture of Jimmy and Maria. Lynn stared at the large painting, her cheeks wet. Jori's heart sank. Why are you crying? He put his arm around her. Didn't I capture them right?
Of course you captured them right.
She leaned against him and stared at the pictures.
Jori, this is incredible. Can I get a copy to give Jimmy's family?
I've been thinking about giving them the original since you told me about your trip to Texas, he said quietly.
You know, I wish I could take this to the interview tomorrow.
That would be an excellent idea,
Darcy said as he and the others joined them.
If the gallery owners will release it. They will.
Mal examined the pictures.
Why miss out on an opportunity to have their gallery showcased on the Olivia Howard show?
Jori winced when he realized the choice of whether or not to be on Olivia's show had been taken from him. He wouldn't allow his painting to go where he did not. Lynn winked.
Wouldn't hurt our resident artist either, right?
Right. He grinned. Staring at the picture of Jimmy and Maria, Jori let his eyes travel to the various scenes from the fun days on the ship. He thought about the other pictures he had painted from that day on the catamaran. Such a sharp contrast to the happy faces in these paintings. Elle moved next to him.
I think it would be cathartic for you to talk about it.
I do talk about what happened. Jori continued to face the painting, but I only share the hard stuff. He looked at her, with the people who were there.
I've wondered for a while if you've got other paintings. Maybe ones you did as therapy.
She held him with eyes that knew him so well. He nodded and she asked,
Do you think I could see them?
They're not easy to look at. Jori put his arm around her shoulders and kissed her temple. They're very different from these. You up to it?
I'll think about it.
She shuddered. Talk about it with Mal. An idea came then that sent a thrill through him. Could something good come from those other paintings? I've got an idea, but I need to do some research before I know for sure if it's possible to do. Nodding, she joined the others. Once his guests had left, Jori made his way out of the gallery and into the cool spring evening air, turning his collar up against the soft breeze. On his way to his subway stop, he contemplated the next day's taping. To his surprise, Jori's pulse quickened. He was finally going to speak to Olivia in person. Jori paid special attention to his grooming the next morning. He was happy for Lynn, especially for her good cause. Her entire persona had changed when she had decided to do the interview for the families of the missing boys. That got Jori thinking about his idea. If Lynn was willing to share her personal pain and anguish in a very public way, could he bear to share his through those paintings? And what about the others who had been on board? This wasn't his grief alone. Would it be too much for the family of the captain? Jori would have to give it some thought, but his gut was telling him he needed to do it. Lynn, Jack, and the two Armstrong families were already at the studio when Jori arrived. "Is my painting here yet?" Jori asked, searching the area. With an understanding grin, Mal led him down the hall where the framed picture leaned against the wall. Jori hurried over to it, scanning it for damage.
"The assistant, Michaela, loves it, but said Olivia will have to give it the final okay,"
Mal said. They joined the others just as Olivia came onto the stage, where her staff and camera people scurried around getting everything finalized. Jori watched her with interest as she talked with a staff member, and then moved into the audience, shaking hands and speaking with people. She was so personable, real. They loved her. It made him think about his own history with people. It probably wouldn't be good for her to be with someone like him. Lynn turned pale when Olivia finally approached them. It fascinated Jori to see the interviewer work her charm in person. Her sincere smile and gentle voice seemed to calm Lynn right away, and she introduced everyone, ending with Jori. The night of the gala, he couldn't take his eyes off Olivia. His heart, which had been beating a furious rhythm in his chest, almost stopped as she turned her dancing eyes to him. "So we meet at last, Jori." Olivia extended her hand to him. He had always liked the way she said his name, but now it felt like a caress. Jori caught a whiff of a pleasant fragrance as he took her soft, warm hand in his. A rush of energy went from his icy fingers clear up his arm. Startled at the intensity of his response to her touch, he retreated to his bow. He hoped the move would hide the sudden warmth in his face. Flushing always made the scar more prominent. When he straightened, he found he didn't want to release her hand. Lynn shot him a strange look and explained to Olivia about the painting. "I would love to show it if you think there'd be time," Lynn said. "I have seen some of Mr. Virtanen's work at the Schultz Gallery." Olivia's eyes held Jori's, and his stomach did a weird convulsion, like he was at sea and the ship had dropped at the end of a large swell. Olivia said, "I would love to include the piece in today's taping." A staff member appeared at Lynn's side to take her to get ready, and Olivia turned to answer a question from another staffer. Jack elbowed Jori to indicate they were to follow a third staff member.
"You okay there, boy?"
Jack asked.
"You're as nervous as Lynn about being on TV."
"I'll be fine." Jori's eyes followed Olivia as she talked with several people. Either her organizational skills were exceptional, or she had a great staff. He wished there had been people like hers behind the scenes during some of the modeling shoots he had worked. Lynn appeared a while later on the other side of the stage. Jack gave her a thumbs up, and she nodded before taking her seat. Still nervous, Lynn looked better now that the interview was starting. Jori was so busy watching Olivia that he didn't hear when she introduced the other cruise guests. Jack elbowed him, and Jori had to hurry to catch up with the others. When Olivia asked questions about the people in the portrait, he had to ask her to repeat them more than once. Then that part of the interview was done. Olivia announced a break. She thanked them for coming and excused them. Jori was slow to follow the others off the stage, searching for another look at Olivia, who had disappeared among the crew and staff who had flooded the stage. A hand on his elbow made him jump. He turned to find Olivia at his side. "Beautiful work, Jori. I know it was no small thing for you to be here. Thank you." Olivia dropped her hand from his arm and moved away. One of her staffers immediately stepped to her side, holding an electronic tablet. How had he ever thought Sarah looked kissable? Jack signaled to indicate they were to leave the stage. Jori followed the others. He wasn't used to being the one who was so thoroughly unnerved. He had it bad, and he found he liked it.
"Hey, Olivia!"
shouted one of her staffers.
"I think you'll want to see this."
The man said something to one of the camera techs who put a news broadcast on the screen at the back of the stage for everyone to see. The room went silent. Jori's soft oath of recognition was lost among the exclamations from the two Armstrong couples. He would never forget the port of Pongo, American Samoa. He didn't know if it was the pulsing in his ears, but he couldn't hear anything. The floodlights showed a nighttime gathering of people, apparently waiting for something. A wild thought sent a thrill through him, but he shoved it down as ridiculous. With the others, Jori pushed through Olivia's staff to the middle of the stage where he could get a better look. A news reporter said something about a Coast Guard ship, but Jori missed the last part.
Did they say something about 3 men?
Mal asked.
I think so,
Elle said, and Darcy nodded, clutching both his wife's and Jack's shoulders. Jori looked at Lynn where she sat pale on the interview couch, her hands pressed tight against her chest as she stared at the screen. Even at that distance, he could almost feel her hope. Jori's eyes shot to the screen again, pleading for the unbelievable to be true. Mal mumbled something to him, making Jori miss what the reporter said next. Jori hurried to Lynn's side, and then he saw them. 3 men coming off the Coast Guard cutter. One stood a lot taller than the others, and they finally walked into the light. Lynn jumped to her feet, crying out Braden's name. At the same time, the audience, which had been silent, went wild. The energy and excitement in the room was even better than Jimmy's concert on the ship, and that had been one of the most amazing experiences in Jori's life. He's alive. Jori grabbed Lynn's shoulders. Aren't you going to him?
Yes,
she breathed, looking at Jack and then Olivia.
I'm sorry, Olivia.
Lynn inched toward the exit.
I have to leave.
Jack grabbed her.
Wait a minute, where are you going?
Jori nearly laughed at the expression on Lynn's face. He enjoyed watching Olivia be the cool head and offering the use of her plane, if she could tape their reunion. Let's go. Lynn didn't hesitate, but moved as though to walk from the stage again.
Wait,
Olivia laughed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Jori searched her face. He was sure her thrill was for Lynn, and not for the possible interview. He had been so wrong about Olivia.
Is there anyone else who should come with you?
She nodded toward the others.
Everyone here with me now,
Lynn said a little impatiently. Jack looked at Jori. He wanted to go, but did a quick scan of the group. This time should belong to Braden and his family. Jori shook his head. This is your time. I'll be here when you bring him home.
Right.
Lynn gave him a hug and turned back to Olivia.
6 of us, then, unless Ashlyn and Darcy want to bring Kate. I can't go.
Elle touched her huge belly and looked about to cry.
I'm too close to my due date. Mal and I will watch Kate. The 4 of you go. 4, then,
Lynn said to Olivia. Lynn hugged Elle and almost ran from the studio. Jori watched Olivia while she gathered her staff around her. He turned and glanced around the room, taking in the audience members who were talking and wiping eyes. Could life get any better than this? First Lynn came home, and now Braden. Just one more thing would make it perfect. Chapter 26. Olivia and her staff went right to work, and before he knew it, Jori was walking with Elle and Mal to see the others to the limos. The 3 stood in silence, watching the vehicles drive off. Jori realized he had never had a chance to ask Olivia to dinner. Is it just me? Jori asked, turning to the others. Or do you two feel kind of outside of this freakishly amazing thing that just happened?
I don't think you should be feeling outside of what's happening.
Mal clapped Jori on the shoulder and held up his phone. Jori took the cell and squinted at the text message. Are you kidding me? Braden wants us to help set up a wedding for when she gets there? Elle let out a little squeal.
It's not as good as being there, but won't Len be surprised?
Mal signaled a cab. Jori read the text thread discussion while the 3 rode together to the hotel. Jori's spirit felt high, like he had on an alcohol buzz without the mind fog. This must be what it felt like to be high on life. He liked that, high on life. Jori decided he could get used to feeling this way, like his happiness was more than his body could hold and would burst out any moment. One of Olivia's staffers was already waiting in the hotel lobby. Mal headed that way and Jori started to follow, but Elle grabbed his sleeve, pulling him toward the elevator. You need to help me get the clothing set up. Jori's phone rang as they entered the elevator, and he fumbled to pull it from his pocket. He didn't recognize the number. Al leaned over and tapped the screen. That's Braden. He borrowed a cell phone. I think it belongs to Molly. Isn't that one of the scouts that found them on the island? Yes. Her laugh came out shaky and giddy. Jori decided she must be high, too. One of Molly's sons has been missing all this time with Braden. Elle used her card to open the hotel room door. She flipped on the lights and headed directly for a laptop on the desk. Jori made the call but lost it just as someone answered. He went to stand by the window for a better signal and dialed again. A gruff-sounding man answered. Is Braden Randolph there? This is Jori Virtanen returning his call. After some muted shuffling of the phone, Braden's familiar voice said, Thanks for calling me back, Jori. A flood of emotion struck Jori, tightening his throat so he couldn't speak. Elle had been watching him. She took the phone. Braden, when you get the chance, you'll want to check with Olivia to watch the video of Lynn's reaction. Elle sniffed and wiped her nose. Jori's a little overwhelmed right now, too. I can talk for myself, Jori croaked, taking the phone. Man, it's good to hear your voice. How's she been doing? It's been hard on her, but she's looking pretty good now. Healthy again. Jori had to bite back a comment about the pregnancy. What can I do to help? Will you be my best man? Emotion swept Jori again, and he couldn't talk for a moment. Once more, Braden and his family had given Jori what he had never experienced with his own parents and brother. I would be honored. That means I should have gone with Lynn and the others. Not with Wonder Woman Olivia Howard and her all-powerful staff working on it, Braden said with a laugh. They're making arrangements to set us all up electronically. Mal sent an email to Lynn's brother's unit and gave them a tentative time for the ceremony, based on when their flight is supposed to get here. Braden paused. Jori, all this time I thought she was dead. She'll be with you soon. I wish we had been able to get things settled enough that I could have spoken with her before they got in the air. Olivia must have a phone on her plane. Maybe it's better this way. Braden's voice softened. I think I need to see her and touch her before I'll believe she's really alive. Struck by the raw emotion in his friend's voice, Jori cleared his throat. What can we do here? Can you put him on speaker? Elle asked, turning the laptop around so Jori could see what she had been doing. Jori clicked the button and set the phone between them. Braden, I think I found a dress that will work for Lynn, Elle said, and it looks like there's a shop in Pongo Pongo that's carrying it. Let me know if it works for you and I'll order it. Olivia's staff can make arrangements to have the dress delivered to the house you'll be staying at. Thank you so much, Elle. Jori, was the tux you wore on the ship rented? Before he could answer, Elle said, He does so many art shows now that he owns several tuxedos. I do not. Jori scowled at her. I own one. Great, Braden said. Can you wear it in a few hours? I would be honored. I need to get off, Braden said. Thanks again. Please tell me this is real, Jori said when the phone clicked. It is. Elle threw her arms around his neck and sobbed into his shoulder. Isn't it wonderful?
My love, are you okay?
Mal asked when he came into the room.
Or is Jori trying to steal my pregnant wife?
Ew. She waddled to Mal and gave him a kiss. What did they say? While Mal told Elle what Olivia's staff was planning, Jori opened the group chat to see if Mark was online. He was. So you've heard, Jori asked when the young man's happy face came up on the screen. Lynn called me from Olivia Howard's plane. Olivia Howard. Jori asked about the wedding. My CO didn't need any encouraging, Mark said. Seems he's originally from Houston, so he already knew about Jimmy's story. Any idea when your deployment will be up? We're supposed to come home in 6 months. Mark rubbed his tired, tanned face. There are rumors it could be extended. Jori's cell phone went off in his pocket, and when he saw the number, he swore. How could he have forgotten? I've got to take this. I'll see you in a few hours, then. Mark reached toward the chat screen, and it went black. Turning on his phone, Jori tried to pull his thoughts together. Brent, I'm so sorry I didn't call. Things have gotten a little crazy here.
You were supposed to have been at the gallery an hour ago.
I guess you haven't heard the news. Jori explained about Braden's miraculous return. I'll be preparing for a wedding tomorrow morning, and I'm the best man. I know you have some VIPs coming, but I'm sure they'll understand if you explain. With everything that's happened, I wouldn't have been any use to you tonight anyway.
When were you planning to let me know all this? I could have rescheduled and saved them the trouble if I'd known sooner.
Brent's tone sounded like a male version of the one Sarah had used the day before. I'm sorry. The event tonight didn't even enter my mind. Jori already felt bad at Sarah's justifiable anger, and now he had earned her uncle's as well. How could things be so good for once in his personal life, and terrible with his professional?
It didn't enter your mind.
Brent's sarcasm-laden voice made his attitude quite clear.
I hope you'll deign to visit the gallery in the morning.
I'll be there tomorrow after the wedding. Jori hung up. A sense of dread threatened to dampen his high, and he pushed it aside. It would be morning before Lynn would be in American Samoa. Jori turned to Elle. I'll go to my apartment and get some sleep. What time should I be here?
Olivia's people said they're planning on a 5 a.m. wedding our time,
Mal said.
Her tech people are setting up in a room downstairs.
Elle made some clicks with her mouse and closed the laptop.
We'll go get Kate and bring her Easter dress back with us.
Jori looked at his watch and turned toward the door. He paused, still needing reassurance. Elle gave him a quick hug.
Yes, Jori, it's real. And in a few days you'll get to see him again.
Her eyes filled, and Mal pulled her close. Jori slipped out without them noticing. He might as well have stayed at the hotel for as much sleep as he got. Dressed in his tux in the early morning hour, he got some stares on the subway. He picked up some caffeine and was almost awake by the time he walked into the lobby again. A young woman with a clipboard and an earpiece approached him.
This way, Mr. Virtanen. We have flowers coming.
Must be fun being a miracle worker. Jori grinned. Her smile was sincere, but it was impossible to miss the fatigue around her eyes.
It has its moments.
She pointed to a table off to the side where a buffet had been set up.
There's plenty of food over there, so help yourself. Uncle Jori, guess what?
Kate cried as he was dishing up a plate. The little girl ran to him, a flat basket jiggling from her wrist.
Uncle Bray's back and I get to be his flower girl. Hang on, Kate.
Elle tottered after the girl.
Where are my rose petals?
Kate held up her basket to Jori.
Even if I can't walk in front of Aunt Lynn for real, Uncle Mal promised I could still drop the petals. I'll check on the flowers, Kate.
Elle sighed.
Jori, can you make sure she doesn't get anything on her dress? Maybe I can be the flower girl at your wedding, too.
Kate accepted the plate Jori handed her and immediately took a cookie.
Do you know lots of girls, Uncle Jori?
I know a few.
My teacher's not married. You could marry her. Or maybe...
Kate went on listing names of unmarried women she knew. Great. Now he had an 8-year-old matchmaker. Elle saved him by returning and instructing the child to pay attention to her food. Jori went to refill his punch glass. Wanting some quiet, he leaned against a column by the food table. Out of his sight, but within hearing, some of Olivia's crew filled their plates, talking freely.
Did you see the look on her face when she finally got to meet him?
Jori peeked around the column.
It's hard to believe he's been blowing her off for years,
the man in the group said.
I tell you,
a young woman said, picking up an olive from her plate and popping it in her mouth.
She wants more than an interview from that guy.
Jori pulled back out of sight, but he could still hear them as they moved down the table. It had to be him they were talking about.
Well, it's about time. Whatever else has been going on, he sure couldn't take his eyes off her today.
The group wandered out of hearing range, leaving Jori alone with his punch. He put down the cup before he spilled the contents on his tux. His obsession with Olivia had been that obvious?
Jori,
Elle called.
Where are you? They're starting.
He came around the column, and she shot him a quizzical look before hurrying Kate along.
But what about my flowers?
The child stretched her neck, searching.
I can't be a flower girl without any flowers. Here you go, sweetie.
said the same staffer who had escorted Jori to the room. Handing a bag to Elle, the woman sprinkled a plastic bag full of rose petals into Kate's basket. Elle opened the bag and pulled out boutonnieres, one for Jori and another for Mal, each made of a bright tropical flower. She then took out a matching corsage for herself. Once she and Mal had helped each other pin on their flowers, Elle turned and straightened Jori's. Kate squealed. They turned to see a monitor showing Lynn and Braden coming down a flight of stairs.
Oh,
Elle breathed.
that dress is beautiful on her.
Well,
Mal said, peering at the screen.
Braden doesn't look so much like Robinson Crusoe now he's shaved and cut his hair. I swear he looks even thinner, though.
Jori felt an incredible sense of satisfaction to see the couple coming down the stairs. Their happiness broadcasted from their faces as they looked at each other. Suddenly Lynn was waving at him through the camera, and Braden grinned. Kate took a few slow steps, tossing her rose petals. The wedding proceeded, with the couple receiving official sanction for the marriage that had occurred more than 2 years earlier. Jori spotted Olivia off to the side, not quite a guest, but hardly a fly on the wall. Her face, shining with an inner glow, confirmed his thoughts of the night before. No way was she the emotionally distant interviewer. He would have loved to be there to tease her about it, maybe even make her swear. It surprised him how fast the actual ceremony went. Before he knew it, Braden was kissing Lynn. Elle sniffed and pulled Kate in for a hug. Ashlyn and Darcy peeked into the camera and wished them all a good night, reminding Kate to behave.
Did you get any sleep, Jori?
Mal asked, glancing at his watch.
You want to stay at our house?
I need to go to the gallery and see if I still have a job. Elle gasped. Weren't there going to be a bunch of arty bigwigs or something there last night? Jori explained his conversation with Brent. He understood, didn't he? She asked, frowning. I'll find out. Jori kissed Elle's cheek and shook hands with Mal. I could be free to come for a visit tomorrow. Jori was at the gallery again at the same time Sarah was unlocking the door. Hesitating only a moment when he saw her at the top of the stairs, he jogged up the steps and held the door for her. If Sarah could figure out how to put her chilling gaze into a gun, she would have a freeze ray. She went directly to her office and shut the door. He took a seat in the waiting room outside of Brent's office. When Sarah entered the room and saw Jori, she scowled but didn't say anything. What must the staff be thinking about the slacker loser artist who had failed to come to an important showing after all the hard work they had put into helping forward his career? If Brent was going to crucify him for the wedding, so be it. The only thing Jori would change from yesterday was not having remembered to call Brent, and that had not been on purpose. Jori kicked his feet onto the coffee table, cupping his hands behind his head. When he heard the familiar click of Brent's leather shoes on the hallway tile, Jori took his time straightening and giving his agent a smile. Brent signaled for Jori to enter his office. The older man sat in his large, comfortable desk chair, resting his elbows on the arms, his hands steepled before him, much as he had done the first time Jori had met with him.
We've had a good run together.
We have, sir, and I appreciate what you've done for me.
Not enough, it appears. When faced with options, what we choose says a lot about our loyalty. I'm sad it's come to this.
Brent's eyes darted in the direction of Sarah's office before returning to Jori.
And I'm disappointed that something went wrong between you and my niece. I've long thought you two would make a good pair in running my galleries.
Did the man know him so little? Jori was an artist, not a manager.
I might excuse running afoul of Sarah, but your absence last night shows a total lack of dedication to our business.
I explained, sir. Schultz's eyes flashed, his cheeks taking on a mottled and unattractive flush. He leaned forward, his hands gripping the arms of the chair.
That you had to attend a virtual wedding for a man you only knew for 3 weeks.
He threw his body back against his chair.
I don't buy it.
I'm sorry I didn't call. From Brent's expression, Jori knew he could never make the man understand. My family will always come first. I can't change last night's decision, and I wouldn't anyway. Jori sat taller and moved closer to the edge of the seat. The question now is where we go from here. Are you canceling the rest of the show? Are you canceling all the shows? Should I have my paintings removed from your gallery? If that's what you want, just tell me. I'll get right on it. I had such plans for you. Brent scowled, his lips pinched. I make my own plans. Jori stood. Brent's phone rang at that moment, and his eyes flashed in irritation. He clicked the speaker button and snapped, "I'm not to be disturbed." "I'm sorry, Mr. Schultz, but it's Olivia Howard calling. About Mr. Virtanen, so I thought you would want to take it." As Brent's body language shifted completely, Jori wanted to laugh. How had he missed this aspect about the man? Jori edged toward the door, pausing only when he heard Olivia's voice. How late was it in American Samoa? Had she slept? "Mr. Schultz, this is Olivia Howard. I'm calling from American Samoa, where I'm doing an interview with a couple of friends of one of your clients, Jori Virtanen." "Yes, I was just speaking with Jori about that." Brent signaled for Jori to stop. "Is Jori with you now?" "He is." Brent waved for Jori to come closer to the desk. "Hey, Olivia." With his hands in his jeans pockets, Jori came to stand close to the desk. "Hey, Jori." He loved the sense of intimacy and connection in her voice. Brent hadn't missed it either, and Jori had to bite back a grin at the look on the older man's face. Why was Olivia doing this? Had Elle somehow gotten word that he might be in trouble? "You may not know that I attended your gala." Jori knew Olivia knew he knew she had attended. What was she doing? "After being able to showcase one of your pieces on my show yesterday, I'd like to do a full interview with you." "I would love to do an interview with you, Olivia." It had to have been Elle. "Want to do lunch when you get back?" My schedule should be open since I seem to be in between agents at the moment." "I heard that might be the case." Olivia managed to convey both humor at his complete turnaround, yet concern for his present circumstances. Jori wished he could see her face. "After your interview, I doubt you'll need an agent," she said. "Great. We'll talk soon." "I'll have a staff member call you on your cell phone. I assume the number hasn't changed since the last time we spoke." "No, it's the same." At Brent's expression, Jori wanted to kiss Olivia. "Would you prefer something on a more casual basis? Ashlyn is planning a family barbecue at her home as soon as Braden is given the go-ahead to return to the States. That should be in a day or two. We can talk then, if it's not too soon." "Let's do it." Jori couldn't believe it. A few minutes ago he had been trying to put on a brave face, but now he was flying high. "Mr. Schultz, thank you for your help in arranging this. Jori, I'll see you soon." She ended the call. "Now, Jori," Brent began. Turning back to the exit, Jori saw that Sarah had entered the room and stood in front of the closed door. Her face, which had been flushing red a lot lately, was white. "I really am sorry, Sarah. There's no excuse for the way I behaved." Jori strode to the door and reached behind her for the knob. She moved out of the way. "Now, Jori," Brent said again, rushing out the door. "You have 2 more days of the show and then all those shows scheduled in Europe this summer." "It doesn't matter." Jori turned and faced the older man. "Sarah made it clear she'll cut me in January if she can't find a reason sooner. I gave her that reason yesterday." Something coalesced that had been nudging against his mind since finding out Braden was alive. Jori gave his customary bow and extended his hand to Brent. "Thank you, sir. I do appreciate the chance you gave me. It's been a good partnership for both of us, but things have changed for me." Jori bowed to Sarah, waved to the staff and a few customers, and nearly skipped out of the building and down the stairs. Chapter 27. Jori took a deep breath and headed toward his subway stop. He was so tired. Once he got some sleep, he would have to make plans. He pulled out his phone and sent Elle a text. "Can I come tomorrow and stay a few days?" "As long as you like, and I'll put you to work." "Good." Late the next morning, he packed a bag and went downstairs to get a cab. Standing on the curb, he wanted to stretch out his arms and breathe his freedom. The last 2 years had taken their toll on him, and he was glad to be able to choose his own path again. He got in a cab that pulled up.
"Where to, mister?"
The cabbie asked, looking over her shoulder. "American Samoa."
"What?"
The woman frowned through the rearview mirror. Chuckling, Jori gave Al's address and leaned back in the seat. When he arrived, she was working on a shopping list. "Here, look through this menu and see if I should add anything." He glanced through the list. "Are you planning to feed an army?" "Olivia is staying the weekend at Ashland's house, and she's about ready to have a heart attack." Olivia mentioned the barbecue, but she never said a word about staying at Ashland's. The whole weekend? The possibilities made his head feel light. "I guess Olivia offered to let them come back and stay at her house, if you can believe it." Al signaled for him to hand back the list. "But Lynn thought Braden would want to stay with Ashland first. And Olivia asked if they would mind having an extra house guest." He gave himself a mental shake. What did that mean that Olivia had invited herself? "What are you grinning about?" Al eyed him. "I swear you look like you know something you're not telling me." She poked his arm. "Spill it." "I'm doing an interview with Olivia." He kissed her cheek. "About time. I was hoping that after yesterday you might finally come around." She reached for her purse. "Let's get busy." By the time Jori crawled into bed that night, his whole body ached. He had no idea how Elle, with her swollen belly and ankles, had gotten through the day. It was a good thing those grocery stores had those motorized shopping carts. Mal had complained about her overdoing it, and she had promised to take it easy the next day. Jori slept late, and it was almost noon by the time he hurried down the stairs. "Hey, lazy," Elle said as she shuffled to the couch and eased down next to a pile of laundry. "I've been doing all of Ashland's bedding and towels, and now I'm ready to fold everything up. You can help." She pointed to the remote on the television. "I just put in Notting Hill. Can you push play?" Jori groaned but picked up the remote. There was something familiar about the title, though, so he turned it on without any more complaints. "Keep your ear out for a cleaning truck. Ashland's got some people coming this afternoon." "Why would she do that? Her house is immaculate." "She's not used to having a celebrity stay over." Elle winked at him. "Except you, of course." "Right." Jori found himself getting pulled into the movie, though he would never admit it to Elle. He couldn't rid himself of the feeling that he should remember something, and as the story advanced, the feeling got stronger. When Julia Roberts appeared in Hugh Grant's bookshop with a famous painting, Jori sat upright. He had heard of the film before. Olivia had asked him if he had seen it. "You okay, Jori?" Hang on. Was this what Olivia had been trying to make him understand, without actually coming out and saying it? How did someone famous like her make friends or meet guys? Guys who weren't just moochers after her because of her fame and money. At the end of the movie, Jori sat silent, staring at the closing credits. He used to think he was good at picking up signals. Had Olivia been hinting all this time that she was interested in him as a man? The comments he had overheard by her staff seemed to confirm that, but what if he was wrong? A sense of calm flowed over him. He didn't care. Olivia was worth taking a few risks for. Jori glanced at Elle, who had been silent since the movie ended. Her extra pale face sent a chill up his spine. He jumped to his feet. "You okay? You don't look so good. Here, put your feet up on the couch while I take these towels over to Ashland's." "No, you won't know where anything goes." She winced. "Just let me—" Elle's words morphed into a cry and she grabbed her abdomen. "What happened?" Jori lifted her feet. "You better not be having that baby early." When exactly was she due? His mouth went dry. Soon. When he reached to check the temperature of her forehead, Elle slapped his hand away. "Don't be stupid. It's just Braxton Hicks contractions." "Bachelor here." Jori pointed to himself. "I don't speak pregnantese." Elle started to giggle, but it turned into a groan, and she clutched her tightening belly. Jori stared, grossed out yet fascinated, as the mound of Elle's abdomen undulated like a moving bubble of lava waiting to explode. Jori tried to swallow the bile rising in the back of his throat, and he broke out in a sweat. Putting his hand on the top of her head, he smoothed the hair that had fallen over her face. "Elle, is Mal at the office?" "He's—" Her face contorted and she grabbed at his hand, her nails digging into his flesh. "Something's wrong." "What do I do?" Jori swore. "Should I call Mal or do you need an ambulance?" She cried out. "I think my water broke. I need a towel." Well, he had lots of those. When he got his hands free from her grip, Jori scrambled to the pile, grabbing a couple, and turned to hand them to her. His breath froze in his lungs. Blood. There was blood all over the couch. All over Elle's lower half. A scream started low in her chest, increasing in volume and pitch, making the hair on the back of his neck stand up as the darkness between her legs increased. "Can you put these between your legs?" Jori put the towels in her hands. "I think I need to call 911. Elle's eyes held his, her face even paler. Something she saw there made her bottom lip tremble. "Am I bleeding?" He nodded and with clumsy hands punched in the emergency number. 911, please state your emergency." Jori's voice shook as he gave Elle's address. "My friend's pregnant and she's bleeding. A lot." Elle let out a sob at Jori's words, and he swore in an attempt to shut out the sound. "Sir, you need to stay calm. I have help on the way and you're close to the station. How far advanced is her pregnancy?" Jori swore again, stroking Elle's forehead. "I think she's due pretty soon. She's really big." "Is she in labor now?" "How am I supposed to know?" "Elle, no!" Her hands were sliding from the towels between her legs, her face whiter than before. Jori dropped to his knees beside her, barely hanging on to the phone pressed to his cheek. "There's so much blood. Too much blood." How could anyone bleed that much and not die? Dropping the phone, he grabbed more towels, pushing them in place between her legs. "Elle, don't you go. Mal needs you. Your baby needs you." "Sir, please pick up the phone." "You with me, Elle?" Jori shook her shoulder. "Yes." She dragged the word out. "Sir!" The dispatcher's voice was loud and firm. "Pick up the phone." Jori bent over and grabbed it, spreading a red streak across the faceplate. "I got it." "An officer is close. Can you hear the siren?" "An officer? I need an ambulance." "You need to calm down, sir. It's standard procedure to send an officer in first." All right. Tell him to hurry." Jori's voice broke. "Why is there so much blood?" The siren cut off. At the sound of a car door, Jori scrambled up and threw open the front door and shouted, "Hurry!" The officer entered and scanned the room. In the distance came the sound of more sirens. "I'll let you go now, sir," the dispatcher said. "Do what the officer says." 2 ambulances and a fire truck pulled in front of Elle's house, and a flurry of people jogged into the living room. The whole scene turned into ordered chaos as 2 EMTs each took an arm and began prepping for IVs. Then they loaded her onto a gurney. Once the medics had the initial lines in her veins, they rushed Elle out to the ambulance. "I'm coming too." Jori ran after her. "Of course you are, sir." The police officer put his hand on his shoulder. "They'll have some questions for you." Jori was sure they thought he was Elle's husband. He wasn't about to correct them. They might not let him come. The EMTs connected the bags of saline solution to the IVs as the driver took the wheel and peeled out. The mood in the ambulance was somber. Whatever was happening to Elle was bad. He had to call Mal. Jori pulled his phone from his pocket and tried to rub off the blood. He couldn't seem to make his hand work to scroll through his contacts. After the third try to click on Mal's number, Jori had to take a deep breath and force his hands to be still. "What's her blood type?" one of the medics asked. "I'm not her husband. I'm trying to call him now. Hang on. It's ringing." "Hey, Jori," came a familiar voice. "Olivia? You're back already? Are you with Mal? Is that a siren?" The tone of her voice changed. "What's the matter?" His throat closed up with sudden emotion, and he could barely croak out a reply. "It's Elle. She's hemorrhaging, and I've got to call Mal." "I have his number." Olivia was all business. "What hospital are they taking her to?" She mumbled something to someone with her. Jori told her. He saw the hospital ahead and recognized it as the one his allergic date had been taken to. I have to get off so I can call Mal.
Already done. He said her blood type is O positive, and she doesn't have any known drug allergies. Mal's on his way to the hospital.
Repeating the information to the EMT, the tension in Jori's shoulders eased. With an efficient and experienced move, they pulled Elle's stretcher from the ambulance. Jori hopped out, jogging to catch up. As with Tiffany, they stopped Jori before he could go into the treatment area. He stood alone with his bloody hands. When he tried to swallow, he choked instead. It came out sounding like a humiliating sob.
Jori,
Olivia asked through the phone,
are you all right?
He rubbed his eyes with the back of one hand and put the phone to his ear. Please just tell me she's going to be okay.
It's a good hospital.
Olivia's voice was soft, encouraging.
Even I've heard about it. Some of the best doctors in the state practice there.
I never dreamed I could ever love a woman. Emotion constricted his throat again, making his words come out low and tight. Then these two came into my life. They just took me in and loved me. Worthless piece of—
Stop it! Don't you ever say that again.
Olivia practically spat out the words.
You are not worthless.
They eased the knot in his gut. Her vehemence made Jori recall their earlier conversation about her family. You know how rare that is, don't you? People who love you and want nothing from you?
I do.
Olivia's voice was a whisper and charged with emotion.
But I've seen pictures of you from before the cruise. Weren't you used to people wanting to be around you?
Hang on. Jori backed up to make room for some people rushing in the door. When the volume of noise lowered, he cupped one hand over his ear so he could hear better. Aren't you suspicious of new people who try to make friends with you?
Of course I am.
That's what I was like, too. When you look a certain way, everyone wants to be your friend. I had other issues, he snorted. Big issues.
You mean Katerina?
Jori's body jerked, like someone had sucker punched him in the gut, forcing the air from his lungs in a gasp.
Jori?
Olivia asked. How could you know that?
Deductive research, now confirmed by a first-person interview. It doesn't matter. Your issues, as you call them, were common responses to being abused by a pedophile. But you've been a different man since your injury.
You grew up in an abusive home. You didn't act like me. Remembering the incident with Sarah, Jori felt a moment of discomfort.
I wasn't sexually abused either.
Are you excusing me?
No, but you're not that person anymore, are you? Just like Hunkster Dude doesn't have anything to do with my beast.
Her beast. Olivia had gone from being an abused kid to finding ways to help people. Jori wanted to be like that, to be worthy of being her beast. Mal's here, Jori said as the man came through the emergency room doors, his eyes darting about. Jori straightened.
I'll let you go. Lynn's worried, so keep us up to date. The plane is almost done refueling.
I will, and be safe. Jori ended the call and hurried over to his friend. Mal took one look at Jori's bloody hands and cheeks, and his face blanched.
Where is she?
The EMT said they had to take the baby right away. C-section. It's lucky you live so close to the hospital, because he mentioned the placenta pulling apart early or something. That's why there was so much blood. A young woman had been making her way across the crowded emergency room lobby and finally reached them.
Mr. Armstrong?
Yes.
I've got some paperwork you need to fill out.
She signaled to someone in a white lab coat to come over before saying to Jori,
You, sir, need to get cleaned up. We can't have you walking around here all bloody like that.
Jori followed the hospital employee to a restroom where he was given an antiseptic to scrub with. When he returned to the emergency room, he watched for Mal to finish with the paperwork. The two men found a seat together in the lobby.
I was supposed to be there to take pictures when she was born.
Mal ran a hand through his hair.
Elle's going to be so mad.
They sat in gloomy silence, watching as a myriad of mini dramas played out before them. At a different time, Jori might have thought to do some sketching because the room was so full of raw human emotion. Pain, anger,
fear, tenderness, and love. Her beast. Olivia had called him her beast.
How long does it take for them to do a cesarean?
Mal sat up, slamming his fist on the arm of the chair.
Isn't this routine, women having babies every day?
I think this was pretty serious. Jori exhaled. The EMT seemed really concerned that she hadn't gone into labor yet. And there was a lot of blood. I'm sure they had to transfuse her. Mal, you're going to need a new couch and new carpet.
As long as I don't need a new wife and baby, I don't care.
Mal buried his face in his hands, and his shoulders shook. Yori's head hurt, and his eyes burned with fatigue. They had been there for hours. The place was crazy busy. Could they have been forgotten? He was thinking about hunting for someone to ask when he noticed a dark woman in scrubs enter the room, her eyes scanning the people until she stopped on them. Jori shook Mal's shoulder and the two stood.
Mr. Armstrong?
Her eyes switched between the two men.
That's me. I'm Dr. Brustman.
She smiled and reached out her hand.
Congratulations. You're a very lucky man. It looks like you'll be able to keep both your wife and your daughter.
Can I see them?
Mal's voice was tight.
Your wife is in the recovery room, and she should be coming out of the anesthesia shortly. The baby, however, is in the NICU. Because of your wife's partial placental abruption, your daughter's oxygen levels were low. She's responding well now, though. The staff pediatrician will be able to give you more details when he comes down.
She pointed to the door, indicating that Mal should come with her. He looked at Jori, but Jori waved him on. When Mal was gone and Jori was alone again, he looked at his watch. He felt like he hadn't eaten in days and sank back weakly into the chair. He pulled out his phone and dialed Olivia. It went immediately to voicemail, so he knew they must still be in the air. He sent a text to her, Lynn, and Ashlyn. Elle and the baby are fine. Mal's with them now. Jori couldn't bring himself to go home. He had to wait and see if Mal needed him. As Jori rubbed his burning eyes, he couldn't shake the image of Elle's pale face. She had almost died right in front of him. And all that blood. What a ghastly mess it was going to be to clean it all up. A surge of energy jolted through Yori's body, and he leapt to his feet. Kate! Chapter 28. They had left the little girl to walk home from school to Elle's bloody house. He punched in Jack Randolph's home number. Montana's time was 2 hours earlier, but it was still late even for there. Jack's housekeeper answered, her voice groggy. Hello? Jori gave Emily a quick explanation. Kate was supposed to come to the house, but we weren't there.
I think I know where she would have gone. Mal would have made arrangements on his way to the hospital. He thinks of everything. I'll make some calls and then let you know.
Jori spent the next 5 minutes pacing the lobby. He jumped when his phone finally rang.
She's all right, Jori. Mal asked a neighbor if she could watch her overnight. I got to talk with Kate, and she's excited about the baby. Now, young man, you need to get some rest. I'm sure Mal will sleep in Elle's room.
Thanks, Emily. Jori didn't understand why, but he wanted to stay at the hospital. Sorry to wake you.
Don't worry about it. But get some sleep.
Emily hung up. Someone needed to call Elle's parents, but Jori didn't have the number. He checked the power bar on his phone. He would have to get it to a charger soon. Maybe Emily was right. Maybe he should just go home. He wasn't up to going back to his apartment, but neither could he face that bloody living room. Yawning, Jori sat on the empty love seat, leaned over, and fell asleep. His dreams were a hodgepodge of people and places, like a school cafeteria with its buzz of voices, indiscernible. Gradually one got louder and clearer. He thought he knew the voice, and it had the power to both calm and thrill him. His mind stretched, trying to make out the words. Was it his name she was saying with such tenderness? Her hand that touched his shoulder and brushed the hair from his face? Jori pried his eyes open. Someone in crumpled dress slacks sat on the table in front of him. He looked up into Olivia's beautiful makeup-free face, pronounced dark circles under her eyes,
her straight hair pulled back in a ponytail. Sitting up, Jori reached to take Olivia's warm hand in his. I watched Notting Hill. He stood, pulling her to her feet. Her cheeks darkened. I can't believe you remember that. Jori lifted his free hand to cup the soft, tanned skin of her cheek. I remember every conversation we've ever had. He chuckled, if you can call them all conversations. Using his thumb, Jori traced the outline of Olivia's lips. Her breath caught. Her usually controlled and professional face opened to him, and she looked vulnerable. He studied her eyes. Having sketched enough emotion, Jori saw the fear there. Fear of him? His gut twisted. But there was more, a softening around her eyes, as if she could see inside him to the powerful emotion that was twisting its way up his chest, encircling his heart so he thought he couldn't breathe. Did you mean what you said? Your beast? Jori searched her eyes. My beast. She released her hand from his to encircle his waist, her other hand sliding up his neck and into his long hair. Where their skin touched, it tingled. He traced the path of her glorious high cheekbone down to those full, soft lips. They trembled under his, and Olivia made a sound that almost sounded like a laugh. Jori tried to pull back, but she pressed her lips against his. The smell and taste of her flooded his senses. Mint and lavender and sweat. All the background sounds faded to white noise, and Jori felt like only he and Olivia existed. He pulled her closer and she seemed to fold against him, the pounding of her heart beating a syncopated rhythm with his own.
Miss Howard?
Laughing for sure, she broke the kiss. Jori positioned himself between her and this new person, then recognized him as the fifth person at the seafood restaurant in the Palm Springs airport. The bodyguard. Jori wanted to punch him. It's all good, Nate. Olivia grasped Jori's arm.
No, ma'am, it's not. There are people watching.
The large man shifted uncomfortably, and Jori realized this Nate had tried to provide a barrier with his huge body. All right, Jori wouldn't punch him. Well, Olivia sighed. I wonder how many cell phone cameras captured that. She laced her fingers with Jori's and looked at him from the corner of her eyes. You're in for it now. I can live with that. Jori kissed her temple. You promise? She ran her finger down his cheek.
Really, Miss Howard?
The bodyguard groaned. Fine, Nate. She looked at Jori. The others have already gone upstairs. Lynn and Braden, too? How had he forgotten about them? Yes, and the nurse said Elle's baby's been moved to the regular nursery. Her eyes shone with tired happiness. Olivia led him toward the elevator, and Nate stepped in line behind them. When the doors closed, Jori pulled Olivia to him. But Nate said in a flat voice,
These things have cameras, you know.
So Jori stood by Olivia's side, holding her hand. When they reached the maternity wing, they had to ring the buzzer to be admitted. As they rounded the corner, Jori saw Ashlyn and Darcy first. Jack tapped the shoulder of the tall man on his other side. Braden then looked over their heads, a huge grin spreading across his face. Jori dragged Olivia the last few feet, releasing her only when he threw his arms around his friend. They both laughed, and Jori said, Man, it's good to see you. Braden, glancing down at Jori's hand, reaching over to take Olivia's again, blinked and then grinned again. So, Olivia, Lynn said, coming up behind her husband. I see your type now. How's the baby? Jori asked, trying to steer the conversation away from them. Lynn took her husband's arm and said to Jori, Come and meet. She closed her eyes and sighed. Gwendolyn. Jori laughed, remembering Lynn's hatred of her real name. I'm sure Elle's daughter will make the name her own. The four joined the others looking through a window at a quiet little baby with a tiny tuft of black hair poking out of her little pink knitted hat. I thought they were supposed to look all, squished. Jori pressed his face against the glass, using his free hand to block out the light from the corridor. That's the benefit of the C-section, Braden said. Elle is dying to get her hands on that little lady. Lynn slid her arm through Jori's. He groaned. Don't say that. It's too close to the truth.
They should be bringing her to her mommy pretty soon.
She eyed his shirt.
What happened to you?
Jori looked down. The washed-out stain of Elle's blood stood out on the white shirt. He swore, turning to Olivia. What will the tabloids do with this?
Something very creative, knowing them.
Olivia gave him a light kiss, but pulled back when he would have prolonged it.
We'll have to make a scrapbook of the really good ones.
We. Jori grinned.
Excuse me, but you two have some splaining to do.
Lynn whacked Jori on the arm and gave Olivia a mock glare.
It's a long story.
Olivia took Jori's hand. Whatever this powerful thing was that was happening between them, Jori wanted to have a long talk with Olivia before he could try to explain anything to anyone, even himself. He needed to shift the conversation. Elle's couch is ruined, Jori said, lifting his stained shirt. That was one of the most frightening experiences I've ever lived through. He made a mock gagging motion. We're going to have our hands full getting her house cleaned up and ready for her and the baby to come home.
Mal said you mentioned something about that to him, too,
Braden said, his tone teasing.
Kind of obsessed with the furniture, aren't you?
In a life-and-death situation? Let's just say I don't ever want to go through something like that again. Unlike a certain surgeon I know, I don't do blood.
2 at a time,
Mal said after peeking his head out of a room and holding his finger to his lips. Jori and Olivia stayed back as the family members lined up outside the door. He glanced at her fingers laced with his, her darker skin against his pale. He looked up to find her watching him. I guess you must be pretty tired, too.
How so?
She asked with an arched brow. I can't imagine just anybody getting to kiss you after such a short acquaintance. He raised their joined hands and pressed his lips against the top of hers.
And there you're wrong.
She leaned closer, her face just inches from his so he could smell the scent of her shampoo.
I've known you for years, my beast.
Olivia touched her lips to his.
Audience,
coughed her guard. With a shared sigh, they turned to watch the sleeping baby again. Jori put his arms around Olivia's shoulders and pressed his lips to her temple. He had a feeling that it would take a long time to get to know this incredible woman. Maybe a lifetime.
Thank you for listening to Torn Canvas, Safe Harbors number 2. Be sure to subscribe to my channel to know when new audiobooks or other fun videos are available.
This has been Torn Canvas, Safe Harbors Book 2. Written by Donna K. Weaver. Narrated by Tristan Hunt. Copyright 2014 by Donna K. Weaver. Production copyright 2015 by Donna K. Weaver.